microphone around. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. It's Gravekipper. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. I give myself these stupid gamer tag names, Ganji Kid, Gravekipper, but I'm really just Scott, aren't I? It's midnight. It's always midnight. It's something I say at the start of every episode. It came from the ASMR world. It's always midnight. It's something I say, and that's my sound check. Coming up today, we are playing the Forest Quartet. Many people that watch my stream might think, why aren't you playing Genshin Impact? There's been a big Genshin Impact. It's like 3.2. There's the 3.3 now, actually. There's the collectible trading card game in the game. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, it sounds like loads of fun. Oh, yeah, sounds like loads of fun. But the Forest Quartet's being released today, and this is big news for me specifically, and for some other people too, and hopefully you'll enjoy this. So this is the Forest Quartet. The Forest Quartet is a puzzle adventure about a gone but not forgotten lead singer. Why is this big news to me? Well, it's made by somebody called Mads, if I just quickly show you. Oh, that's Mads there. What's he doing there? What's he doing there? Oh, it's that camera work. It's that camera work. Who's doing that camera work? Who's got the speed set to naught? Right, standard speed. Who's doing that camera work? That's shaky. Who's asking that question? That's me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if on Firefox, or you might not use Firefox, if you go to the channel Gravekipper, Ganji Kid, and you go over here and click this button here and search indie. A while ago I uploaded the Indie Game Development Paradise full documentary draft. I just dropped my stuff on the floor. Just full documentary draft there. I made a documentary, didn't I? Some time ago now, and it never quite made it to full release, full mainstream release, sadly. Not going to pick over those bones now. We're not going to dig about it. Not going to go on and on about that now, but there it is, full draft. It's not in the best quality. It's not HD. Sometimes it's a little bit stuttery. It's not awful though. It's not awful, look. In fact, it's quite nice. It's got all the music choices I wanted to make. It's got some color grading. It's not 1080p, and it could be better quality, but you know, you get the full. Tell you what it doesn't have. It doesn't have the little names on it as well. It doesn't have the little names. Anyway, so I made this film. It's about indie game development in this paradise setting. And one of the people that was in this paradise setting, let me just give you the overview. So you're in Sweden. Why are you in Sweden? What are you doing in Sweden? Well, Tommy Palm, who made Candy Crush, he and some other people that are putting their money in as well. I think Oscar Berman was one of them from, what did he do? Angry Birds or something like that. So a lot of these people who've made a bit of money in the industry put on this thing. That's the big cabin there behind him. That's Tommy Palm, and they invite people there to make their games in the wonderful Swedish woodlands. It's a really great place. It's a really great project. I saw it, I found out about it, contacted Tommy. Tommy got me down there. I got down there myself actually, and Tommy laid on my food and board so that I could be there, and me and my friend Matt, we made a film basically. See, look, I need to reshoot the Candy Crush gameplay. Still some things that I wanted to do to make the film better. Still a few little things I wanted to do to make it better. I wanted games in frames. I didn't want full screen of the game. Anyway, I drove it to this point, got it an hour and 40 minutes, edited, done. Mads was one of the people that was there making his game, and I never quite managed to finish getting this film to market. That was it kind of eluded me, that last bit. Getting the budget to polish this film up and put it to market. The other fella, Matt, my friend, was supposed to maybe help me do that bit a bit more. Maybe we had a bit of a conflict of interests and he went abroad to work, and that's the end. But here's Mads, look.
Always be the games that will influence me and inspire me.
So Mads is in the film, he's making his game in this wonderland, and what we're going to do first is we're going to watch a bit of the interview. So I did two big interviews with Mads. I did one indoors, this is me talking to Mads, and I did another one outdoors. And so we've got lots of, like 2 hours of footage of Mads talking in interviews, and we've got footage of him making his game and doing stuff. In the main film, it's an hour and 40 minutes to film, so you're never going to see 2 hours of someone's interview. We did 15, 20 interviews. You're not going to see them all. Well, you might do now through my streams and through my work. So what we'll start with is the developer interview, with Mads' developer interview. And then we'll go on to play the game that he's made. It's released today, and I'm pretty hyped for it. I will warn you, actually, did I bring the tissues? I better get the tissues in advance, actually, because I probably will cry. I mean, I'll probably cry. I'll just give you the lowdown from the high ground. Is that Mads' game... what am I pressing here on my buttons? Firefox. Mads' game, The Forest Quartet, is a puzzle adventure about a gone but not forgotten lead singer. Play her spirit and travel through 3 acts to unique to the members of a band for a final farewell concert. Face their emotions, solve puzzles and fight the corruption plaguing their souls. Mads actually did lose his mother. It was an absolute tragedy for anyone, obviously. And it was one of the things that we talked about in this interview a little bit. And I felt it. I felt like, you know, strongly about this, as anyone would. And so I'm so overjoyed that he's managed to realise this and that his game is going to come out and it's there on, you know, actually doing the thing is one thing, knowing you've done it and it's on your computer and it works is one thing, but publishing it and putting it out there in the world is another thing. So I'm so overjoyed, and in other ways I'm sure I'm going to be touched emotionally. So if I cry, that's fine. You know, actually it's fine, because it's okay to cry. Like, being a human being means that you have emotions, and exploring those emotions and unpacking them and feeling them, that's core to it. And then you move on and you work them through, and this is part of Mads' working through of his feelings, I'm sure. So there's a lot in that, and I don't think it's wrong for people to feel emotional. So I probably will. I'll give you a trigger warning that I probably will. Sorry, I'm doing that and you can't see it on their Firefox here, look, the game itself. So we're going to play the game itself. I've downloaded it. I've yet to open it and explore it. We will do that. Hopefully it'll all work. It's the first day it's been released, of course, so, you know, games sometimes have bugs, but hopefully it'll all work. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's looking really interesting to me. It won't be a massive long one, I'm sure. These indie games generally tend to not be, but it should have a lot of resonance, I'm also sure. So I'm really looking forward to that. Get yourself on Steam, get yourself a copy of it now. If you're thinking of playing it and you don't want me to spoil it, now's the time to get yourself on there and get yourself a copy. It's also on the PlayStation, and that I'm not here to I'm not part of their promotions team, so I don't know the complete ins and outs as to every platform that it's available on. But look up the Forest Quartet and go and play it for yourself, you chuffers. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to start with Mads' interview. I am going to grab some... The only thing I didn't prepare for was that I might have a cry, and I'm sure I will, so I'm going to grab some tissues and let's roll the interview. This is, of course, the full unadulterated footage, so I have edited it for the film, obviously, and I edited it for the rushes, but this is not that. This is just the stuff. So if I have to skip through a few bits or if it looks a bit rough in places, that's fine. That's fine. We're in a little room. Mads is working on his game. It's late at night and I've popped up there with my little camera. I'm sort of squeezed in the corner a little bit. Got Mads in shot and we're having a chat.
If I what?
Do you get on well with your
dad? Yeah, I do. I mean, I used to... It was harder as a teenager to get along, but I think we're doing well now. I think he's a musician, so he plays music for a living. So it's not that he took a difficult path as well, just like me. So he is understanding and he trusts me. But I think that when I was younger and I told him, hey, I just want to draw and do graffiti, he wasn't really into that idea. I think he wanted me to study something real. But then again, he never forced me to do anything. He never forced me to study anything else than art. Or he didn't force me to study art, didn't force me to study anything, but I definitely felt that he didn't believe in me until I proved to him that I would, like, until I succeeded and started succeeding and making money doing art, he didn't really believe in it, I think.
I'm just pausing it there. The reason that I asked these questions to start with, the whole theme of the film that we've been making, or that I've made, is, are video games art? Yes. And therefore, are these people artists? Yes. So they're coding, they're developing, but they're also human beings that are artists, and they have those drives and compulsions like artists do. And I was really drawn to some of the characters in the film. I mean, some of the real people that I met, like Mads, for his artistic vision and temperament. So that's why this angle is being posed here about relationships with the family and producing art, and maybe not, I'm not so interested in the finance of art, although, like I ask, what's it like to, we go on and talk about what's it like to make money from art, so these are questions that are being raised for that reason.
He's always been a support. He's always liked what I did. He's always been interested, much more than you could ask for in a parent, I think. So yeah, he's been good. He is good.
You might notice that I leave a bit of a space. 2 reasons for that. When you're interviewing and you're editing an editor, you want to be able to cut that. You don't want to just like my voice to come in straight away. So I leave space for people to think and talk. And when they're finished talking, they will stop talking. So that's why it might seem a little bit like there's an awkward pause, but it's not awkward. I'm deliberately doing it.
Tell me about when you started making money making art. What was that?
It was when I started making money on my art. I only been doing this for a living for about 2 years, where I've actually had to pay rent and food. But before I even started studying animation, I was doing a lot of commission work. I think the first big task I had when I was about 16, and I had to do decoration for people, and the first time you get money to do what you love, you think it's probably one of the coolest experiences, because you're like, I love doing this, and now someone is appreciating me doing it, and they're actually giving me money, or they're giving me a pizza. It doesn't even have to be a lot of money, they're just giving me something. So that's an incredible feeling. But when you start working for people, doing what you love, and you start, giving them what they want with your skills, then I think quickly it starts to become a hassle. Actually, you start to feel that you're misusing your art if you don't enjoy what you're doing for others. So I think, yeah, I've had great examples of earning money doing what I love, and I've had a lot of shitty examples earning money doing what I love.
Going to pause that quickly there, because I remember thinking, and I still think it at the time, I used to make these ASMR videos. It's only a little thing, I got a few thousand subscribers on the internet and all that jazz. But I did at one point, I had a Patreon account, and I said, if you want, I was trying to find a way of financing the thing I loved. I was enjoying making these ASMR videos. I wasn't getting any AdSense money because I wasn't monetized, and Patreon came up, and you have to give rewards for Patreon. So I said, well, private videos then, you get a personal video, like a 15-minute thing, and I'll say thank you at a certain reward. And I did a couple, but I like Mad says that, I felt like all of a sudden I used to sit down with the camera and with the kit and say, I want to produce some stuff, I want to make some stuff, I want to be creative. So I've got ideas, and I'll do this and I'll do this. And if I feel like stopping and having a cup of coffee or whatever, or pausing the video like I'm doing now, I'll do what I want when I want. And all of a sudden it was monthly, right, you need to do 15 minutes of film for this, you need to edit this, it's going to take a few hours. It's not major, but you have to put it in. You have to do it. And when I was sat down doing it, the first one was all right. The second, am I now taking the things that I love and enjoy doing, and now I'm turning it into a chore, and I'm turning it into a non-creative, maybe more, I don't know what to call it. It just felt a bit, I didn't enjoy it as much straight away. So I really resonated with what he was saying there, is the minute you start commodifying your art and taking instructions from other people, it stops feeling the same. Really interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of funny stories as well as some.
This is filmed, I think it was it 2017 now? God, it's like 5 years ago, maybe longer. And Mads has taken a while to get his game out. These things take a long time to produce. My film was produced after about a year. It was in the finished. Hello, Bob. Hello, Bob. How you doing? I've been off stream. Sorry, I turned off chat as well. For this particular thing, but I can still see it. I've been off stream for a little bit of a week, so I'm preparing for a big lead up now to Christmas. So this is Mads. I just said at the start, he developed the game that we're about to play today, the Forest Quartet, which is this game that I've got released today. He developed it at the Stugan Project, that place I went to do the film, and this is my sort of uncut interview with Mads, and I'm just giving it a talk through. Yeah, this is some time ago now, and it's taken some time. I was going to say that my film is now ready. It's now, if you're a producer or whatever, and you're ready to give it that next push, get it on the telly, hand it to a big editor who can. I need to spend a little bit of time, just polish the final thing. It's not about the film today anyway. The point is, after a certain amount of time, I'd carved out this shape. I'd got the basic thing done. The next step, the thing no one sees, is 100 emails, 1,000 emails. I got in touch with this woman who was working in the BBC at Storyville, which is something I really respect, a place I'd like to platform the documentary. And then after a while, she stopped contacting me back, and I was like, where is she? And she didn't work there anymore. Different people on the team no contact anymore. It took me such a long time to like develop a relationship with someone that now is gone. And I find it so difficult to take that next step, to go from, I've got, who is this young chap, Snippy Snips? Well, me, because I've had a shave, or Mads 5 years ago. Yeah, like I find it so hard to finish that thing. And I think Mads taking 5 years on his game, I think that's fine in game development terms. I'm pretty sure 5 years to produce a game, pretty okay in game development terms. Although it's a smaller indie game, it's one person and and a few helpers. So I think he's done so much good work, and I think he's achieved so much to get it over that final line. I understand and resonate with him, and 5 years down the line, I understand more.
At some point, there was this guy who wanted me to paint his friend, and he wanted me to paint his friend like in underwear in this very sexy pose on a canvas. And I could do cool paintings, but I couldn't do naturalistic stuff. Like, I was very bad at croquis, and it was terrible. It was the worst and most stressful job, and he ended up never really actually even receiving my my painting because it was terrible. So yeah, I definitely had some terrible jobs doing art. Yeah.
One thing I like about Mads as well is that of all the different people at Stugan at the project, there are some people who are more, I would say, technical minded. There were people that were very good at coding. There were people that were more story minded, more narrative driven. People who have written pieces like, long pieces that I could never conceive of. As much as I enjoy writing, what I'm trying to say is there are loads of different people with loads of different skills, and that's what art is like, isn't it? That's what artists are like. So Mads here telling me about how he used to paint, how his first introduction to the artistic world was through painting. I thought that's brilliant, isn't it? Because I'm making a film to sort of state that video game developers are artists, and here's somebody who actually started as a traditional artist that people would understand. If you're coming from outside of video games, you can listen to Mads describing his process of producing art and say, oh no, that guy's an artist. Painting pictures, commissions, artist. Now look what he's doing. So I think it's a really great interview that I didn't manage to, again, we're going to watch probably 40 minutes of Mads talking now. If I keep pausing it, maybe even longer. But you can't put all that in the film, but so much of it I found so wonderful. Of all the people at Stugan as well, all the people were wonderful. I've got to say that. There wasn't a person that I sat down with and thought, well, that was a duff interview. And that was a problem, because when you're making a film, you can interview 100 people maybe, and you get like 2 or 3 and you think, they're brilliant, they stand out, we're going to get them in, they're going to be good for the edit. Everyone at Stugan said something wonderful. It was so hard to fit in so many interesting and wonderful voices. So, and this is a great example of it. I'll keep pausing it, won't I? But I've got to let it roll. Again, I'm not going to... this is unedited, so you'll see all the shonky camera work, the shaky bits, the bits where I'm asking the questions, the bits where I leave a pause. It's fine.
Obviously, you've done lots of different kinds of art. So could you tell me specifically, is that doing digital art, painted on canvas? How long did you do which thing for? And
so when I started making money off art, it was actually doing decoration for people, like home decoration basically. So I would go and I would do spray paint on someone's wall, and I would do I had a friend, like a partner, that was doing this with me. So we had a really cool job where we had to totally decorate a shop. We had to paint all the walls, and back then it was just like, let's put in a plant thing here and another thing here. There was no composition, there was no talk about how the colors would match. We were just going in, we were like 17, just going in this shop and just painting graffiti on the walls, getting paid for it. And it was really, it was great. I did that. I had a lot of those kind of jobs and some cafe decoration as well. But it was harder to come about, I think. But that was a short period of my life. I was doing that a bit. But I wasn't making a living. I was still living at my dad's house, and I was still young.
Snip says Mads' accent is cool. He's Danish, and this whole project, the Stugan project, took place in Sweden, in Dalarna, in Falun province, where Hugo Alfvén, the great composer of Swedish classical music, actually lived and produced, and so did Carl Larsson as well. So it was a really remarkable place. That colour, that colour, the fire red they call it, it's in the film. It's in the film. They produce it from the local copper mine. It's a byproduct, the oxidisation of the local copper mine, and it produces this byproduct. They turn it into a paint. They use it all over the country. It's very Scandinavia. And Mads is Danish, so they're only across the water. They might have fought a few wars. I don't know the history, but yeah, his accent's cool, isn't it? He very much suits the theme of this as well, this Scandinavian feel the film has. You know, the film's set in Sweden. Sweden is a character in the film. Sweden is a part of what I was filming. It's a lot of it, and the attitudes and behaviours of the Swedish people, the ideas about sharing and helping each other along and things like that. Yeah, there's a lot in that, and Mads, like I say, Danish, just over the water there, but also Scandinavian. Yeah.
So, but from then on, I started doing. When I started studying animation, I had a lot of people like in my circle that started knowing that, hey, if he's studying animation, he should be able to do an animation film. So I had while studying, I did a few animation jobs for people, which were, suddenly much more higher step in complexity and in planning. Because if you want to make an animation film, you need to really plan it out and know what you're doing. And then when I stopped studying, I've done all kinds of jobs, but mainly I've actually been teaching. Been teaching animation to almost all ages now. Been teaching on a very low level where I would go to 6th graders and I would show them how to do cardboard animation. So I've been doing really low level teaching, but I also did high level teaching, which has been academic classes where I had to go out and pretend I knew more than I even knew, and sort of, try to lead almost professional animation production, or like I've been trying to supervise an almost professional animation production. Yeah. So there's been a lot of these very big variations in complexity in what I've been doing. What I think is interesting is that some of the jobs that has paid best has actually been the jobs that have been the easiest to do, like the jobs that almost anyone could do. But I think the minute that you have a title, the minute you have sort of, oh, he's educated, he's from this place, people will just like trust you and give you a job that, that a lot of people could do. I've also been helping out on some more, let's say, some more interesting jobs. Right now I'm doing the artwork for what will become an interactive installation, and this installation it's a very strange concept. You'll be in a room, and on each wall there will be a projection of a forest, and you will be able to interact with that forest using infrared cameras that will scan you. So I've been spending a lot of time doing research on that and find.
Interestingly, I kind of realised while he's talking about this that I'm probably not going to use this bit while he's talking about the other art he does. I'm probably not going to use that in the cut, so I'm experimenting with camera shots here. I've moved him to this other side of the frame. It's a little bit experimental shot. It might have to be changed. As he talks, I will move out. I'm seeing my camera work. I'm judging that, but also interesting that Mads, he's producing installation art, he's producing other stuff at the same time as he's working on this game. So I think a lot of us believe, we think about game developers as you're very smart because you're in a room with a computer and you know how to do the coding, and it's very smart, and you're in there and you're coding away and you're making the game, and sometimes you're playing on the game and having fun, and then you're coding, and then you have your lunch and your cup of tea or whatever, and you're back to coding, and then you're away, and smart organized people. Maybe it's just me, but I kind of think it's what I wanted to do with this film specifically. I'm going to keep referencing the Stugan film because you know, I fucking made it. It's here.
I met Ivan and he was doing this awesome 3D art.
So these are game developers, and until this moment in my life, I hadn't had the chance to really interact with, socialise with, or even visualise so many game developers. I played so many games, of course. I played so many games. So I wanted to make sure, and Karina, I was just skipping about there. I don't need to find the particular bit, but Karina, she talks about humanising a thing she's made in her interviews. She talks about Sesame Street and humanising a thing she's made. Like, I wanted to humanise everything that was made. Like, all these computer games I loved so much. When I grew up, I played Street Fighter 2. Oh, it's going to have trouble loading on me now. Thanks. And these chaps also played Street Fighter 2. This Brazilian team that made Dandara, Long Hat House, and their game ended up on the Nintendo Switch. And so it was a joy for them, and I understand that joy. And so now I'm
As a
looking
kid that was playing Street Fighter, it was like, man, I want to make Street Fighter and launch games on Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for, and it's finally happening. I mean,
So I understand that joy, and now I can see the people behind the game. You know, for me, it's about this process of bringing these artists into the forefront, hearing their voices. At first, when I went in there, I thought that I was making a film that might turn these... Hang on. You're right, Keegan. No, you're right. What's that? Just shoot the cat, was it? Come on, Marlon. Marlon, come in here with Daddy. Come on. Come in here with Daddy. Bit weird, there's no one else in the house, the door's locked, but I swear I heard the front door then. Bit of a strange one, that. Yeah, I wanted to make sure these people had a voice. At first, I was going in there thinking I was going to turn them... the word I used on I remember the very first day when we met them all, and I said, hi, I'm Scott, and this is what I'm doing. I used the word rock stars. I was like, you know, you're like rock stars, really, behind the scenes, though. So let's bring you out into the forefront in a way. I think I said something akin to that. Well, to me, I thought they're like rock stars, but actually they're much more... Like they're much more like artists on and around a sense, aren't they? Much less about on-stage presentation and performance, much more about creation and ideas. And I love all these people and their ideas and the things they make. So it was really interesting to me there that I initially thought, like I said, these people sit in a room coding for most of the time. It was even discussed. I said to my friend who I was taking out to help me film it, like, well, what are they doing all day? Was said. They're going to sit there coding, aren't they? So it's going to be what we're going to make a film out of, watching people on the computer. That's not going to be very good. And I was able to say, well, we've got all the Swedish countryside. We're going to be using these visions of the forest. We'll probably take them into the forest to film them for their interviews. So we'll be able to, you know, break up the tedium of someone sat at the computer and coding and not having much to say with all this other stuff. But actually, it turned out to be something completely different. It was that they spend their time sitting at those computers and coding, maybe late into the evening sometimes, maybe quietly on their own sometimes, but a lot of the time they spend their time socialising, having ideas, thinking about things, being mentally healthy. We cover it in the film as well about crunch and being mentally healthy. We go on tours of Sweden. You know, I break up the film for those reasons. We feel like they feel as we go through this film, I hope. And that guy made Clash of Clans. And yeah, I'm amazed at how versatile, how I'm a variety streamer. I like to stream a lot of different stuff, and these people, like Mads, was not just working on one game, was he? He was working on. He had loads of different juggling balls up in the air. He was working on art installations, pushing lots of different things. He didn't even know if this game, 5 years down the road, it's come out, but he didn't even know if this game would be something for him. So when you're in that frame of mind, you're having lots of different ideas. You don't know which thing might become the thing. Like you're trying to start many fires, have many irons in many fires, you know, and I see that now so much more clearly, having been there and met the people and listened to them. So let's go back to Mads.
A style that sort of has worked. We had to go for a very naturalistic style, and it's been very tough. But yeah, that's a very interesting project that I'm doing right now. It's a very interesting project that I will continue on when I come back. Then I have another thing coming up, which is it's gonna be what's it called? I'm gonna work on a 3D animated film that will be projected on a big church, so it'll be like a projection mapping project where I just need to do a lot of CG work. Yeah. Besides that, I've helped out on game. I've had some.
Notice where he goes into thought and moves between the different subjects. I take it as an opportunity to try it. I'm going to change my shot. I'm like doing so much thought behind the camera. Nobody knows. Like a little filmmaking squirrel crammed into a little room with some game developers.
Game-related work. Some of the game-related work has been coming up with style for a game in early production. I've also been helping out on sound for various people, mostly from friends. I went to Qatar actually recently to do an animation film.
I haven't spoken to Mads for the 5 years since this project, and I've spoken to him recently on Twitter. Once we've done this, once we've played the game, when dust has settled, I'm going to try and get him on the stream for a catch-up interview, and we'll see. I imagine he's done so much more interesting and varied things over the years.
For theater, so I've been doing a lot of really different work, and I think it's a very nice life, the freelancer life, where you just you sort of just see what comes, and you'll be like, okay, that's. I would never imagine to do that, but here it is, and it's gonna pay me, and it sounds fun. So I think that life as a freelancer is very exciting, but it's also very scary because you have no guarantee that there will be a job the next month. You have no guarantee that people will keep on calling you. So, but nevertheless, I've always been able. Since I started freelancing, I hadn't had a month where I was like, okay, I can't pay my rent. I've always just been able to pay, and now I'm starting to be able to save up money. So it's going in the right direction. But it's all this freelancing work is taking time off my game, and that's just life. And I mean, that's just the world, and it's all right with me. But I need to go 100% on the game at some point, and I will need that to finish it. Yeah. Okay, that's all.
Cool. And I want to talk about the game and some stuff as well, but I just wanted to ask as well, have you ever done like pizza job, or because I've worked in the kitchen, I've worked in the call centre, have you ever done any of those jobs that you just hated?
So
me as that's an unflattering pause there, sorry Mads. Me as an interviewer here, as a film producer, as an information gatherer, I'm so I've only known these people for a couple of days. Like literally, I've dropped in. They're on an 8-week project. I'm there for the last 2 weeks. I've managed to blag my way in, and I emailed Tommy Palm, who was the director of King at the time, and I think the director of King, he sold that, and now he's got Resolution Games. He made Candy Crush. Like, he's pretty big cheese, and I had to email him and just be like, "Hi, I'm Scotty Hottie. I'm not really a big cheese, but we've got a film on Netflix that I was part of, and can I come and maybe come to your project?" I got to say thank you. Like, I did say thank you to Tommy. Again, I don't maintain relationships. I'm terrible at it. I need to. This is since COVID. I've new start. I've got to try and maintain relationships better. And this is all part of it. Anyway, Tommy was really gracious and allowed me to come. 2 weeks of the project. At the end, I did as much filming as I could, gathered as much material as I could, made my little documentary. At this point, I'm interested in so much more than just your game. And we're about to play the game today, Mads, so hooray. But at this point, I'm interested in Mads, I'm interested in the story, I'm interested in the artists, and everyone's got a game. They're all making a game at this project. And of course, the games are part of the film, they are important. But if you notice, this is the film, again, if I quickly skim through it, you'll see a lot of these people, you'll see a lot of the place, you'll hear them talking. You won't really see their games. I'll tell you for why. Look, they're in the process of making them. So you'll see some of them in the process of being made on a computer screen. You might even, the ones that came to full realisation, that's Super Meat Boy, not not a game that was made there. It's an example of a game, but I didn't want to have a full screen of a game on the film. I wanted to show it in a frame, like on a device, so that we kept it human, wood, light, trees. You know, we didn't have this full screen game thing because we're in Sweden, we're in this place. You know, I want to keep us in this place. So some of the games did release in time for me to get them on a computer screen and show them. You know, one of them was on the Nintendo Switch, like I said. So, but a lot of them weren't at that process. So I wasn't worried about, can I have a full screen version of your game and a demo of your game to show on the film? I was more worried about the people that were making the games. And later on in the film, at the end, we do have a little montage reel because they do this showing and telling of you know, like show the industry what we've made sort of thing. So at the end, I put a little montage reel together, and in that montage reel, if you've got your game finished, which not everyone did, but you know, you can put it in this montage reel at the end. Music copyright, no. Didn't get all the music licenses yet, but the idea was at the end that we'd have this little montage reel, and all the games would be, please, like this. Look, there's Anders, there's his game. And the idea would be at the end of the film, if you're really interested in the games, there's Rene, there's his game. That game, I don't think ever came out. I just spoke to Rene today. So, but if you're interested, SOS has got Pixel 3 out at the moment. Like, you know, there's the person, there's the game. So it's like a jumping off point at the end of the film, not a sad ending. It's like, now here's something to go and enjoy. Here's as many games as was finished. But I never finished that montage, and some of them never finished the games. So, point being made here is the film is about people and the way they are and like interact and the things they've got to say. Here's Raw Fury. Like, the film is about these people. This is Manesh from Us Two Games, who did meditative game, wasn't it?
Now, and I think it's a sign of the medium maturing. My name is Manish Mistry. I work for Us Two Games in London, and we made Monument Valley.
So anyway, it's not about Manesh today. The point is that, like I was saying, this was about these people. And so when Mads is telling me about his game, I'm in a room, I'm filming him, and we're making a documentary. And to all these people that are on this process, like, I'm sure, and I don't know them that well, I'm sure they're thinking, oh, I hope they show my game on this film. These people have done a film and it got on Netflix. I wasn't trying to push that too much because I didn't know where the film would go, but, you know, their hopes, I'm sure their hopes were, this is good exposure for my game. But I'm not really, and let's be secretly honest about it, I'm not really there to care about the exposing of their games. I'm doing that now on this stream, but in my film, I was there to care about the exposure of them, their personalities, their heart, their life, their, you know, what their stories. And so that's why at this moment Mads is talking about his game and I sort of go away from it, don't I? I apologise, sorry, we'll talk about your game in a bit, but and we get to something that's I didn't know this at the time, but Mads lost his mother, and like we start talking about these things, and it moves me, it moves him, and then afterwards I have to lighten the mood a little bit or ask him about his game a bit, like, and you know, the interview sort of ends, but we'll go through this process together now and watch it. And it was a moving piece of film. It was really difficult. What I should have done is at the end say, look, for the edit, can you look into camera and say, I lost my mum, this happened, like, can I get like a really clear soundbite? I didn't ask him for that. I just felt that was unnatural. So anyway.
When I was, I mean, oh my God, I've been so lazy. I mean, I was so lazy in my teenage years, and so I never really had a job because I was like, this just sounds too terrible for me. And I was handing out newspapers when I was like 13, and I would just throw them out sometimes. Like, I wouldn't. Okay, yeah, sometimes I would throw them out.
I laugh at this as well. This isn't a particularly good shot, but I might be messing with the settings. I laughed at this because I remember me and my girlfriend at uni at the time, she got a job delivering catalogues, and we got all these catalogues. And in the end, I was just like, let's just throw these in the fucking bin. Like, I just resonate with what he's saying there.
Because I would be like, I don't want to deliver these newspapers, and it's a very I think that's a very classic story of this like lazy person that just want to get some money but don't want to do anything for it. And I was definitely like that, and I was, you know, so yeah, I've had I've had that shitty job, and then since I had that job, I was sort of a bit like, I was never really asking for any jobs. There was a period where I was applying for work and writing a lot of applications, but I never found anything until I called my friend, or until I asked my friend, who was a bike delivery guy, if he maybe had a job for me, and he had. And suddenly I was a bike delivery guy, and I really enjoyed that job actually. So yeah, I was a bike delivery guy, and I loved biking, and it was great. Just like you would go to some giant corporate building that we would never normally walk into, and you would be like, all right, this is pretty cool. I actually can walk in here and not feel weird about it. I would walk in, I would see all these expensive things and be like, okay, I'm a part of a bigger piece, like I'm a piece in the puzzle here. And I would go and I would get a letter or whatever, and I would have to bike as fast as I could to deliver that letter in another corporate building or something like that. And it was an interesting job, but it was most of all just a hard physical job. And when I would come home, I would almost fall asleep immediately. And I enjoyed it. I mean, when I was doing that job, I had a lot of sort of mental issues. I had a lot of, what can you say, disturbance. Like I was a little bit disturbed in my mind. So being able to just go out and deliver, like just being able to just go and bike on my bike the whole day would like take away the energy from all these thoughts I had. So it was a very good way out of sort of my depressed self, just biking for a living. But it was also a good way out, just drawing. That's a more, now we're going into something else totally. But no, I've had very few jobs, very few real jobs.
As a filmmaker, he started to go into something else there, didn't he? Something about depression. That's how do I say that? I'll just say it explicitly and sound awful. That's what I want. I'm like, let's dig into that. Like in my brain, I'm like, oh my God, what did you say? Like as a human, I'm like, you've been depressed, and like I felt that. I understand that. Let's talk about that. Like I hope you feel better. Tell me, talk about it. Like these are things we need to talk about. As a filmmaker as well, I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. These are the motivations. You're making a game. I knew he was making a game about a lost spirit, but I didn't know he'd lost somebody so close. So I also wanted to mention that I resonate with the idea that he went into the buildings and could go anywhere as a bike courier. There are a few jobs in life that you can do that. Policeman is one. Private detective in film noir films, often they go into the dirty dives and they also go into the high class joints, and they always wear the same fedora and suit and overcoat, don't they? There are a certain number of jobs that you can sort of transcend through all different levels of society. And as a hairdresser, which is what I used to do before I did filmmaking, before I did media production, I was lucky in the aspect that I made friends with people from what I had. The chairman of the Conservative, as much as my political opinions back then probably were a bit more vague, I wasn't political. I had the chairman of the Conservative Party of the area come to get his hair cut for me, with me. And I also had a lady who was adamantly Labour. I would never book them on the same day, for Christ's sake. I had all these different kinds of people coming to get their haircut with me, and some of them became like friends. And I remember once they were building the local theatre, they were renovating the theatre, and the lady that was the chartered surveyor for the build, she was getting her hair done with me, so she invited me down, and I went to this up on the roof and everything, and I used to get invited to little parties at the theatre. I went to a acting, Romeo and Juliet was on and they did a cast party, and I managed to get myself a little cheeky ticket into the, things like that. But at the same time, I used to sponsor the local hospice for their events, or, do a family with 4 kids special discount because, after school price or whatever. I was an everyman, and I got to transcend society and be friends with everyone. And so as a hairdresser, it's not the same. You can't walk in everywhere, but as a filmmaker now, I'm in exactly that position. And he described, as a bike courier, I could walk into these places and be part of I was in there, in that room while he was making that game. I was in there. I didn't make a big part in the making of his game. Like, it took 5 years, for Christ's sake. I was in there for 2 minutes, but I was in there in that room while he was making it. I did the same things as he was describing to me, and I'd sound this ridiculous because this isn't like a sex thing that I'm talking about, but I fell in love with Mads. Like, all the people at Stugan, all the people, I love them all, and have not spoken to any of them for 5 years because I guess I felt like ashamed that I didn't finish the film properly. I wanted to finish it and then say, look, here it is, all come to the premiere, let's have a big party. And if we're not doing that, I'm going to keep quiet until I'm there. But, you know, it's time to, that's by the by. The point is that I'm slightly ashamed that I don't maintain contact so much with these people. They're still out there. I can regain the contact, but I still certainly see what I resonate with. You know, I still certainly see the beauty and the poetry in Mads' soul, and we're about to get to that. So
I would never imagine starting to work, you know, in McDonald's after doing this. I don't think that would ever make sense. I think I'll always make it as an artist. It doesn't. I feel lucky. I feel that I get contacted a lot, and I have a big network suddenly, and I think I can be very thankful to the environment I'm in. Not here, but the environment I am where I live, because it's an environment full of animators, full of creative people, full of visual people, and the jobs are just coming and going, and I'm in an area with a giant school, the school I studied, the animation workshop, and in that school has teaching jobs and provides other teaching jobs and has a network of teaching jobs. So it's basically my mecca of survival is Viborg, and it's kind of like it's a really interesting.
So I'm just going to introduce. As a filmmaker again, I see that I moved forward to get a nicer shot, and I feel like I imposed my position on it's only a small room on a little table with my camera, and he leaned back out of the shot. So like there's this kind of like struggle that you have, like you're trying to get the best possible cinematic image at the same time as you're trying to conduct the interview and do XYZ, and the people are moving around, and it is what it is. But I worry sometimes that people are made too aware of the camera in their face, you know, and it puts them off talking. Fortunately, Mads is still very open in the things he says. We did also shoot 2 other interviews with Mads out in the forest, and I've got them. I'm trying to upload them to YouTube because they're too big to port over to this computer, but trying to upload them to YouTube so we can watch them maybe on another stream after we played the game.
Interesting place, and I could talk about it for a long time, because I think it's it's magical how that place draws people. Is like you have sometimes you ask a person in Viborg with the animation workshop, the area where I live, you ask a person, so how did you end up here? You've been here for 5 years, and that person would be, yeah, I was just visiting my girlfriend for a weekend, and now I'm just been here for 5 years. So it's like people really get sucked into this place, and it's a really amazing place. But you also gotta leave at some point, and I think that's important, that at least for me, not to stay forever, because it is tempting to stay in Viborg forever. It's a very safe and comfortable place for a guy like me. But I would like to start up my own thing, and I would like to, build something on my own foundation. Yeah.
Now what I'm doing is I'm just taking some shots. Like if he's clicking the mouse and moving the mouse around, I need to take a shot of it so that I can edit it in. So I take a couple of, like, you know, little shots, and then we move on a little bit.
That's the thing that keeps making me sad.
And this is where I like specifically.
But I think.
Ask him. Right.
I don't really have any trouble anymore. So
I'll tell you what I did. You see, now this is terrible filmmaking, but good humanity, is I wanted to ask him what was the thing that he was depressed about. He said he had mental issues, you know, disturbance, but he needed to ride the bike to get over something, and I wanted to know what that was. So I turned off the camera and asked him off camera, because I felt it was too personal to just leave the camera rolling and just ask him. But I asked if I could talk about it on camera, so then we turned on the camera. But off camera is the gold nugget that you want on the film, isn't it? The bit where I said, what was the actual problem? And he said, well, my mom died and it was sad. But I didn't know what he was going to say, so I didn't know if I should leave the camera rolling for that, or like, if you're a dirty, downright filmmaker, like Werner Herzog would beat me over the head and say, why the fuck did you turn off the camera, you idiot? Leave that rolling. If he doesn't want to talk about it on camera, he'll tell you, and then you can turn it off. But anyway, he told me off camera just then that his mom had died when he was younger.
It's kind of like whining about something from the past. But I think, I don't know.
Can I just ask a more general question?
Yeah.
What makes you feel sad?
In like now, in time?
Yeah, in general, or, you know, is...
Yeah, I think like I've lost a few people within the few years, and that's a thing that keeps making me sad. Losing family, and it's something that doesn't really leave. I think it's not. I'm not trapped, and it's not necessarily a problem. It's not a disturbance, but it's like it's sad to lose a parent. It's sad to lose a grandparent, and yeah, it definitely sucks you a little bit. But I think, I don't know, what can make me sad is basically just losing opportunities. I think I care a lot about that. I'm like, I can wake up in the morning and be like, oh man, today if I would go here and do this would be an amazing day, and this is exactly what I want to do today, and I can be really childish if that doesn't happen. I can start becoming really sad, because I'm like, I wanted to go on this bike ride and eat something at this place I didn't see for 2 years or whatever. You know, I'll have these moments where, and especially I really take it out on my girlfriend sometimes. It becomes her problem that I didn't get to have fun, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's more interesting to talk about what makes me, what can you say, what challenges me, you know, like. And I think what challenges me a lot is like I think it's the comfort in my environment that challenges me a lot. It's this whole, I could choose to just take it slow, have fun, you know, chill in the weekends, you know, do dinners with my friends, you know, like, you know, spend my savings on traveling. I could have this sort of, you know, it's just about having a fun life. So that there's that sort of fear for me of not giving enough, because I have big wants. I have really big wants, I think, in what I want from my project and what I want for my future. So that has to align, I think, with what I do, you know. So what I want for the future has to align with you know, what I do right now has to align with what I want for the future. So if I'm sitting around all day, I'll get really mad at myself, actually, and I think it makes me, sometimes it's a little too much, actually, that I can't. If I wake up 2 hours too late in the morning, I hate myself, because I'm like, you wasted 2 hours. You could have worked. You could have been more ready. You could have been more prepared for the day. So there's this, I think, as being this sort of individual creator, that most of his time he actually chooses when he wants to wake up in the morning. Being this kind of person that can just wake up whenever you want, it's like you easily start to hate yourself, because you define your routine, you define your day, and if the day has become sloppy, or if you haven't done any proper work, you'll feel like you're the idiot. It's not your boss. It's not your job that's the fault. It's you. So it's interesting, but it's also tough. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, yeah, we all procrastinate, and I think I'm not that bad, but yeah, I definitely had weeks where I said I would do this and I did this instead. I did the opposite or whatever. But yeah, so that's that. But I think we talk about what they want to talk about.
Can you tell me what time it is?
What time it is?
Yeah.
It's oh man, it's late. It's 12:28. It's past midnight. But I feel really awake. Yeah, I like to work in the night. I don't know. I just I think after 11 is when. No, I don't know. Maybe after 10 is when I'm really focused. Actually, doesn't mean that I don't work during the day, but it's just I feel most creative now. Yeah.
Is writing a game like making music?
Yeah, it is very much. I mean, making a game is a lot like making music, sure. But I think everything's connected. I mean, making a game can also be like building a house or building an engine, or it can be like a relationship if you think about it deeply or whatever. But I think that the process that I really like, I mean, compared, like the process of making a game compared to the process of making music is like, I like both things. I think with music, with making music, you can make a music track in a day. You can sit down, either you have a guitar and you make a song, or you have a computer and you make a beat or whatever, but you can actually have something, and that's minutes of entertainment, and it might be much stronger than any game you ever made. So I think you can do so much with music. You can make so much so quickly. But then again, music is just that one dimension. It's just hearing, or it's just listening, and it's just that sort of, it can be awkward for me. I mean, showing music to my friends, because if they don't like it, it's just awkward, and I hate when they talk if I'm playing a track I made and people start talking.
Oh my God, I've made so many tracks in my life, like so much music in my life. And I remember this so vividly when he said it as well. Every time I play them to someone, they listen for the first bit. They don't get to the chorus or the good bit, and they start making notes. And they're like, no, they say to me, oh, do you think maybe you should do this with it? Maybe you should, have you tried getting a singer? And I'm like, you're talking already. You haven't even fucking... Oh, he's so right.
While it's playing, I'll be like...
And interestingly, Mads, I got him onto music here because his mom was a singer. The game we're about to play is about music as well, isn't it? It's about music in the soul. And I saw that Mads didn't really want to literally tread through the awkward conversation about his mother's death. So I don't think we had that on camera. And instead we talk about the thing that he's making with his life in the wake of that. So
it really freaks me out. So that's when an animation comes in. If I'll show an animation to someone, it's suddenly a step up, because hey, that person he's looking and he's listening and he's understanding a story, and he might be laughing or whatever, and I think suddenly I get a more rich reaction from my audience, which is my friends. But the times I've shown animation to people that I've done, I've never had a very strong reaction, and sure, I could have done a better animation film, but still I felt that okay, I like doing it, but if you show a game to someone, I think there's suddenly some instant connection between you and the person playing, because suddenly the person is gonna try what you did, And I think there's something really magical about it. It doesn't mean that it's gonna be less painful, because if they're gonna try what you did and they don't understand it, they don't like the controls, it's much worse than having someone talking while you're playing your music track for them. But I really love that sort of third element coming in, which is the interactive element. And I think that's extremely, I think it's extremely satisfying when you made a game, or you made a part of a game, whatever, you made something in a game engine, and someone's playing it and they understand what they have to do, and they'll be like, I get this.
That's about to happen, isn't it? We're going to play Mads' game in just a little minute. We've only got 10 minutes left of this interview, maybe 18 minutes. Maybe I'll spin that into another half hour, depending on how long I talk for. But yeah, we're going to be doing that.
And whether or not they loved it, or they still got it.
I only got to play test a few of the games at Stugan. Not all of them were in the state where they could be played. And like I said, it was more about the people for me than the playing of the games. And we only had a limited amount of time while I was there. So I was keen to spend my time filming the people rather than playing their games. But it is really interesting what Mads is saying, that there's an interactive quality to that. That especially with the game as well. If you play someone your music, they're not really in the mood for it. Not really that interested. Even me and my friend that made videos and stuff, like showing each other videos, even though we both make videos, is tiresome. We're there to talk to each other in socialising time. I don't want to sit down and watch a video for 3 minutes and be quiet. So sharing these media pieces is kind of difficult between friends even. But playing a game, I'll play your game, yeah, I'll enjoy that, let's go, let's have it seems like more inviting. The other thing I was going to say is it's more like cooking in a way, isn't it? If you said to someone, do you want to watch my video that I've made, it's 3 minutes long, please sit quietly, not really, tell me about your day. If you say to someone, can I play this music track, okay, I'll listen. But whereas with, do you want to play this game, yeah, okay, that sounds fun, I'll have a go. Like, they get to do something, they're not passive in the situation, bored waiting. Okay, that was good, thanks, now can we move on? Sometimes they will watch a video or listen to your music in their own time at the right time, but playing a game is much more, okay, let's have a quick blast at that then, let's have a look at it. And like cooking, like I said, some people might even be hungry for it, like I am for the Forest Quartet. Like, I'm ready to have a good old cry. You never know, I might have a cry today. But the idea that, like cooking, you can put your heart and soul into making something and then watch people's faces light up as they enjoy literally consuming it. Like, that's different to music and making videos, in my experience and Mads' experience. And the only time I ever got such a reaction, because when I make videos on the internet, sometimes I blow my own trumpet a little bit, don't I? This film has not got any great traction yet. It could have more. More people could watch this, enjoy it. I could produce it in a higher quality. I'm a bit scared of trying to export it from the big computer, and also we want to try and publish it somewhere. So the fact it's not been out in HD yet is actually okay. But this film has something to say. It's not got the most traction. Of all the stuff I've done, if I go to my channels, of all the stuff I've done, the ASMR's got the most traction. It actually helped a lot of people. Recently we helped someone with their depression on a different channel of mine, so that was really big for me. But in terms of numbers, what do I look at? Videos, popular, 400,000 on that one talking about ASMR and it's not sex. 200,000 views on my funny video making a binaural dummy head. 200,000 views on Chuku Chuku Sound, 60,000 views on helping people to sleep, and 60,000 on a documentary I made. I'm kind of happy with that. Like, I've been viewed and enjoyed, but I've not seen anyone's, they leave comments, they leave little nice comments, but I've not seen anyone's face while they've enjoyed it, you know what I mean? And nor would I say, would you like to watch an hour and 12-minute guided meditation that I made? Can I watch you while you watch it? Like, that's not going to happen, is it? So I never get to see the reaction. I get the little comments, and I don't take much heed to comments. People say nice things, they say mean things, and all those things are kind of like, it's nice that they say them, but if I build my world of comments and live on my raft of comments, then I'm going to end up sad one day when the comments dry up. So I take everything with a triumph and disaster, nice and balanced. Okay, it's nice they say them, but when we made the Eddie Strongman film, I should have trailer of that on my channel on Informal Films. Cheeky of me to grab it and put in association with, because it wasn't officially in association, but I was associate producer, so I was allowed to put that on there for my version of the trailer. But when we made the edit, and this has got sound that I'm not playing, when we made this film, I didn't realise it was going to be successful. We were just following this guy making it. I was passionate about the project, regardless of what happened with it. I was surprised when it went on Netflix, to be honest, actually surprised. And it was a good surprise, nice surprise. We did a premiere for this, and a lot of strongmen came and their families, and they were cheering, and it was an event for them as the film was playing. And for me, it was an event because it was a big screen, and there was my work. I was there on these interviews. I didn't shoot them. I think I did sound for some of these, but some of the things I did shoot went in the film. Some of the things I did shoot went in the film, and I got to watch it on the big screen, and I was like, wow. I think maybe I shot, or maybe I didn't, that's slow-mo, maybe Matt shot that on the slow-mo, but I was there at that event shooting. I was backstage shooting Eddie. Some of the stuff that I shot went in the film, and so it was fantastic to see it on this big screen, and then also to look around in the cinema and see all the people enjoying it. That was amazing. So I've only ever had that experience, and also when I was in a band. When you're in a band, you get to be on the stage and you see the people enjoying it. So there was that, but I was 16, I was in a punk band. It wasn't like, we were playing the Wembley Stadium. So going back to what we're talking about here, is this, like cooking. Like Mads is a musician, so he will know that he's had some successful gigs maybe, or, there are some times when that music is loved by the people that are enjoying it. But most of the time, if you said to somebody, can you listen to my new song? What do you think of it? They're like, look, I'm busy. Most people, I don't know why. Same with videos. Can you watch my little YouTube video? Oh, I'm kind of busy. But do you want to play my game? Do you want to eat dinner? They're things that people actually really enjoy, aren't they? So it's interesting what Mads has said there. He raised a really good point.
They still did it, and I think that's the most fulfilling experience I've had doing sort of working with art. That's the thing that's giving me the most back, basically. I've never had anyone coming and, let me say it differently. I'm sure if you're playing a concert and it's going well, that's also an amazing experience to have, I'm sure. So I'm not comparing, but I think it's one of the reasons I really like to do the games, is for this sort of satisfaction of seeing other people play it. And I think that compared to making a music track, when you have a game, I think you have what feels like it feels more solid. It feels more like it's almost real, I think that's something about that. I mean, it's like, and music is very abstract. I think it's very subconscious, and a game is just something you can play, it's something you can see, and I think it's almost right here in front of me. If it's in VR, it is in front of me. So there is something very satisfying about that part of creation. I think it's a very strong creation. Yeah.
Notice I'm doing my silent treatment again. I'm not saying anything at the end of his set because he's saying great stuff. I don't want to cut him off and okay, now tell me about this. I'll let him talk, and then I'll leave silence, because if I'm going to edit that, I might want that little 2 or 3 seconds tail to edit, so that I don't cut him off in the edit. So I'm doing my silent treatment again.
Maybe the complexity.
And then what we've done here again is there's a cut. I've turned the camera off, and then I'm going to tell him, briefing him about what I'm going to ask him about next. And so now we talk about the actual game a bit more.
I can actually play the game.
And we're going to play the game.
Mod is like my go-to sound.
And I don't know about game tools and technical stuff, but let's be fair, I needed to get people talking about it on camera, but I've got no idea what he's going on about.
I've actually been doing my trees. So for me to be able to make this scene, I don't only need Unity, I also need Fmod. I need Maya, I need ZBrush, I need Photoshop to do textures. And
so rather than like laboriously go through all the ins and outs of how to actually make the game, which I've still got no idea how to do, like, I'm not a coder. Like, it's just interesting to hear these things, that, you know, the tools and the things that go into it. And this is what it used to look like. Well, we don't have to, you know, we'll watch if the other computer finishes uploading to YouTube, which it won't do today, I think. We might come back to it tomorrow. We might break this into two halves of a stream anyway, depending on the length of the game or how long I take messing about playing it, because you know what I'm like. You know what I'm like. So for now, let's leave that there. And what I've got to do now is open up the Forest Quartet. We don't need the coming up anymore. That's not happening because it's now happening. There it is on the screen, so that's good. That's a good start. And we also don't need the words developer interview. That can go away. What's not good is you can't see why it's not carried on. Hang on. Give me a minute just to get me things set up then. So how can I see this? Why am I seeing this? That one, okay, right. I'll do a new one and... Forest Quartet. Okay. Boom. Okay. Importantly, before we get started, the music that you're hearing, the score, Mads is from a musical family. He told us that in that little interview. His dad, like, from what I understand, you know, I might be wrong, from what I understand, his dad's a jazz musician. You're hearing it now. And his mother was maybe the singer of the band. But she was definitely a musician. And so that loss was felt in the family, and this is a game, you know, I've briefed you on that already, you know, but now we're hearing the vibes. Mads has made this. I'm so impressed. Also, I'm keyboard, mouse and everything, but I got the controller set up in advance, in preparedness. Literally dusting off the old controller. I'm going to use this for a little while. And I don't want to turn the music down too low, but because I'm a streamer, I'm just going to turn... Hang on. Come on, buttons. I'm just going to turn it down a bit because I'm a streamer, so I need to be heard well over the game. But it's part of the joy of the game, so I'm not going to turn it off, obviously. Language is English. Oh, look at all those languages. This is quite big, actually. Like, you know, we're talking about a little indie game made by one person, remember, with a little team, a smaller team. They've got helpful people with music and other aspects, but we just saw him. Mads made this game. And Danish, he's Danish, so you'd think you'd be able to put it in Danish. But Portuguese, there was a team in Stugan from Brazil, and they speak Portuguese, so I'm thinking of them when I see the Portuguese translation. That's Russian, I think. Although I don't know, it might be Ukrainian for all I know. Turkey, there was a team from Turkey, Kuba and Yunus, Game Brain team. So I'm thinking of them when I see that. Germany, we're talking about René Rother from Germany. I'm sure that I don't know if they're still a team, but the team that were making Imaginarium, Andy and... I can't remember. See, I'm remembering people's handles from Twitter as well now. But let's just say their team was Spanish, but they had one that was from Czechia as well. There was a girl from Czechia. So, like, these are all over Sos Polish. Also speaking Spanish, we'd have had... I'm trying to remember everyone's name all at once. I can see everyone's face in front of me, which is so weird. We had Mario Carvalho from Mexico. There was no one from Italy, was there, while I was there? There was no Italians. And these languages will be Korean, Spanish, Korean, Japanese. That's Korean. One of these will be Japanese and one of them will be Chinese. Maybe 2 different kinds of Chinese. You know, for when you're feeling really, really saucy and you want 2 different kinds of Chinese. What, you mean you're having 2 Chinese meals? Yes. To hell with poverty. Throw another No, whoa. No, what am I pressing? No. I've done it in Chinese. Now this is a huge problem to me. No. Oh, no, why have I done this? Don't do this, just spoil the game for me. Fuck. That's quit, isn't it? Yes or no? Yes. Right, okay, hang on. A. Play. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why have I done this? That'll be options. One of them was volume, so that's the volume, it's 50%. Languages, it's got to be that one, yeah? No. Languages, the first one, English. Oh, thank God. I thought all these were going to be written in Chinese then, and I was going to be well lost. Oh, thank God I saved it. Oh, thank God. That was one of my classic Scotty Hottie moments there. Vibration on. I'm not having them program all that vibration in and me not do it. Graphics, yes please. Thanks. Yes please. Oh look, high resolution. Obviously I don't need them in that high resolution because my screen doesn't do that. So we'll just do that, eh? Or should I leave it as it was? Anyway. New game. Oh wow, it's in 4K, hang on. We're not broadcasting in 4K. And I don't know about my frame rates and stuff. I'm not that smart, let's be fair. But hopefully this will all look good to you on your screen at your end. I'm going to now make my face a little smaller because the other day someone on Twitter said to me that my face was too big on the screen. And I said I do that as a deliberate choice to make it more about me because... But they said it's too big. So for this, I think we'll make it more about the game. Let's light me a little lower. That's too low. I picked I got a little tiny, like, was that a spot? I think I'll pick it because I'm doing a special stream. Because we're doing a special stream today, I thought I'd pick it. Consider the source. Consider the source. I don't know what that means. I'm the source. The font of all. Look, anyway, look, we've got... Of the comments. Consider the source of the comments. All right, yeah, consider who's saying what and for what reasons, yeah. About my big face. They might be trying to put me... Oh, I see. You're saying, in chat there, you're saying, consider that those people might have been lying to me to put me off using a big face, to hold me back. They don't want my face so big. They're scared of my new ideas. Yeah, they said it was a rookie mistake. But okay, it seems reasonable because it is something I do. But I'll go medium size then. Go medium size. Best of all worlds. That's about right, isn't it? You know, you need to see me in it. I'm part of the broadcast. But ultimately, I don't want to block off some big part of the game. I don't know where things will be. I might be in the way. I can always flip myself over the other side. Like that. But now you can see my back, so it's no good that, is it? I'll have to do it digitally. But yeah, let's get into this then. The Forest Quartet. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. I have warned, trigger warning, I'm going to make a little smoky cigarette before we get completely started. I have warned you though, there might be moments in this game where I feel emotional. And if I do, I've decided, I'm just going to let it all go. I'm not going to hold back. I'm just going to cry and cry and cry. And cry and cry and cry. And cry me a river. I will, if I feel like it. It's good, it's human. It's okay to have feelings. That's what, you know, we do and are. So I'm certainly not going to pretend that I don't and be like hold back on stream. I'll just be me. Genshin nearly made me cry the other day and I did just sort of like choke it back a little bit, but I managed to maintain because it was, you know, but this. The music's brilliant, isn't it? Do you know what, all this time I've been talking, that music's just been chilling along. I really like it. Like, something else I'm going to be doing as we play is I'm going to be giving you my artistic evaluations. I'm biased, of course. You know, I'm biased. I'm really looking forward to this. And I'm going to be giving it a very generous viewing, aren't I? But at the same time, check this out. That music's really setting a vibe. Mads specifically recorded the entire score. You know, it wasn't just like found some music, stuck it in. This has been scored. That music's great, and you can see that we're in the forest, but we've also got that lamppost bang in the middle, emblem of light, and you see how the words "the Forest Quartet" are so illuminated themselves. There's a great feeling of light here, isn't there? And it's quite simple graphically. You know, we're not looking at photorealism, but I think that really helps. This layering of the darker and then the less saturated as it falls back. And quite often games can be really colourful and bright and saturated. And this is really creating a vibe, and it's creating that feeling of light being cast in the darkness. Do you know what's amazing as well? What's already making me feel emotional already is when you watch the film that I've made. I don't pay for a lot of shit. But I bought an effect called particles, and the little particles you can see that are just dancing around on this screen, the little particles you can see, are they little glowflies? What are they? I bought an effect and I put it through the draft of the. It's in the draft of the film when you watch it. The scenes in the forests and stuff. You just got some little particles just dotted around in the final, you know, draft of it. In the interview with Mads when he's in the forest, I put some of those in. Great minds think alike. Look at that, little tiny beautiful particles dancing around. I talked throughout the entire track there. I don't think many people do. I think they already pressed new game by now, but okay, new game. At least it's not in Chinese.
Hej, kære lytter.
Dear listener.
Her til aften bringer jeg en særlig og sørgelig meddelelse.
Tonight I bring sorrowful news.
Bandet The Forest Quartet har mistet deres sangerinde og saxofonist Nina.
The band The Forest Quartet.
Det er nu en uge siden hun gik bort efter en lang kamp mod en sjælden sygdom. The Forest Quartet er et meget mystisk jazzband, som efter sigende bor dybt inde i det mørkeste af en uberørt skov. De har tidligere fortalt mig, at en vigtig inspirationskilde ligger gemt derinde, hvor træerne står allertættest. Bandet har valgt at afholde en afskedskoncert for Nina, og dermed give hendes fans en mulighed for at sige farvel. Koncerten finder sted om 3 dage på bandets egen, helt unikke skovscene.
Very elegant.
Personligt gør det mig meget ondt, at Nina ikke længere er her til at fylde vores hjerter med hendes smukke stemme. Mine bønner går ud til de resterende bandmedlemmer. Jeg håber, I ser en vej ud af mørket og stadig kan finde jeres egen fantastiske musikalske gnist.
Okay, I know you want me to move around, but I'm going to stop and talk for a minute. How elegant was that? How lovely and elegant was that intro sequence? The disembodied voice, I selected English, it gave me subtitles. I didn't want to talk through it, because remember Mad saying you play a piece of music and they talk through it. But the music of the language, you all right, Marlo? You want to go out there? Music of the language, deliberately, you know, we're talking about I chose English, but it spoke to me in Danish, so that was a choice. You know, it wasn't like, like when I did Chinese by mistake, it spoke to me in Chinese, for Christ's sake, so that was deliberate. I really enjoyed the the movement, like something close to the camera moved across, like the cinematography of it all. Something so close to the camera moved across, and as it moved away, you revealed the stage. I thought that was really nice. I sat in front of that little face at the window a little bit. Sorry, me on screen, but the whole framing of it, the light in the window, the darkness, this whole theme already, and exploding into life. The game presents us with, obviously, I'm a disembodied spirit here, but it's this concept of light, isn't it? A concept of light. Light representing hope, I guess, like instinctively that's how I feel. There's a lot of darkness surrounding the frame. Just like I said on that first frame, the lamppost providing that illumination that was so... And elegant is the right word for this. I know about light because I work in... I'm lit, look, and I'm doing it badly. Just little cheap lights I've got here. And they just light me up for the screen. But if you're painting in light, which is what you're doing in cinematography, you think about these things, and there's a softness to this light that as it's moving away from the character, like in the edges, we're getting this sort of purpley moonlight, this blue light, and as we get closer to the character, we're talking more warmth, and it's soft and it's subtle, but it really stands out. I think that's brilliant. We've only done 3 steps and scenes, and I told you I was going to be biased and really into this, but the feel of this game, the feel of whatever, I don't want to call it a game necessarily, I don't think, but it is, isn't it? It's a game. Like, games are a funny word as well. We talked about this on stream the other day about how Nintendo were... Steve was talking to me about it, wasn't he? Saying that he felt Nintendo were to blame for the infantilization, using big words. People think games are for children because a lot of companies aim them and present them as childish things, but we're having an interactive experience now. The dog again, sorry. Excuse me. Come on, come in here with Daddy. You good boy, you. You in with your daddy. Oosh. I could be watching a film, I could be listening to an album. I'm doing sort of everything all at once here. The music is part of this. You're a good boy with your daddy. Come on. The music's big part of this, creating this feel, this vibe. A lot of times as well, a great example here is when I did the Stugan film, someone said to me, oh, we could use 8-bit graphics for the images and all the tag words, and we could use video game music, like 8-bit video game music. And I said, no, absolutely not. I want beautifully hand-drawn words, if I can, because these are artists doing hand-drawn media, like, indie games. I want classical music if I can, because that's the highest artistic form of music that we get. And this is jazz, again, very clever, interesting music that I'm hearing. I'm talking about quality. And you can reduce something's perceived quality by just sticking a load of 8-bit graphics on it, like for all the words. Oh, that's computer games. That's the first thought you have. Still in the 80s, are you? Like, let's have the 8-bit graphics. Let's have the 8-bit music, and it just pulls the quality down a little bit. In some, I don't know, video games that are pixel art and for that reason, for a retro feel, great, enjoy it. But when we're talking about like a cinematic thing, like now what I'm hearing here is a cinematic orchestral. It's not an orchestra, but we're talking about a level of quality of sound recording. And what happens when something is of such quality? And I know, because I've spoken to Mads, bear in mind, that he understands. Like, I know, again, the poetry of his soul. I know that he would not. Like, he mentioned it. Actually, I watched a little interview that he did, a little piece that he said he. On the launch of the game, there's a little reel that is running at the top of Steam, and he was on it saying that he was recording this and he wanted it to be just right. I know he's got high standards, is what I'm saying, and that you don't perceive quality, like you don't hear it and go, oh, that's hit the bar. But what happens is it disappears when it's so good. When something is of a certain quality, you stop seeing it and it becomes a feel and what it is. If that makes sense. I'm not, if you think hard, you can say, oh well, actually the music was really well recorded and had lovely atmosphere, a lot of space in the music. There's a lot of space in the music, and it very well echoes the way. And the music's just, you know, stopped here for a minute, but it will pick up again, I'm sure, and I have to drive it along by playing the game at some point. But the music has these atmospheric spaces, but also some light, some high tone, some pure tone in there to, you know, to illuminate your way through these, like the piano, the lazy piano in that last track, to illuminate these spaces. So there's a lot of combined things happening here: art style, sound design. More than that, in the art style is the decisions, you know, the way that the desaturation has been used, the way the light has been used. So I think, like, you know, already I'm very, very impressed. I don't want to make it clear, you know, I fucking love Mario and 8-bit games and stuff, and Stardew Valley is great. You make a really good 8-bit game, you play me a really good chiptune, I'm going to think it's brill. But there's something of a special quality here. So I'm going to move around. I am playing on controller today, that's fine. Let's go. I know how to do that. Of course, you know what I'm like. I'm going the other way straight away. Definitely not going down there then, fine. But as a player, I like to try and break the game and mess about and do all stuff. As a navigator through this piece, I don't want to do that today. I don't want to mess about and, you know, go, oh, what's this behind this tree? And, oh, I've found a squirrel, and, you know, messing about. I kind of feel to be guided by the game and just to do it as it intends, so I will do such. Cheeky! You didn't need to say A there for me. I could see that. I saw that as I was approaching it. I was going to say, can I light that up? I bet I bloody can. Lovely. Stamped right. Again, see how when we move, the light comes with us? It's subtle, but it's big. And you see how now we've lit that? Those little midges, are they? Little flies that are attracted to the light, little moths. Like, we've created something illuminated within the environment. Chung, it happened. Like, already I feel very confident about that as a motif in this game. That was a very solid, you know, this whole bit, this whole intro to the game, the first 3-4 scenes, my first moment of gameplay, very solid. 10 out of 10. Like, as a game developer, you've got, like, let's say you're a really good artist, let's say you're a really wonderful, thoughtful artist, and you've produced this, making it feel nice when I press the A button, giving it a nice clear signal and very straightforward. I feel confident now that I'm in safe hands in a way, that this is like almost like, I want to use a national stereotype, which is wrong, of course, to be using national stereotypes, but like, you know, German engineering or something, feeling when you close the car door and it makes a nice solid clunk, and you think, right, yeah, good, solid. Like, there was something, I guess it's the sound design as well, wasn't it? When I pressed the button, there was a chung. Like, I guess it's the sound design as well as the illumination. And when you're one person making a game, there's so many hats to wear, so many jobs to do. And sometimes I can feel myself like a dilettante, like I'm entering in some world and I don't really know the ins and outs, and I'm not really an expert, but I've got to do a bit of this job, so let's bloody well do it. That's how I feel when I'm doing the behind the scenes production work of contacting people, emailing, setting up a sponsor. I actually, for the film I made, I created a website and I tried to get a sponsor on board. Never managed to achieve that. Had we done so, I'd have had money in the bank to do X, Y, Z, pay an editor to polish the final thing. Never managed to get in touch with a producer in terms of we're a broadcaster. Never managed to get in touch with someone who said we've got an offer for the film, like, or anything, you know, those sort of bits, like wearing all the different hats. Feel like confident in my music selection, confident in my shot selection, confident in my narrative drive and storyline and the things I'm trying to say, and also try to create it into a feeling of, well, I watched a whole film there and it made sense. What confident that I was trying to take people on this journey to Sweden to meet these people, and to at the end they would say, game developers are more like artists than I realised. They're real artists, aren't they? I might go and have a look at some of these games. That was interesting. Here I get that feeling of confidence of someone who's wearing these many hats, but is not, unlike me, saying I'm a bit of a dilettante in some of these areas. Here, the areas that we're engaging with here, a bit like when you start, if someone to like go back to music as an analogy, yeah, if I play my album, I've done like 10 different tracks on that album, and maybe this one's like this and this one's like that, and I want you to hear the first 3 tracks to really get into it. Like here we've had like 2 really solid, like it's a really good verse and a really solid like bridge here, isn't it? Like it's like the first track is good, solid. I like that. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. I know it took a long time to produce, but like, I'm really impressed. It feels like I'm floating as well. It feels very, like, I know that the spirit is floating, but I feel very much smooth floating as I'm doing this. Okay, this looks like a problem, doesn't it? Left trigger. Alright. I'm pretty powerful. And it's vibrating in my hands and it feels quite, cohesive. That all makes sense to me. So I've got like a special power, which is like the essence of music or something. Like there's a held tone, and I seem to lose myself in it in a way. Like my energy is released, and I've got like this is so interesting. That's a click, like a finger snap, the A button, and this, it's somewhere between a vocal tone and a string or a woodwind. I feel like Mads has combined 2 or 3 sounds, like in a very subtle mix there for those things. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it's a synthesizer that's been tweaked to create this, but it feels almost like I'm hearing a breathy note. So my powers are music. I'm not jumping and I'm not shooting. I'm emoting, expressing. It's really cool, isn't it? It's really cool. Like you can see her little hands click when I click. I think it's really cool. I'm guessing this is like a hub area where I can choose the level that I want to do, whether it be the upright double bass, the piano, or the drums. I suppose I'll go with the first. And I'm guessing, I love game design, right? I love game design. I love so much about it. I'm guessing that the 2 steps here is my first one because it's smaller, it's right immediate. And then once I've done that, look, this one's only got a smaller level of steps. This has got quite a lot of steps. So this feels more imposing to climb up there and play the piano. The drums draw you towards it. They've got the Forest Quartet written on them. They draw you towards it in a way. They're more fun, like drums, bang, bang, crash. For me, maybe piano a little more imposing up there on the bigger plinth. So I feel like this is like level 1, level 2, level 3, but it could be that I go in clockwise order. Instinctively, I might go in clockwise order, but I feel drawn towards that drum kit on the lower rung of the ladder than these. So that's clever game design, I think. I'll go with this first. I think this is first. And I'm guessing if I press click my button, or maybe resonate it. No. Am I doing something wrong now? Oh no. Maybe I've got to go somewhere else. I'm sort of flying around now. Oh, there we go. It's that one. A. He didn't want me doing this one then. It was the first one up the big stairs. I got that wrong. Or maybe the game got it wrong. No, I won't say things like that. It is clearly, an option here, and I got to choose it, and I went and chose it. So, and it is clearly like laid out right there. Main path, isn't it? So, might just be me. At the very start of the game, I wanted to go backwards. I do that on every single game I do. Is it says go this way, you know, welcome to the game, go this way, and I go, right then, fine, I'm going this way, let's see if there's anything secret about back here. I do that in every game, so I'm really enjoying this environment still, as well, just cruising around. Right, let's play the imposing piano then. The upright bass, for me, looks like something you can get your arms around and give it a hug, so... Oh, hello. They don't look very nice, do they? I'm not having to go on them, staying away from them. Maybe I can use my skill. Oh, I might stay away from them. This looks all like the feel and the vibe has definitely gone downhill. Like, it's very dark, isn't it? Very imposing, and I mean, we're talking about depression, aren't we? We're talking about grief, and like, it's very dark, and everything seems to be coated with a... There's a sound quality as well, like a slimy, crunchy... You know, there's definitely a lot of signals here, isn't there? It's like dying, grey, ashen, haunting. Haunting's the wrong word, I suppose, but yeah, definitely not happy with any of that. B, I've got another skill. Okay, I've got this now. What am I doing with it? It's mine, I'll tell you that. Going in there. I think it wants to go in there, doesn't it? Maybe not. Oh, hang on, mate. I'm doing my skill. Something happened then. Quite like doing this. It's got a nice feel. I'll tell you what's nice about it is it's got a nice feel, and the note is changing each time subtly. It's like fun to play with. Hang on. Like, it's kind of intuitive, but it's not any... I don't know what the... I'll try not to swear all the way through this playthrough. I don't know what's going on, do I? So, like, it's kind of intuitive that I did that. And I'm not the smartest gamer in the world sometimes. Like, I can get confused sometimes, but it didn't require any verbal explanation. It just... I messed about with things. It gave me a couple of cues. It said, like, B and LR, but overall it was very intuitive. So now I've done that. There's a cube over here that's locked in this sludge, but it doesn't want me to go over there. You can tell because it's like drawing me through the camera over here. So now I can do this. Again, the sound design's lovely, isn't it?
Can you quickly introduce yourself? What's your name? Where you're from? What's your instrument? Sebastian.
I play drums.
He's the best jazz drummer in Denmark.
Thank you, Kirk. I wish you could say you were the best jazz pianist in America, but...
it's a big country.
It's a hell of a big country.
But the best pianist in Colorado, right?
Probably.
So you're American and a pianist?
Yeah. Some say the best in Colorado.
It feels to me almost like that's a record going round. In some way. Like, it's subtle, isn't it? But and it was really nice to have those human voices just There's so much to unpack in such a short space of time as well. The power of the light, like, it was very powerful, wasn't it, when it exploded and transformed the area. That's definitely got rid of all the dark horribleness, the badness. No, I can't go back. Oh, I can I? No. Can I? Or am I just tripping? No, I think that's closed off to me now. Because again, like, I should stop doing that. I should go with the game, but I always want to go backwards in games. And again, what now? Oh. Okay, so I know what happened last time is I had this floating above me. I went and found its thing and I put it on it and it activated the thing. I'm off to find another thing. I'm not going up there, obviously, because badness. I go up. Do I want my cube, or have I lost that now? I lost that now, haven't I? I go up. I fly. Oh. Do I have to stand on it? I want. It's like a trick shot. I want to stand on it. There we go. I want to illuminate this along the path. I love the sound design. I love the subtlety, but the depth to it. The fact that these things... we talked the other day on the Thus podcast that we do with Steve, our forensic psychologist. We talked about gambling and addiction and stuff, and one of the things we talked about was psychological conditioning and, like, positives and negatives, the way that music cues are used to reinforce, and it's subtle because you don't really pay attention. It's happening. Like, I think it's a really lovely way of using it here. What I'm noticing as well in the sound design as well is that I'm getting a little bit of this a bit like a synthesizer using a pitch adjust, and it reminds me of some of Mad's music. In the film I made, I used some of Mad's music. I bought his thing off SoundCloud while we were at... He made an albums or two like I used to, and they're on SoundCloud, not SoundCloud, Bandcamp. And when we were at Stugan, I bought them off Bandcamp. I think I had a conversation with him. I said I'd like to use them in the film if that's all right. Obviously, when we get to the point of producing it, we will pay you for your license. And we never got to the point of producing it and paying for licenses. But there are some of his tracks in the draft edit that I hope he's okay with, to be honest, because they are there. But I could remove them if he wants me to remove them. But I think they're beautiful. Like, and they mean something as part of the process that we went on, so I want them in there. And hopefully we would have been able to pay, like, if we could finish the film and get it out there, like, this is out there, then I could say, right, I want to pay for music licenses, please. That's why I want sponsorship and publishing deal to pay for that and give the money to Mads for his music. Anyway, I think his sound design is really on point, and I think it's one of the... like, it's hard to take one thing and say that stands above the others, because I really love the visual design as well here, like, and the controls feel so silky. Like, it's all a triumph, but that sound design is just magnificent as well. Like you bear in mind what I'm looking at here is somebody's first attempt at making a game. Like, maybe not their first attempt, so to speak. You know, maybe they coded a little, you know, run and shooter or whatever. But this is their first game. And it's not like EA Sports or, you know, Bethesda or someone. This is one person working hard to create something, and it's smooth, silky, everything's seamless. It's impressive. I'm not even able to really... I think because I'm biased, I thought I'd be more in the feels about this, and I can see the you know, it's obvious to see the visual quality here, isn't it? What, like, the dark, the cloying, covering, blanketing, depressive darkness. It's easy to understand that as a visual cue, but I thought I'd be feeling more emotionally attached, and I think the reason I'm able to, like, I'm almost viewing this from a technical standpoint at this moment in time, like the combination, like knowing what it takes to record and produce music and sound design, and like code and create, and I just think I'm blown away at this juncture. Like, we're not going to get it done in one stream, obviously. Oh, we look. Not if I keep stopping like this, but we've got 2 or 3 days to play this and talk about it if we want. It's not supposed to last hours and hours and hours and hours. I'm making it last hours and hours and hours. I will push on, but I just have to, say how jaw-droppingly amazed I am. I like the occlusion. The fact, is occlusion the right word? The fact that we can't see the character when things are in front of frame like that. I like that. It's cinematic. It's quite clever. I'm able to fly as well now, aren't I? So maybe I can go up and over some of this. I'm definitely not going up there. It doesn't want me up there. I like the way it's almost like an unfolding storybook, and if I try and go off piste and off course, it's kind of like, no, but not heavy. It's not like, no, you're fucking not. It's just like, no, go on, back, that way. And it reminds me, in a lot of ways, of like a child's fairy tale. Like when I was a kid watching films, fairy tale films, the way we've got this, feels like a fog of war in some games, where you can't see, you unveil things as you move through. The fog is lifted. It feels like very much like there's like a fog at play, and the rest of everything is out there. I just can't see it. That's all. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fill every void with detail, because there's enough here to make you feel like you're like. This is going to sound really weird, okay? But when I was a kid, I used to get weed down in tea. Now that sounds... I used to put some cannabis in some tea. When I was a kid, when I was about 13 or 14, no, a bit older. No, about 13 or 14, I think. Anyway, like, me and my sister and her mates and whatever, we put some, like, cannabis in some tea and drank it, and it made us high. Anyway, I'm not promoting that on stream. The point is that I remember, like, one of my first experiences of that, and we're all in this upstairs bedroom, like, listening to music, like chilling out. I was in a big chair, and I said, it's like we're in the Giant Peach, like James and the Giant Peach. I always imagined when I was a kid, it goes floating on this ocean, and they live inside the Giant Peach, and it's like that's the whole world inside that one room, and out there is everything: stars, ocean, the whole universe. But you can't really, you can't jump out the peach. You're going to stay on the peach, aren't you? You're in your little. And I was like, it's almost as if this one cozy room that we're in, with the mood lighting and the music, it's almost as like this is the only thing that exists for me at this one moment. And if I open the door, there'd just be stars. It's like we're in the peach, we're in the Giant Peach. We are in existence in our small circles, and everything else out there, it's there. You've got a sense that it's there. I don't have to open the window to see the street outside. I've got a sense that it's there, but it's not really there. I mean, it's out there. It's not here, is it? I'm in my little, and the way that me as a human, my radius of existence. This is big. This is big. I'm glad we're talking about this. My radius of existence. It only extends as far as I can see, in a way, doesn't it? You can see to the moon. You can see very, very far. You can see stars. They're very far away. Very far away. You can see quite far. But if you're, if that's away and somewhere else, it's what's immediate to you. If you're in a room right now, which you probably are when you're listening to this, it's everything in the room exists to you. Out that door, you can't see it, you can't hear it. It's almost out of existence. It's away somewhere else. It reminds me of a very special piece. Now I'm going to go. Piece of writing, words. I don't know who wrote it. My mom wanted me to read it at my nan's funeral, so I read a piece that I'd written about my nan's life at my nan's funeral. A piece of gratitude. I read that. Held it together for my family, this happened to me recently. In between, while Mads has made this game, I had to care for my nan as she became old and infirm. During COVID, I was her live-in carer, and then she died. She had to go to hospital for pneumonia, and she caught COVID in hospital, and she died. And it was horrible because we couldn't go and visit her in hospital. I'm digging over my things now. Hang on, wait. The point is that what was my point? Shit. Your whole world is everything you can see. You're in the other room, right? Yeah. There was a thing that I had to read at the funeral as well, that my mom wanted to read, which is that... See, I was able to read it at the funeral. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say it now with you in my, unleashing of my real emotion, but You're not dead. I'm not dead. I'm just in another room. You know, I'm just waiting for you. I'm not dead. I think it's something along those lines. I should be able to remember it, shouldn't I? Do I want to do it now? Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I can get my mouse, I can do it now. I can do it now. You won't see it on screen, but I'll get it on another window. It's happening on screen because I'm typing. It's obviously using the... So this wasn't the exact script of it because Henry Scott Holland wrote this in 1847, a priest at St. Paul's Cathedral. So I read a more modernised version. In fact, I changed some of the words on the fly to be more modern because I just wanted to speak to my mom and my family. I told you this is going to happen. I'm going to get through it and we're going to do it. This is important. But this is going to be heavy, so I'm going to just... fuck, I'm going to have to try and do it. Death is nothing at all. It doesn't count. I've only slipped away into the next room. Nothing happened. Everything remains exactly as it was. I'm me and you're you. The old life that we lived together so fondly, together is untouched, unchanged. Whatever we were to each other, we are still. Call me by my old familiar name. Speak of me in the easy way you always used. Put no difference in your tone. Wear no forced air of solemnity or sorrow. Laugh as we always laughed at the little jokes that we enjoyed. Play, smile, smirk, and think of me. See, I'm not doing it now. Play, smile, think of me, pray for me. Let my name be ever the household word that it always was. Let it be spoken without an effort, without the ghosts of a shadow upon it. Life means all it ever meant. It's the same as it ever was. There's absolute and unbroken continuity. What is this death but a negligible accident? I don't remember that line, to be honest. Why should I be out of your mind just because I'm out of sight? I am just waiting for you. An interval. Somewhere very near. Somewhere very near. Just around the corner. I told you I was going to cry. I didn't tell you I was going to read something I read at my nan's funeral to remind me of everything, but... And of course, I'm feeling for Mads, because the thing that I was able to do on that day was... Well, I couldn't imagine what it'd be like to go to your own mother's funeral. I'm going to have to on some day, aren't I? I will have to, but... the thing I had to do on that day was be strong for my family, for my mother, and like to produce this, through that, to go through something like that and then produce this is such a like warrior mentality, you know, champion, absolute champion. Mads has involved his family in the production of this game. They've been involved in the music, the sound. I'm keeping us here in this dark moment, actually. I should move through. But Mads has involved his family in the creation of this game. You know, it's been a group project. What a champion. What a warrior. Well done, Mads. I told you I'd cry. I told you I would. I'm back in the zone. We're okay. This is the old house. I recognise it from the intro, so it's interesting to see immediately. I know. It says press A to continue. I know. I know I'm to press A to continue. I don't want to yet. I want to just take it in. I mean, I get it. Kind of don't want to go away from there, do you? You kind of want to, change this circumstance. It's so interesting to me now, actually, that this has been made from the perspective of this spirit. I mean, that's an incredible leap, isn't it? That's an incredible thing to do. I mean, I feel really emotionally involved. I keep talking about the film. It's the reason I met Matt. It's the reason I'm so into this, isn't it? It's the reason that I'm tied to this. Sitting in a room in the dark for 6 hours a day for 6 months became mentally and physically like to not see something succeed that you work so hard on. That was difficult. But I've got to keep myself together. The worst thing was that my sort of really good friend, like one of my best friends, through that became not very much of a good friend, and I stopped seeing them as a good friend. Felt that they let me down, to be honest. Felt that I had a vision for something and that they should have supported me, and instead they tried to do other things, push it in different directions, and like in the end I just wanted to like get it signed off and sealed, delivered, and we can move on and do something different with other ideas. I didn't want lots of ideas. I wanted to just support, but in the end I managed to get that film out and it's on the YouTube and I can do something with it. I had to work so hard at it through difficult times. I know that feeling, and I know that the people that I was so lucky to have met through the process of making the film described that. I put it in the film. Talked about crunch, talked about mental health. To grieve, I suppose. To grieve, to create is to grieve is to create. I know that, I know it. I write guitar songs that I can't play to anyone because they make me cry, because they're the things that hurt so much. So I put them in. Do you know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. It's okay for those things to. I said at the very start, I'm going to cry today. It's okay. Like, people die, you feel sad. You're supposed to. You're supposed to grieve and move through the feelings. Like, that's human. Like, if you don't do that, then you're missing out. Like, we talked when I was a kid about bottling things up and letting them out and all this stuff. Because I had issues when I was younger, because my parents divorced and my granddad died and this and that. And everyone has these things. You have these things. We all have these things. So the process of grief is, you go through it. Some people do different things. An artist will create, I'm sure. I'm playing that creation, and it's. It reminds me of Asmongold as well. Recently, Asmongold lost his mother. I hope Asmongold sees this playthrough. I hope he has something to. I mean, how can I wish that Asmongold would hear me saying this? But Asmongold recently lost his mother, and I felt that he was such a powerful role model. Like, his strength, his character, his ability to work through and deal with and move forward. Like, I was so in awe and admiration of. And that's one thing, and you don't see everything in his life, and I don't really know him and any of this, but with Mads, like, I met the lad, I sat in the room with him, we talked about these things, we made a human connection, I felt an admiration and a kinship. And to imagine now, like, for 5 years, I spent 6 months in that room with that film, maybe up to a year, pushing it hard, trying to make it something, feeling the negative build-up of like Sisyphus trying to push a rock up a hill, like, you know, feeling it become too much. To imagine that I'd be creating something like this labour of love, not to use a cliche, but this labour of love, and it to be like the focal character to be the person I love so much that was absent in the next room, to be seeing them on the screen, to be doing it through their eyes. Like, in some way it's removal from my, you know, it's not Mads' story, this, is it? But it is. But it's like third person, like, but I don't know, there's something so like, sometimes you don't judge art because of the creator, do you? Sometimes you say, well, it's just a piece of music, I don't have to care if R. Kelly likes children. Excuse me. But in other ways, people really do resonate and think about the emotional content that is put into these pieces. You know, why do people love Vincent and his Starry Night? It's not just because of the swirls and the colours, is it? So, I think this is one of those things where, like, if you were to pick this game up on Steam on sale and think, this is interesting, a puzzle game, you know, you're going to notice these motifs. It's out and out at the start. You know, she's died and getting the band back together. It's a straightforward concept that you can understand, but to understand the humanity behind it and the process that must have gone on, I've got no idea about the hard nights and the desire and the drive to complete, to put this through, you know, to make it exist. I've only got a small insight, you know. I wanted to make a film about these people making computer games. I've only got a small insight. I've been through some of the process. I've only got a small insight. Again, well done, Mads. Like, there are awards for video games, aren't there? But there are no awards for what I'm describing. And, you know, I never met his mother, so I can't speak for her in any way, but I'm proud of him for what he's done here. I'm proud of this. I didn't play a part in it, a hand in it. I just experienced the aura of being in the space while the man was working on his passion project, talking to him, understanding, seeing into the heart of it. I'm proud of this. I think I think he should be incredibly proud, and I think everyone involved. I think Tommy and Yana as well, like, for helping him. Gotta pull my shit together again. I told you I was going to feel emotional. I think they should all feel so proud of themselves. Yeah. Again, if I stay here, I will feel this, and it will build and build, and I will find no escape from it. But this is a process. It's not a moment. It's not a painting. It's not a still frame. So let's move forward. I want you all to know as well, just a quick note, that I play Genshin Impact quite regularly, and there's big things that go on in Genshin Impact today and yesterday. You know, it's new expansion. I haven't played it yet. It's new card game, tradable card game. I haven't played it yet. So looking forward to this, and knowing how emotionally invested I am in it. I didn't want to. I wanted to do this, so I've been off stream for the last week or so. I haven't like built up to this. I accepted my own strength to know that it was going to be important to me to do. So I'm glad we're doing it. Okay, so now I'm here in my first puzzle area, and it's the first time I'm actually encountering a proper puzzle, because I can see there's a mechanism, but I don't really. I know that one's. This is the thing that I. All right, yeah. sort of singing to me while I move. I think it likes it over here more. I don't... Again, instinctive. Just did what I felt, you know, came natural there. So I popped that on there. Do I need something else to play with it now? Like, you know, it's like a two-piece combo thing, isn't it? I've got that on. But I need something else maybe, like more bits. It's a really interesting concept as well, to know that what we've got, like without the backstory, okay, what we've got is a floating character, a game, like, you know, I'm really emotionally attached and involved. I've been through those feelings. I'm okay. I'm out the other side, you know, I'm okay. But interesting to me here is that it's also got to be a playable game for the uninitiated to just enjoy. I do apologise for my continually having to blow my nose. After I've been crying a bit, I get a bit stuffy in the nose. Don't have any piggies coming out my nose while I'm streaming. The concept is all well and good. All those things that I bring to it, from feelings and knowledge and all that, forget that now. Right? It's still got to be a game. It's still got to be fun to play. Up to this point, it's been instinctive and engaging. I like the sound design more than anything. I love the sound design being... I know it. I'm aware of it. But I think if you weren't thinking about it and you were just unconsciously doing these things, it's so quality. It's such good quality. The combination of... Like, some games spend years trying to get their combat to feel crunchy. You know, me pressing this button and that feeling right is so well done. I think it's got enough to draw people along and pull them in, and they'd probably be moving through it at a quicker rate than I am. I wonder what it would feel like. It's impossible to ever know. If you're the artist producing it, you can never know what an uninitiated person would feel and think. You have to just watch other people, and you can't watch me playing it, Mads, and say this is what a normal person would think and feel. I'm not a normal person, and I'm not thinking and feeling normal things. To some extent I am, obviously, but I'm already biased. I said that at the start, but it must be so weird to watch somebody that's never played it before just play it. You know, just a kid play the game. Just an adult play the game. You know, it doesn't matter about age, does it really? I don't know why I define them then as age. Just somebody playing the game, and to not have these preloaded ideas and to just go through it. I will never know. Mads can never know, because when you create something, you know, you've got all those feelings going on. That's why you're creating. But somebody else, they're presented with it, like a lot like we talked about food earlier. You know, eat the dinner. Do you enjoy the taste? Yes or no? That's all. Like, there's no, you know, you're not going to learn all about the different ingredients and the this and the that. Can I go through that? I always want to go in places I'm not allowed. You know, you're not going to learn all this other extra stuff, are you? You're just going to be given the basics. Eat the dinner. Did you like it? So most players will have that as the basis. So is it these things I've got to do something with, maybe? Oh, here we go, yeah. I've got that going. I've got that going. Because it's like almost alien. Do you know what? In a way, I of course, I'm a 10 out of 10, love this game for the reasons you've already seen. But if you were to say, take away that emotional attachment and just give me these mechanics, like as a, you know, if you took away all the art style and just gave me these mechanics, I would, and the sound design stuff, I'd start to say, you know what, you could instinctively, because the abstract, that's the word, abstract, he mentioned it in his interview, didn't he? Music is an abstract thing. The abstract nature of this, you could almost set it anywhere, like on an alien planet, and it could work. And I think what's so wonderful about this is I missed it, I walked off and I came back and sorted it, but it doesn't require any explanation. It's not the best puzzle games, the best things transcend language. We nearly played it in Chinese. It wouldn't have mattered. Apart from the story aspect and the talking, this wouldn't have mattered in Chinese. Anyone can do this. It's not like it's universally, in a way it's slightly confusing to me, because like, what am I doing? I've not done these sort of things before. I've got no idea, but it almost like the puzzle is just how to work out the thing, and it doesn't require complexity of, you know, put this piece here, find that round here, and do it. It just, how does this work? Oh, I found out how it works. That's interesting. It's almost good. I'm sure it's going to get more complex, and I hope I don't get stuck, because that would be sad, because I am not always the best at certain puzzles, and I want this to work. I don't want it to be Scott gets stuck for an hour and can't work it out, because that has happened in some games that I've played before. But look, this is all working lovely now, isn't it? It's a very, as much as I said it was alien as well, it's a very organic. There's a feeling of, obviously we're in the forest, aren't we? But there's a feeling of an organic quality, and then there's these pieces which are, you know, we're looking at maybe metal or plastic, or like there's more of a shine to these totems that are spinning. There's a feel to me of some sort of, like, it reminds me of a parking pole or an urbanization like aspect, or like a lamppost in a way, like a small lamppost, and the twinkling and the sound and all that, we've turned them into sort of organic things that are spinning and feeding this inner section. You know, it's all quite beautiful, isn't it? Am I still not done? Oh, I might be done. There we go. My eyes.
Hello? No, I'm not sleeping.
Do I go back to the house now, maybe?
So, are you less depressed in the woods?
Okay. First of all, I've never been depressed. But if we were to pretend that I'd been depressed in the city, which I was not, well then compared to my level of depression in the woods, if we say that in the city I was like not depressed at all, maybe 0, okay, maybe 1 on a scale to 10, then in the woods I'm like -7. I'm not depressed at all. The opposite of depressed.
Okay, I'm lost. Okay, the important thing is that you are not depressed.
Very interesting. I don't know where these pieces of conversation have come from. I'm so intrigued now to re-interview Mads. The pieces of conversation appear to be part of like a live conversation that's been segmented, but almost like that was almost like therapy in a way, wasn't it? Like a live interview talking about these things, and it, like the whole concept. Like, I go to the woods virtually every day. I haven't been going quite recently because my wellies have got a hole in, so I'm waiting on some new wellies. But they're very muddy at the moment in the UK, and it's freezing cold. So this last week has not been a woods week, but I go to the woods virtually every day, go to the forest virtually every day. One of the things I was so compelled by and enamoured by when I went to visit the Stuken project was it was in the middle of these woodlands, the Swedish forests, and they have influenced and soothed so many artists over their years. Everyone that was there enjoyed going walking and, you know, spending time in the forests. It is very mentally soothing, and they made a really good point there. It's interesting. This is also the landscape of fear and being lost in an environment. You know, fear, the unknown, the cold, dark woods. But you illuminate it. You bring some life to it, and you feel some warmth. And it is also a place of great joy, isn't it? Solace, solitude. Solace and solitude, like positive and negatives in both of those things. I mean to say, there's obviously positive in solace, but solitude, like, can be seen as, oh, it's good to have some solitude to be on your own for a while to think, but also you can be lonely, can't you? And I really like the idea that it seems quite clear to me now that my role here is to alleviate that earthly suffering of those bereaved people by shining some light back into their world, almost as if someone has said, and you do say these things, you know, when someone dies, it's quite often said, what would they want for you? And it's such a strange thing when you think about it in this abstract way that we're talking now, like maybe less abstract, I don't know what the word is, but like when someone dies, people say, oh, you know, they would want the best for you, they wouldn't want you to feel sad, they wouldn't want you to go about in grief, and they would want you to enjoy your life, and you know, these sort of things. And you think, yeah, obviously they would, but most of all, like, I feel sad, so what they would want is hard for me to, like, you know, it's hard for me to live to make them happy when they're absent from my life now. Again, like, what an achievement this is, but seeing it from this ethereal spirit side, you know, seeing that want made real, her ability to soothe them from some unearthly plane, like it. Yeah, it's quite powerful. I'm so in a way, I'm so lucky and so grateful as well that I got that interview with Mads during the process. Like, I knew I was making a film about artists and their creations, but now playing this game at the other end of it like this, you know, knowing now what he's gone through and has put into this over the last 5 years, it's incredible, and it makes it, like, I can't heap praise on this enough, but how much strength of character and will it takes to get this far and to have done this. Like, you know, it's like climbing a mountain or something. Like, you're facing the things that make you the most. Like, I talked to him about what made him. I asked him the simplest question after we had that little off-screen chat: what makes you sad? Let's look at it for 5 years, and you know, let's use that as my medium. That's power, but it's powerful and it can destroy you. It's very. It takes a huge amount of courage to do this, and I don't know these people, but the people around Mads, his family, his girlfriend, or whoever, like, I'm sure they've had and seen more firsthand and have gone through the things with him. I hope they feel equally as proud of this. It's a triumph. So elegant again in its ability to invoke a feeling. The way these trees, now we're moving down through the screen like this, and these trees are coming up and into frame, and there's so many on all sides. I suddenly feel surrounded and confused in my direction. Like, the path is unclear. Each path, each direction leads to another dark tree. Here's my next puzzle. Like, that was lovely, that little, like, when you're making an indie game, you might not have the opportunity to do epic cutscenes or you know, 3,000 soldiers fighting against each other, creating an awesome moment of, like, it might have to be smaller, it might have to be more. They say the devil's in the detail, don't they? That's just a phrase, but here the charm and the art is in these small details, these little moments. It's very much, as well, this game is very, you know, the game Journey. I never really played Journey. We should play it on stream one day. So I can't really comment, but Journey was a great flag in the map for games being considered an art form. It was a very important game, Journey was. And there's a feel to me as this spirit character is moving through this landscape. There's like an echo of Journey in this, in a way, somewhere. And it feels to me, the things I'm enjoying the most is, and he's done a very good job on it, the way this character moves so smoothly, gliding through this environment, and the feel and the texture and the, not that the textures, but the texture of the environment, the sound design, these liminal spaces being quite a popular term these days for certain styles of photography of empty spaces, but they literally mean spaces where you're in transition between one place and another, and liminal spaces are often shot without physical people in them. They're just the spaces of transition. They could be corridors or... Anyway, these spaces of transition that I am using to transition my moments in this journey feel very much like and Journey's the name of a game, isn't it? So, you know, Journey, but feel very much like I'm on a journey. And it's the process of the movement. When I stopped and talked things through, I can stay and feel sad. But if I keep moving, like, there's something very deep but simple in that, isn't there? And that, to me, like, I know that a lot of work has been put into all these puzzles. I like hitting things with swords in games the most, if I'm honest. The thing I like the most in all the games I've ever played is when I get to hit something with a sword. I'm getting a very industrial ironwork, steelwork, pipes vibe going on now, all of a sudden, in the music design. But I was going to say, like, I like combat and action. Like, I tend to go for puzzlers less in terms of my choice of, like, you know, what kind of games you like, Scott? Action RPGs. Well, it's the movement between these spaces that I'm enjoying the most. The puzzles are interesting and important. They're driving the game along, they're important, and I will partake, of course. But as a player, as a person who enjoys... Like, sometimes I wonder with indie games whether someone else would just say, oh, look, hang on, this scene here where you're flying around these trees like this, I could do something with that. I could do a whole game out of that. Like, it'd be a very different game, and Mads would say, no, I don't want that game, I'm making this different game. But you could just say, hang on, like, okay, now you're finished, just do some of this. give me a game where I'm flying around. I really feel like it feels so... the controls feel so silky smooth, and the movement through the spaces feels so emotive. And the art design there and the construction of this is so well done that I could just... I could probably take this game with a no puzzles mode, where I just flew through the things and keep the puzzles simple for even people like me to understand, which is, I suppose, part of the balance of every game, isn't it? This is part of what's happening here. What is happening here? There's a sign there, and it wants these to be that, so these need to be that, and I've got 2 lits in a row, so that's definitely wrong for a start. Can I change these? What am I doing wrong or right? I want to change these. This thing is wrong. These like it when they go together, don't they? They usually like it when they go together. Oh, I've got to change this. I do have a bit of a fear. Oh, there's another piece, thank God. I do have a bit of a fear that... I'll just be outright and say what I think. I have a fear that I will get to a puzzle and I won't be able to figure it out, and that a game developer would watch it and say, oh, my game isn't very good because this player can't figure it out. Like, that's what they do in playtests. That's what they... You know, I've seen them. Oh... biting their nails. Are they enjoying it? Can they work it out? Have I fucked this up? Because I'm sure once you've made a puzzle and you've done it 20 times, then it's impossible to know if... Can they figure it out? I don't know. But... if it becomes difficult for me, it's me. It's not the game. Trust me, it's me. It's not the game. And I'll tell you something though. This is deliberately... obtuse, not obtuse, abstract. It's deliberately abstract. So part of the puzzle seems to be in figuring out how to work these things. Oh, hello, hello. How'd you like me now? Have I got that right or wrong though? It looks like it's black, yellow, and I've got yellow, black. I might be wrong, so let's just try it first before I switch them around, just in case. Yeah, look, it's still locked in there, isn't it? So it's still... Right, so I've got this, and that's going to go there now. And I've got this. And it's going to go here now. No, that'll work, won't it? Yes, yes, yes. That's mine. Oh. You gathered the two together, they like it, they're happy. Oh, hang on, I've got to take those to my main thing, haven't I? And they go to the main thing. Do I go back, or is it going to be further on, probably? Here we go. Or over here. Let's get it spun up. Pop one on there, maybe. What I like here is that I was about to say I don't really know what's going on, but I don't think you're supposed to, are you? I think there are a few rules that I'm supposed to have learned that I haven't quite got in my head. Like that thing there, I need that thing to go on top of this thing over here. I'm carrying everything now though. But that thing goes there. And then I can spin it up. And then one of these things will go on top here, yeah? Like that.
Even if I wanted to. I mean, I need time to rehearse. I'm so rusty and... Maybe I have enough time. What time is it?
Do you know what's really lovely there?
Can you point out the one thing that is the main inspiration? Is it the trees, or is it the birds, or is it the bees, or do you listen to your own carrots while they're growing and get inspiration from that? What's...
I'm too lazy to grow anything, but sometimes I do fantasize that there are these like generators out there in the forest, like generating health and inspiration for freaks like us.
He's the only freak.
Our favorite freak.
Oh putain, I thought that was the freak.
No, you are Louvre.
Yeah, je suis la lune.
Okay. It almost feels like that's a live conversation between the band. So now I understand these are generators and they're generating this energy, and it's my role to recharge them and allow that energy to flow back into the band. The music, the score, you know, the sound design here has picked up again tremendously. I'm keeping this cube. That's mine now. Also, I feel very strongly, like I said, that moment before, it's very difficult as an artist, like telling a story, to know which story beats you need to drop when and how hard you need to push. And maybe me personally, when I watch back my own content, I'm a bit more like, sometimes I say things that don't need to be said, they're obvious. I do a lot of talking. And here, at that house, a little minute before, it was like, well, maybe I can. I'm not sure if I do want to, but maybe I can. It didn't drive the story down your throat, but you got the gist. You understood. With just those few, I wasn't really sure, and we blasted off that thing off the door. Now maybe I can get the band back together. You know, it's about hope, isn't it? It's about moving through. Dark and difficult times. I've still got that cube. I probably don't need it. I'm probably just holding on to it. It was probably from the old puzzle. But I'm a hoarder, so I won't be letting that go in a hurry. That's mine for if I can keep that the rest of the game, I'll be a happy chap. There we go, through another door. All right, I'm gonna go. Am I gonna? Yeah, no, I'm not. I was gonna go back to the film for a second. I keep shouting out my film. Obviously, it's a big part of my life and my experience, and it's a big part of this for me. Not for everyone, but for me. So, but for you, you can watch it for free on the internet. It's on the Ganja Kid channel. Have a look at that. It's the draft version, so it's not 1080p, and it jerks and hurks a little bit because it was literally playing off the editing computer through a wire into the computer. Like, anyway, oh no, it wasn't. Was it? I streamed it off the Mac, which was even more difficult. But yeah, we were in this forest anyway while we were making this film, and while they were making this game, these people were making their games. Mads was making his game. It wasn't that he spent the whole time making his game in the forest, but I do wonder. I didn't ask him, and we never chose to go out at night. I'm wandering about. You probably don't go wandering about the forest at night, do you? It's probably a mistake, but I wonder how much of it influenced him. Certainly, the density. You see this density of all the foliage on the ground. Like when you're in a forest in most video games, there's nothing on the ground. There's just, you know, the space that you run in and maybe some little bits of grass and stuff. But here it's absolutely packed with little sprouts of trees and firs, and that is how the dense forest is. We went out with Sauce doing some video. We filmed his interview like a little deeper in the forest, and we thought we saw an elk or something, but it wasn't. It was someone on a bike. But during that, just literally just walking out a few hundred yards to get deeper into this forest was a bit of a chore. There was undergrowth up to about here. There was little bushes that had blueberries on them, so they weren't just like grasses. Like they were quite thick, quite sturdy little bushes. Yeah, the Swedish forest, the Swedish woodland, that Dalarna forest that we spent time in. I see the resonance of it. Like if you're a Stuganeer, if you're certainly as well, Jana and Tommy, who, you know, Jana who chose the like project lead in a way and chose a lot of the things, and Tommy described it as being a place where Swedish people would go for their holidays, like, you know, a summer vacation spot. But the forest is also very much one of the things I wanted to bring into the film that I never really managed to quite do, but I hope it's there as a motif, a subtle motif, is the idea of fairy tales, being in a fairy tale forest, a fairy godmother making your dreams come true. Some of that. It is in the film that I think of some characters as if they were these characters in a way, but it's not pointed at hard. But like the subtlety of the subtext there, like for me it was always very much a fairy tale forest, but for Mads, who was there producing this game, this was in his mind, getting to go and walk through that undergrowth. Oh, that's the question. I should be making notes, questions I want to ask Mads. Here's another one. I might edit this, so I might go back over it and edit it. So here's another question I want to ask Mads, is how much of the Swedish woodland is in this game? Or is it the Danish woodland? Had it always been in your heart and mind, and was the Swedish woodland just an echo of it? Right then, I know what I'm doing. I've got the gist of this. I'm sorting out these things. But Scotty Hottie never knows exactly how to do it. So I assume this isn't going to work. I assume that I'm going to need... Alright, okay, so this one works. So I need another one of those cogwheel things. I'm down a wheel. And I did see this here. I might need to get that out of there, dig that out. So I'm going to need to uncover this first. Which means I noticed there's a lamppost up here. Very nice game design. Just pull me along gently, and I'll follow you. So, oh, where's my... I had a cube just right for that. Oh, where's that gone? Lovely that... Again, it's so subtle, isn't it? But I know, because this thing was there before when I did the flying, I know I'm supposed to go up, and there's that thing. So am I supposed to fly up there and get it, huh? Am I messing this up somehow? Let me hit that. Oh no, wait, I'm supposed to make this thing go up. And I make that go up by setting that off. And I set that off by getting the cube. So I'm going back to get the cube. I really, really like this actually. The way that these puzzles are not, like I'm not doing rocket science. It's intuitive, but the fact that it's unexplained is a puzzle in itself. Therefore, satisfying to work out without having too much intellectual brain taxing. Very satisfying. I want to take away all that emotional level, just on a purely mechanical level. Have I got those 3 in there now? Yeah.
I don't know, JB. Is it really gonna be good? I mean, are we even good?
Doubt.
Maybe we are good.
Hope.
And that's something. You gotta give me some time to think about it, though.
It's nice to have this immediate, and I'm going to get a little play of this.
I imagine these generators as proper machines. Big, sci-fi-ish, cool-looking machines in the forest.
Wait. Machines out in the wood, or do you consider the tree to be a machine?
No, machines. But like I said, it's a fantasy. Yeah, maybe there are generators like this in the city too, but they don't work any longer.
So, do you all have a forest fantasy, an individual forest fantasy, like Kirk?
The morning mist. The smell in the air after rain. That's not a fantasy.
I like the immediate reward of puzzle solve, immediate game impact. Like I'm seeing that, you know, it flies back to the house, it does something, and then I'm getting this little... It's like opening... Coming up to Christmas, it's very much like opening little doors on an advent calendar and getting my little bit of chocolate. I'm doing my little thing, and it's a little puzzle piece in itself. The story, the narrative. The puzzles are not... Like, a puzzle game, you could give me an infinite number of jigsaw pieces and it's really complicated and I have to put them together. That's a puzzle, isn't it? But I'm puzzling together the narrative. I'm puzzling together the... I'm driving it forward. I'm like... You know, there's... Placing these little pieces together is subtle, but like... this is quite big actually. It's one of these big moments where this element of the puzzling is only one layer of it. And what's happening in my head, like subconsciously, is that I'm piecing together these bigger story arc pieces as I'm going on the story, and I'm like seeing different aspects of these people. Like, it's this character is doing the thing, but the other character in the house is going through they're parallel stories, aren't they, in a way. Again, this idea of like something so spiritual about this. Here we are in the clouds almost. Something so spiritual about this otherworldliness that you hope, I guess, talking of hope again, when you lose people that you love, you do see them in the world. Like, I'm going to just say this, and it's going to make... I don't care if it makes me sound a bit, like, you know, wild or whatever, but I can't tell you if there's an afterlife, can I? I can't tell you which God to believe in or how you should express your love and faith and whether you should even have it. Lots of people these days would tell you that you shouldn't because evolution and the Bible's a load of rubbish, and you know, obviously the Bible was written by people all those years ago for different reasons. That aside, if you lose someone dear to you in your life and you see the world, I don't want to use the word echo, but I don't think it is echo this time. Signal is probably a better word. The word signals their love to you. When we were walking in the hills with Mads to do one of the interviews we did for the film, he saw a piece of quartz on the ground, like a shiny crystal. Quartz is a crystal, it's a shiny white crystal. It's often found in the presence of gold. They've obviously mined those hills. They've mined them. There might be the gold there, but they've mined. There's a copper mine down the road where we were, so they know what's in the ground there. Let's not go digging for gold, but finding a piece of quartz in itself is a nice little thing, isn't it? Little shiny rock, like a little treasure. I used to do when I was a kid. I used to collect little shiny treasure rocks. Like my mum used to say, "Throw these rocks away." And I had a geode once that I found myself. Like it was this big. I cracked it, and inside it had all the shiny crystal. I used to love shit like that. So when Mads found this rock, I was like, "That's a bit of quartz. That means there's gold around." He kept that rock. He put it on his desk while he was, and he had some. Mads had some of this lichen that grows in the forest, particular to that area. He had some of that, like a little bit of the nature on his desk in front of him, like little things, little scrapbook items that you find along the way that remind you of the person you love, or that remind you that the person you love is just over your shoulder, just following along, just guiding you, just watching. And I'm going to say it, and I don't care if people disagree. Like, I think they are. Like, I think if they ever could, they would. We know through reason and sense that if you die, you don't come back from heaven and tell everyone that heaven exists. Like, that doesn't happen. Otherwise, we'd know, because they would, and it'd be the first thing anyone did. But the idea that if there is some energy, force, power, who knows what after you die, we can't answer that. But while you're going through the process of living, those that have gone before you and gone on ahead, I like to think of it as going on ahead. Like, I did this strange analogy once of, if you're going to a club with all your friends and things are going well and you're waiting in the queue because you're just about to go in, and one of your mates gets ushered in, maybe they get in the VIP line by mistake, like someone says, "Oh, do you want to come through to the VIP?" and they go, "Fucking yeah." Like, someone you love goes on ahead, and obviously we don't in our world go, "Yeah, I don't want to," but someone you love goes on ahead. They're in the club now, and do you think they're going to come out of the club to go and stand in the line with you and say, "It's good in the club, you're going to enjoy it when you get there, don't worry"? They're not going to be standing in the club thinking they're worried about me in that line. They're in the line like everyone else. Like, when you eventually get in the club, we'll meet up. Like, it's a strange analogy, but people who go on ahead, but I like to think they do. They sort of might send you a little message or a little guiding light or a sign, and I feel it in my life. I'm happy to say that I felt it. It might be nothing. Someone else, another friend of mine, described it as they said that they saw little white feathers and it reminded them of a dead loved one. And it reminded me that little white feathers usually come from a pigeon being killed by a fox. But anyway, if you see a little thing, for me, sometimes I saw magpies after my grandfather's death. He used to say "Hello, magpie" every time he saw one. And when I was going to these places that I felt like, sometimes I'd feel sad and I'd go and sit in the churchyard or something, and I would see a magpie and I'd be like, this is like uncanny. It's almost like, maybe it's what I need to see or feel when I need to see it or feel it, so I draw it from the world. But I will just say, I think maybe, yeah. And we're getting a bit deep, a bit off, but hey, that's okay. And tomorrow, ask me again in the cold light of day whether my dead loved ones are sending me messages from beyond the grave. Of course not. No, they're not. But again, in the strange light of twilight, when I come across something like a piece of quartz, at a moment in my life when I'm thinking deeply about these things, it almost feels right that it should be taken as a sign. Yeah, I forgot exactly how I got onto this. So I hope I wasn't trying to make a wider point that I've messed up now, because I forgot exactly how I got onto this, but hey. Let's have that on there, please. So now I feel like I've got to do this, but maybe it's me that does it. Like maybe I'm just enough. No, I'm not just enough, am I? I need to find a rotary piece. Definitely not removing it off one of these, although there's part of me that wants to... made a different noise then. Part of me wants to remove it from my previous projects. Like, I tend to go back and cannibalise things sometimes if I need it. Why not? It's definitely this way, isn't it? Shit, do you know what I've just realised? Hang on. I can't get... Do I quit to menu? I just realised all the way through this, I've had calm and relaxing music playing from a different set of video games. I'm such a chuffer. I had it on when we were doing the interview. I always do that. I feel hot now, like I've made a big mistake. Because I'm talking about the sound design all the way through and how brilliant it is, but it's just underneath it. It's had quiet, relaxing music from other video games, but hopefully it's not spoiled it or anything. Honestly now, I feel like I'm breaking a sweat, like I've done a fuck up that's a huge fuck up and can't be undone, because it can't be, can it? But there we go. I've turned it off now, but yeah. Whoops. Alright, I'm definitely wanting to go up there anyway. And the only reason I noticed it then is because it piped up, it like came up in the mix, and I was like, what is that strange music that doesn't fit here? And it's because it was somebody else's music. So quite a lot of it would have been too quiet to really notice, and you wouldn't have noticed, but... I wonder if I can go and get this cube back and take it over there. Or if this one lives here now. Yeah, I can have that. Okay, I'm not feeling like I've made such a huge fuck up, because it doesn't destroy everything. It's just, if Mads was watching, he'd have said, what's that strange music in the background? I don't recognise that. That was playing during the interview as well. And what it was just a selection of different game musics from quite relaxing game music that I like. Because I like quite relaxing game music. And in the future, we'll have to put this soundtrack in the quite relaxing game music box, won't we? There you go. Such a really, I'll tell you what as well, it's a really interesting and eclectic combination of instruments.
Hey, again, JB, it's me. Sorry for being such a mess and not picking up earlier. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's changed, but I'm starting to feel like we can pull this off, just like we planned it. I'm gonna go rehearse, and I'll see you there.
I noticed well, everything being a lot cleaner and tidier. Clear to me now which levels in what order. 3 hours into the broadcast, I'm going to push on. Obviously, I like to do 3-hour broadcasts around and about, and I know this is going to take a bit longer and it's going to be a bit of a bigger episode. I've got the choice to break it in two and to just call it a day here and then come back to this, but I instinctively feel like I want to keep pushing on, so I'm going to do what I feel like. Probably this is a big stream, and a big stream that will be uploaded to one of my channels, Ganji Kid, the main hub channel, but I'll probably edit this as well and try and make a, you know, a more concise edit for people to watch. I feel like an idiot though that I played that music in the background all the way through in the first level, and I hope I didn't like comment on the music as well. I probably did at some point, Hope it was right and well placed. Might have made me look like a bit of an idiot. You all make mistakes. I certainly do. I just always want to go back on myself in games. We're not supposed to go back on ourselves. Very windy and foreboding as well, this is. Something different now. I'm gonna light these on in a hang on, wait. Oh, hello. I got that. When I say I got that, obviously I know what I'm supposed to do, but if it's a question of, you'll laugh now, you'll love this. If it's a question of skill, then I might fuck it up a few times before I get it right. And that was the easy one to teach you, so. Here we go. Again, really satisfying, are they xylophone notes? Bringing this together. A nice satisfying game. Oh, I see. A nice satisfying game feel. It's a lot more haunting and cold without the background music on, and maybe I preferred it with the background music. Like, I put it on my streams to make me feel calm and relaxed, and I like it because it makes me feel calm and relaxed. This is making me feel a bit more like haunted, like a bit more cold, a bit more anxious. But I should do the game the full justice of playing it without any additional music, shouldn't I? I noticed there was a... up here. Can I get up there? Yes. So am I thinking vertically more? Yes. Like off into space. Where am I going? Whoa. I want to turn it off for the Mads is an animator. I'll just say that. It's lovely, isn't it? Like without... I mean, that was a moment there. That was a moment. I could have stayed there for longer. I followed my instruction. I should have stayed there while I talked it through, but Mads is an animator, and that was a special, like, it to be projected on the thing like that. It's those subtleties in moving through this environment that I'm enjoying the most, and that was really clever and powerful and interesting. A descent into some sort of more madness, some more darkness. Like, you don't... I'm just going to say it again, I just think Mads is brilliant, and you don't get things like that in games without depth and experience and character. And like, Mads brought something there to this creation that no other person, maybe some people with that experience may have thought of, but like, you can, having talked to him in that interview before we started, and him explain that he's an animator and that's like one of his passions, and he does, like, to see it in the game like that, it's just cool as fuck. flying around now, I am. Don't know where I'm going, just following my nose. There we go. These are like matches, so I'm going to illuminate them in some way. Here's a bulb. I'm going to get that. I'm having that on there. It reminds me of the floating light bulb that was at the end of the Stugan project. We all went to Stockholm, and all the people that made a game showed off their game. I showed it you in the film before we started, and in that place, that build. Oh, I fucked it up. It's me. In that building, there was on the reception desk. We filmed it. It's in the film. There's a floating light bulb. Just this reminds me of that. I'm sorry. What now? Do I do it backwards? Is backwards not right? Backwards should have been fine. Oh, I messed it up again. It's like I can see... Wait, which way should I go? I'll go this one. It's like I can see some of the influences, like something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not that. Or maybe Mads would say, yes, it totally is that. It's like I can see like things that happened in his life. I know that the big motif is, you know, his life. And I know there'll be things that I'm not seeing that will be... Wait, do I get another...
What about the rest of you? Do you all have anger issues?
Yeah, we have other issues.
I have anxiety sometimes.
Don't laugh. It's true.
It's okay. I said it in a funny way.
Yeah.
But Jean-Baptiste, does that mean that you're less anxious in the woods?
Yes, I quite often am. And there's that music score, you know, carrying over, which obviously carried over any background subtle music I had on going, so don't worry. We're all good. It's like I can see things, and I'm sure there's things I'm missing, but I see that as being a thing that we both saw during the process of the making of the game. Like, big moment in his life when he went to Stockholm and displayed his game, work in progress, to the industry at large. The finish of the Stugan project. That light bulb was there on the desk. I don't know if it's subtle enough, if it means something, or if I'm wrong. I'll show it in the film after we're done. But and I'm sure there's lots more like this in the game that I'm missing, that are more pertinent to Mads and the people that maybe recognise some of these other things. Maybe the lampposts themselves have some particular significance, but it's remarkable seeing it like that. Seeing this. Okay, I'm looking for a light bulb then. Jesus said, I am the way and the light. There it is. Oh, whoa, whoa! That chuffer's got it. Look at that chuffer! Look at that bad chuffer! Look at him go! Get off it, you! Right. I'm using my powers on you. There's another one. Oh! They like me now. They like that. They're following me, look. Come on then. Pop it on here. Go on. No? I mean, this is eerie. What a moment in a video game as well, to have these characters. What? Did I scare it? It's gone through there, I can fix that. Can't I? Don't have one of my powers. Didn't I fix one of them earlier in the game? with my powers. Or maybe I've got to go around or something. Oh, I touched that one and it went. If I touch them, they're running off, look. I don't want you running off. I just want the lamp. I don't want it in there. So... it's following me. I'm going to go over here because I've not been over here yet. I'm just going to go and see what's over here. Alright. No, I got no idea. Whoa. They don't like that, do they? They'd run off again. So is my guess that I've got to bring them over here, set that off, grab the lamp, chuff off. Come on then, you chuffers, come out of there. She's kind of creepy. Empty, dark, wet, spooky. There's more path this way, but I pretty much figure I've got to, you know, I can't go without fixing this up. Can I? Right, here they are, here they are. Come on then. Come on, you chuffers. You with the lamp, mainly. Come on. Right, I'm having that lamp. Get off it, it's mine. Got it. I mean, just that sequence. Wow. Here they come again, the chuffers. I mean, what do you think of that? Answers in the comments, please. Oh, I messed it up. I messed it up. Chuff off, you chuffers. They don't like it when they encounter the light. Got it. It's difficult for me sometimes because even then in that sequence, having been taught this, I still pressed the button wrong. I pressed the wrong button on one of the choices. I'm doing it now. It's just so natural and then satisfying.
I had a lot of therapists, but still, it didn't help. In the forest, I have just the trees, and even though they are quiet, they're the best psychologists you can imagine.
And they're cheap.
They're for free, actually.
So, story goes, Nina found this trio of mentally unstable jazz musicians and made you all move into the woods.
She lured us into the forest.
Is that the real story of their band? I mean, that is incredible as well, isn't it? Like, it's a subtle narrative, but people with, you know, difficulties finding solace in it. Oh my God. That's what my film's all about. You know, people with difficulties finding solace and creativity in the woods. I didn't realise it until now, and I didn't make the choice, did I? I didn't make the choice. Tommy and Yana made the choice to put it in the woods, but I didn't realise until now. I mentioned it earlier, I go walking in the woods all the time with my dogs. I'm a creative person who went to the woods and found solace. I didn't realise that. I suppose I am, aren't I? Where am I off to now? Is it up here? Yeah. No. I feel like I've done my little bit there, so I should be able to move on to my next zone area. And it will just be one of these directions that I have to choose. I don't know where to go, because it's me. I feel instinctively like I want to go north, but... maybe I'm wrong. Do I go back on myself? I never usually go back on myself, do I? No, we can't be going all the way back here. We lit this one and we move on. And we found a lamppost and we moved into here. And I lit this. So I guess I'm looking for another lamppost or similar guidance. These were the passages that those chuffers went up. Maybe I can fix this passage now. Not fixing that. This was the light I used to make the chuffers go away. Let's get my light bulb. So it would feel a little bit to me like this unexplored area over here is the way. And it feels like this is a direction that I could... or maybe the people went running off up there. Or coming out of there. Maybe I'll go this way. Told you this happened, didn't I? I told you I'd get stuck. Not know what I was doing. I feel like I want to go that way. I'm not going that way. And this is the location of the puzzle. Oh, I'll just go this way, look. It's that. It's this way. Isn't it? There's more this way anyway, so it's got to be this way. Hasn't it? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just enjoying the flying too much, aren't I? Gliding around. Hey. I really enjoy the use of the projection. You know, coming from a cinema background as well myself, I really enjoy that. I think it's so cool. And it's so subtle. Oh, I fucked it up. But knowing... like that little interview that I played just before we started this playthrough is now so pertinent. Like, he talked about this place that he went and worked as an animator and teaching animation, and here it all is. It's all come together beautifully, Mads. Down the hole. It's interesting that the previous musician was in the house and we needed to free them from their feelings. But here, oh, there we go. I was going to say, but here, there's where's my house and where's my musician? Right, here they are. And we need to free them from this. Some badness. I did see someone on the internet said this would take an hour. It's not going to take me an hour. It's going to take me... even if I didn't do all that talking, this is not going to be an hour. And it's worth taking your time and feeling some of these spaces as you encounter them, isn't it? Again, this is just the right balance for me of, because I fuck things up. You just saw me fuck it up a minute ago. It's just the right balance of a little bit of challenge, intuitive, and almost like subtle narrative as well, without having any language or words. You know, I'm on the process of my journey, on the story, linking these things up, aren't I? It all makes sense. Satisfying to achieve. It's somewhere in the middle of a puzzle game and a meditative game in a way for me, because the puzzles aren't necessarily, like I said it earlier, they're not necessarily too complex, but the working out is the thing where you think, what is this? And then when you've worked out, okay, that's satisfying to work it out. It's like a different form of puzzle in a way. Like being able to understand the abstract, making sense of things. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm not doing that. That one there's a bit excessive. How am I going to link them up looking like that? But maybe it's this one then. It's like it's the letter Z twice. Maybe that. I did think to myself, maybe I could just, if I follow this one, I can just link them up any old how. But these are so cool. Like, do you know, I just... When have you seen anything like that in a video game? When have you ever seen anything like that on your travels in a video game? From the mind of the artist, realised. So, oh, I'm creative. Are you creative? Yeah, I'm a creative sort of person. Are you really? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Something about being an artist is things go in your brain. You live this life. It's not just the things you hear at school or the lessons you get taught or how to draw like this or whatever. Things go in. Shit happens. You process it all. You don't even think you're doing it. It's just happening in your brain. And then you sit down and stuff comes out. I mean, I'm talking in real simple terms here. And you don't know exactly where it's coming from sometimes, but you're like, this is what should happen here. Often in the edit, I know what I want to see next, so I put it in. When I'm writing a song, the lyrics write themselves. I don't have to sit and think of a word that rhymes with this word. I'm just going, and then the words are just there. Like, they just start to appear. The next chord is obvious. I can almost hear it before I play it. That's why I'm playing it. I'm bringing it from somewhere unconscious into existence. But it already existed before. Mads's ideas, Mads's life is like the background in animation that I'm so lucky and so glad that we talked to him all those years ago now and was able to broadcast that before this playthrough, because just knowing that he's got that background in animation, that he spent 6 years at this place, and he said, what was it? He said some people, it's like a Danish animation school and it's got a bit of a drop-in vibe. Some people arrive there just for a little introduction and spend all their life there. Some people never leave, and he thought it was important to graduate from that space, to move on and not to stay there forever. But he has done some teaching. Mads is an accomplished animator as part of his list of skills, as we said during this episode. Animation, yeah, we're playing a game and that character's animated. That little, Nina is animated. and you take it for granted because you're playing the game and everything's always animated. But these moments of like the most raw and simplistic, I wonder if these were Mads' own. I wonder if they were significant. Like, are these the first things he ever animated? Like little test runs, 4 frames. I wonder how significant these things are to him, but you hear the projection, the flicker, like, this is brilliant. What's this one? Grasses. I've never seen anything like that in a video game. And he was talking to us about he was in Stugan, he was about to go and do a project where he projected things onto a building, onto an old church. I feel like I'm privy to some sort of like secret information that I'm so glad that it feels like I'm just going to speak like this and whatever. One day after I'm long dead and gone, and you are too, they will still have these video games to look back on. Maybe in my heart of hearts, going to the Stugan project, I thought to myself, maybe in my heart of hearts I could be you don't know, right? You don't know. Let's say you went to a summer camp in the 70s for musicians, and one of them happened to be Jimi Hendrix or something, 60s, 50s or whatever, I don't know, 60s. And you didn't know. You didn't go there thinking you were going to meet Jimi Hendrix. You didn't know until long after you were dead. And you don't know because you're dead. But Jimi Hendrix went on to become quite a clever chuffer. Like, they still play his music today. Still refer, imagine if you went to the Liverpool School of Music in 1960 and bumped into a certain John, I don't know the exact dates, 55 or whatever, but bumped into a certain John Lennon, or do you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't know you were talking to John Lennon. You just think you were talking to this fella called John who had some funny ideas. You don't know. So, like, I actually imagined in my heart of hearts going to Stugan. Some of the names were notable. Tommy Palm already made his fame and fortune. We met Ed Valiante, who did the Nintendo Directs for a while. Like, he's in Nintendo Directs, he's in my film. Like, to me that's like, wow, you worked for Nintendo. You worked for Nintendo. At the time he did work for Nintendo. He doesn't anymore, but like, he was on the Nintendo Directs. Like, that's a cool person to have met for me. It's like rock stardom thing. I've played games all my life. I love games. Like, meeting Ed Valiante, to me, I didn't like make a big thing of it, but I was like, you work for Nintendo. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it was cool as fuck. I also think in my heart of hearts that, I don't know, people like Lucy Morris, who has a really good head on her shoulders, said some really interesting things about the development of computer games. Maybe her opinions in later years might be written down and recalled as being quite important and thoughtful and insightful things. Karina Pop, if like, there's a few of them in that group that I would say, after I'm long dead and gone, they might dig up some of their work. Like, I say dig up, I don't mean it in a literal sense, but they might look back on some of the things these people create and say, actually, these were some quite important moments in video games. These were people that came a little bit after Journey, and maybe in the same sort of time as important indie games that made a difference and changed the way people perceive things. Maybe they'd go on to become, you don't know who's making the Mona Lisa. You don't know who's painting the Mona Lisa. Back in the day, you'd have just seen a lot of paintings and some of them would have looked nice. You wouldn't have known if you were in that room with the genius. You just, like, for me as a filmmaker, I cover 15 people in a group and I get this vibe. Some of these people are pretty fucking, all of these people, all of them at Stugan were pretty fucking impressive. It was a well-curated group of impressive people. And, if this now, I don't know it, do I? I don't know it. But I'm looking at something that one person, okay, they had help. They had a bit of a team. They didn't play all the instruments, there's people doing the music and all that. This is Mads' game. Like, how unbelievably impressive is it? And I don't know what he's going to go on to do in the rest of his life. I've got no idea. Certainly for Long Cat House, Dandara, that team, they were able to release and publish and go on and release more. And in my opinion, they've become the very thing that they aimed to, you know, when they were young they played Street Fighter 2, now they're making games for Super Nintendo. I don't know what Mads will go on and do. I don't know if he'll even make another game. Certainly, looking at this, if you were looking for somebody to join your team for game design or any aspect, I mean, you'd play this and you'd think, yes, this is like, wow, get him on. I don't know if I wonder, you know, in years to come. I doubt any particular piece will be the Mona Lisa unless it's something like Journey, or you could even go as far as to look at other games. Like, I always mark Tetris out because it was it came free with the Game Boy, but my mom used to play Tetris. I used to have to fight for my Game Boy with my mom. Tetris was something different. Tetris made a statement in the people's minds that, like, video games, good. Don't have to, not everyone's into Mario in this, but Tetris was like a seminal moment in my mind. I could see my mom playing it and thinking, what, like, my mom's playing these video games. Everyone's going to play video. When I'm growing up, as I get older, I'm going to be of a generation where video games will be ubiquitous. And it won't just be for kids and, like, I don't know, like, Tetris is probably not the best example, but you can get more artistic examples of flags in the map along the process of game development that they have to be taken up by the majority of the audience, maybe. Although smaller games like, I don't know, stuff like Getting Over It, they mean more to those that are in the know. And I don't know where this will sit in the wholeness of time. I don't know where any of those Stugan projects will sit in the fullness of time. But I'm getting such a incredible... fuck that up. I'm getting such an incredible vibe from this. Like, I'm so impressed by it that I'm starting to wonder whether... And again, there was 15 teams when I was at Stugan, so I don't know how many of those wonderful... And for Tommy and Jana, like, now I think, you know, imagine the... Because Stugan happened multiple years. It's not just the year I went. Although I'm not going to go back and cover every year, am I? For me, it was just the year I went. But our film, it doesn't matter that we don't have every year of Stugan. Maybe we could do a more universal, comprehensive film about Stugan now and go and interview all sorts of different people around the world. You know, maybe we should have done that as like a sequel. It's a different conversation when they were trying to set... Because there was a conversation with a producer fella that said, like, I want to try and get you a £60,000 budget, and that money will be spent on going to all these other countries and interviewing these people in their home countries, following on the story of what it was like to release the game and what happened after. And I was like, so you want me to go to Brazil to film Long Cat House? No thanks. Like, I'd do that as a separate, different film, but I don't want to make my film that's about Sweden about jet setting around the world and following up, because they haven't even, like, some people like Mads haven't even finished their game. So I don't want it to be like that. I want to finish the film I've made, please. And if you want to give me an extra 60,000 to go and make a second film, I'll do that. It was a non-starter. But anyway, the point is that I forgot what my point is now. Oh, something happened then, shit. Oh, it's those bad chuffers. The point is that I'm absolutely impressed, and you don't know which game out of these could be what. You know, you put in all that effort and you put in all that trust and hope into people, in a way. I mean, I just knew that they were skilled, talented individuals that amazed me with their intriguing ideas. But to see it realised like this is something else. It really is. You bad chuffers. These little vignettes, I imagine the actual members of the band and the people that Mads knows must find a lot of personal quality in those, because I imagine they're based on real people, but they're really excellent. It's just enough. The pacing's lovely. The pacing seems about right. Okay, you chuffers. I'm running away from you. It's just me and my inability. It's just me. It's just me. Come on. I ran away from those bad chuffers, but I did want to see what's going on over here. Because there's more like... I need to... Do I need to go... Yeah, I need to go around and connect it all up, don't I? Okay. What are you doing, you scary chuffers? You don't like it when I do this. Oh no, you do like it when I do this, don't you? You chase me. Chase me, you bad chuffers. Okay. I love the sound design. Hey, you're gonna have to give me that. Come on. Where's the switch for this? No. Oh no. I need that off you. He's off. Right, so I'm not going through there. I need that off them then, do I? Or do I link that? What am I doing? Am I over there? Am I fine over there? I don't feel like I should be. Until I've completed what my task is, you know, closer to here. So I guess that needs to be lit up and opened up, yeah? That chuffer's a chuffer. I want to switch this. In the last one I had a lever and it switched the chuffing thing on. I don't know why I can't switch that. Maybe I'll just draw him over, look. Just get over here, you. Like that. Yes. How about that? Fry you with that electricity. You don't like that, do you? Nope. Okay, come on then. Come on, you chuffers. This is really intriguing. Oh, it's me. I messed it up. I messed it up. No, come back. You double chuffer. Stop it. Right, got one. Got the other one. And then I'm up here. There you go. So it's really cool, isn't it? Like, you talk about graphics and style and stuff and... Like... Look at it. Elegant is... I've said a few words repeatedly, but elegant is a word I feel a lot when I'm playing this. The game is elegant. Hello. Okay, I think I've got this. I got it. And look how cool, I mean, the shadows and the... Well done. Well done. Oh, that's me just being an idiot. Yeah, I nearly flew off the edge. I'm glad it doesn't punish you for being stupid like that, because I was on my way then. Oh, you bad chuffers. Like, it can't be understated. I'm going to just fuck that up deliberately. It can't be understated how good these figures are. how eerie they are, and it's like creepy and effective they are. I'm just gonna stay here for a moment, like just thinking how good it is. I mean, that is. It's reminding me of things like No Face, like iconic things. It's reminding me of things that I saw in childhood, like Watership Down, and like attention to detail is one aspect of this game I would ring a bell for highly. This, and again, quality, emotive quality, emotional quality. Not I'm feeling sad because of the actual narrative story about loss and grief, but like all these are creeping me out. Do you know what I mean? Like that is a real visceral sort of quality. Like, so it's almost, I feel it's almost like a crying shame that this game doesn't come out as a part of a like major publishing push, AAA. Like if someone like Microsoft was saying, oh wait, everyone check this out in your free inbox, like this new game we're giving you, like, you know, check this out, it's got some cool creepy things that like if there was a, I know it's got a publishing deal and a push and all that, but it's a small indie game, bottom line, isn't it? They often are, and it takes a bit of undercurrent to get them surging through to the mainstream. But just these things, you shouldn't underestimate how excellent this is. I mean, you might think I'm being over the top, and I'm being, you know, I told you I was going to be biased, and I like Mads, and, you know, he's in the film that I made, and this is part of a love of mine, but, and like, this isn't Call of Duty, and it's not like Genshin Impact or something, you know, it's a little indie game, and I'm just talking about some creepy characters that are a bit creepy, but having character like that, and these characters are not, like, we're not talking about like Mario and Princess and Peach and Toad. I'm talking about subtlety and visceral, primal, like excellent choices, design art, all these things. Like, you must understand what I'm saying, mustn't you? The feel of this, like, it's brilliant. Like, imagine this as well. I'm making a video game. Are you? Yeah. What are the baddies going to be like? Well, what do you mean? Like, well, most games have got baddies in, haven't they? Do you shoot the baddies or do you kick them? Or, well, what I've got in my game is I've got these sort of amorphous, like humanoid depression monsters. Are they people covered in gloop? Are they, you know, are they the symbolic nature of depression? They're not going to come and actually hurt you, they're not going to get on you and do stuff to you, but they're going to stand right over you being really imposing and weird, and they're going to make these funny sounds. What do you mean they're going to make these funny, in Mario you jump on the mushrooms, yeah. In my game you don't necessarily have to jump on the mushrooms, but I think they'll make just as much of an impression. Like, the Goombas are iconic over the years now, aren't they? They're a very simple thing, but if this game were bigger, in inverted commas, presented to more people at the same time with more marketing behind it in that way that some of these bigger AAA games are, you know, if something like this was in Skyrim, everyone would talk about and remember these. Give them a name. I need to give them a name now. I want to call them the boobers. Boobers is a terrible word on the internet these days, but there's a symbolism, boober and caca, or bobas. Then call them bobas. Like these, you know, like. If they were in a more prominent title, you'd have them on T-shirts. People would be fan arting. They'd be cosplaying as them. Like, such an interesting character choice, and they're so devoid of all expression and character, and and yet they're so expressive and characterful. I'm looking through the eyes of an artist at their creation, and it's wonderful. I don't know if I can express this enough about how this is good. And I know that I'm coming across as being a sycophant almost. Like I'm almost like, sucking Mads off because he's so brilliant. But this didn't have to be good. I could have just been, kind and played through it. But instead it's turned out to be magnificent. And, again, it's little details. It's the projection on. I enjoyed going through those trees. Projection on the depth, and it's not just a platformer, is it? It's got this added layer of depth and richness that it's pure indie game as well, isn't it? It's so indie game. The ability to do this. The thing that makes your game good is not necessarily that you've got a million multiplayer people doing a battle royale. It's that it's good. I don't know if you've dug under the crust and had a bit of a pick through the ingredients, but in that pie there's some real interesting stuff. I don't know if you noticed when you were cramming your face full of chocolate bars, but in my cake there's a hint of honey lemon saffron that you can only get on the textured palette. You don't even have to have a special palette to get this. You can understand it and just feel it. What's that interesting taste? I didn't know this was going to be this good. I didn't know it was going to be this good.
Yes, Kirk? It's me, it's Julie. Yeah. You know what? I was not feeling so good just earlier. Yeah. I felt like bad. It was one of the panic attacks thing, I think. I'm feeling better now. It's much better. Yeah, like in 10 minutes, could be there. Cool. See you there.
So gracious, isn't it? I want to talk specifically now to Callum from Raw Fury, because I follow him on Twitter, and recently he made a tweet saying he wished he'd never burned out. He doesn't know if he's ever going to recover from it. I understand that in the creation of indie games, the creative process, I went through it myself making the film. You go through crunch, you go through burnout. I felt a low ebb when life even got harder through COVID. Before COVID, I was ready. I was, in the way, you've got this darkness, and then you illuminate these people. Look, he's had I was going to say a shave, but he's got a beard. But you sit in, you grow a beard. You get depressed. You stay home, you grow a beard. You act slobby. You don't look. If someone knocks on the door, you're not ready to go for dinner. You're gonna have to have a shower and a shave, and you're gonna have to, buck your ideas up. That's human, isn't it? That's part of the process, isn't it, in a way? At the end of the Stugan project for me, I'd got a film on my hard drive that I can share with you in a low-grade state, but I haven't got it, finished and pushed to completion to the point where it's publishable or published. It's publishable if I just do a few little polishes. If you give me £2,000 and a weekend with an editor, it's done. I've got £2,000 in the bank. I could afford to get that finished. Maybe I should invest in that, but I'd like rather to have I've talked about this before, the confidence of somebody saying, we want to publish it, here is the deal, and then me say, right, with that money I'm going to do X, Y, Z, that's the point of the deal, get it on the, right. Anyway, through that process, I know, I'm talking to Callum now as well, remember, it's not about me, it's because I resonate with this, is that I felt burned out, I felt a low ebb, then we had COVID, I had to care for my nan, then nan died, it was like a grinding down of my joie de vivre, my joy of who I am. Even I noticed Callum on the Twitter doing things like getting his hair dyed or enjoying things, like taking the joy in life, which is brilliant. And I saw him make this almost distressing tweet of, I wish I'd never burned out. I don't know if I'll ever recover, get back to where you were. The theme here is these people are, it's about recovery, isn't it? It's about that fella playing the bass is not now someone new or different. It's almost like he managed to get back to who he was before, in a way. Remember that poem that I struggled to read earlier about, I'm not gone, I'm just in another room, carry on. Like, I am, whatever I was to you, I still am. And it's about getting back to who you were, isn't it? It's strange as well that when I gave up my hairdressing business, that I was driving forwards, felt really stressed about, when I broke, because that was a breaking down moment, a decision to jack it in and start from scratch again, and not like I didn't have like a mental breakdown, but the closest I would come in my life to have said a breaking moment like that, or maybe before I had one when I broke up with my girlfriend and had to come back from uni because I felt terrible. That was a long time ago now, but you have these moments. Then, like Callum was saying on his tweet, you worry about recovery, getting back to where you were. I mean, I feel for Callum in that moment, seeing that tweet, and here I'm reminded of it because these things like this grief, these things strike at you, you change your world, but you're still you, aren't you? And like having that little wash, putting your suit on, getting the band back together. This is a process of rejuvenation and regeneration, but it's about going back to who you are. It's about dusting things off. I play my guitar when I'm like getting back to who I am, if that makes sense. Like who I was when I grew up and the things I loved. Bush, Rage Against the Machine, Nirvana, The Offspring. I don't walk around with the piercings in my lip and my face and my Mohican anymore and stuff like that. I grew up and I sort of mellowed a bit in that way. I don't have a big long goth coat anymore. You can't outwardly see who I am inside. No one can see who you are inside outwardly. I stopped struggling to show people or to try and... today I'm deliberately wearing the Bergers. This is the jacket I bought when I was at Stugan from the place. This is a souvenir. I'm who I am inside because of who I am. But, if I have a shave and a wash and put my suit on, you've seen me on stream sometimes wearing my suit, usually after a funeral. And when we were in mourning for the Queen, I wore the suit, didn't I, for the entire period of the Queen's mourning. So, it's weird, because I'm a streamer as well. I'm in my own home, I'm talking to you, my friends on the internet, and I feel like I can just be in my scruffies, but it's really interesting this, like Callum was saying about burnout in his tweet. Give it time. This is a process, but dusting things off, moving forward, getting back to who you were. It's funny because I'm talking about backwards and forwards at the same time, but your soul has been under this cloud, hasn't it? Under this, it's described in this game as corruption, but like under this. Here I see it less as a corruption and more of a I want to say blanketing or polluting, low cloud cover, a cloying, heavy. It's a wet jumper that you wear. A wet jumper is a good one that I like to use for depression. Good analogy for depression. Wearing these heavy, wet clothes is not pleasant. But you can't take them off and you just have to soldier on. Soldiering on's not... You talk to people. You talk it out. People can help you wring some of that shit out. They can help you to take it off. I mean, I don't know. Like a lot of the time as well, people make an interesting indie game about something deep and emotive. And it might be very surface level, it might be quite obvious, or it might talk about issues and you might hear them talking about the issues, but here there's very little dialogue, only those moments that I think are from an interview maybe, of the band talking, the past, the memories, and scenes and motifs. Motifs is a good word, good musical word. themes, you know, little... It's a lot like jazz as well, isn't it? Like little ideas. In jazz music, you have like a little idea, you play it, everyone hears it, they riff off it, and you experiment with like a little chord progression or a melody. You throw it back and forth. You know, you play with it. You don't just play the music, you play with the music. And then it's gone. Like that's one of the, like, ephemeral's another important word here, you know, something that is only here briefly and you can't get hold of and it's gone. Music's like that, isn't it? Obviously you record music and you can replay it, but you know, what happened then in that jam? What happened then? That was a good one. Do you remember that gig we played where you did that in the solo? Never heard you do that before. Just came out. That's the creative process. Like, jazz is the essence of the creative process, and you don't go any further than that in some ways. Like with other forms of music, you do that creative process and then you say, I liked that thing you did, that riff, let's put that riff 4 times and then let's have a chorus here. With jazz you say, no wait, hang on, look, just you like that thing I did, you might like these other things I'm going to do, because I'm not going back there again, let's keep moving. Like there's an almost a sort of in the moment quality to jazz music, isn't there? There's an almost you had to be there. You are there. We are here. In the now. And so those reflections of someone processing... Told you I'd cry. I told you I'd cry all the way through. Someone processing grief in this instance, but also anyone. Depression, burnout, talking to Callum again. Getting back to who you were, but it being something new, taking pieces of those motifs that you are, you know, dusting off the old suit, polishing up the old double bass, but also playing a new tune and, you know, creating something different now. You can do it, you do get there, you know, you get through these things. I've lost my train of thought now. I was going to cry then for a moment. I've forgotten even why. Just lost it in this moment again. You are there in the now. You are here. That's what I was saying, wasn't it? Like, it's important to remember that. This is what Nina is. This is her purpose in this game. This experience that we're coming up to 3.5 hours, 4 hours now. I'm going to play the whole thing. I'm talking a lot. We did a bit of the interview beforehand, so it's a longer stream, but I often think these games, certainly these indie games that are a bit shorter, can be taken in one whole. Like you're watching a film, you're playing through this thing, you're experiencing it all, and it's quite nice to do it all and then reflect on it afterwards. So I will push on, but I do want to say, again, thinking of Callum, like I was saying, like, I'm sure I might not. I hope I got his name right. I see people on Twitter. Don't know them that well. The thing is, right, that you are here, we are in the now, and Nina's purpose, her agency in this is to put them back together. Things might have got a little derailed, but you are here in the now. Play the piano. Dust off your suit. Straighten up, sharpen up and fly right. You know, that's a lyric of mine. A lyric of mine is straighten up and fly right, son. What once was talking's now... Straighten up and fly right, son. What once was shouting's now become a whisper. You miss her, but now you'll see. I think you just... Yeah, like, it's about... taking some time, going through a process, but look, it's about getting back to something good, isn't it? And again, this is Nina's purpose, is to help guide these things into existence, and the sum result will be play on while you still can. I think I got that right. Doing my bite my lip now. I get dry lips from talking all the time on stream and drinking that chocolate milk, and I'm always worried that the chocolate milk is like putting all, and we're on a green screen that's made for red, so you might notice if I lean back, then my hand can see how my hand disappears like that? My lips might be picking up some of the green screen light, so I'm always looking up there at my second monitor now. I'm always tinkering my lips. Because I feel a little bit nervous about it because I've been talking a lot and chewing my lips. But anyway, that's not content. I should shut up talking about it. It's just going on in my brain. The next level here now, this is very imposing, isn't it? We've had darkness and we've had cold, and this is like fire, hell almost, dark. Like the game, it reminds me of, we'll talk about it at the end, but it reminds me of Watership Down a lot. I don't know if you saw Watership Down in your countries, wherever you are. But it's animated darkness and seriousness. The tone. It's not just like childish and facile and for kids, is it? Despite being a computer game with a fairly, I don't want to say naive or simplistic, but you know, the indie art style has certainly limitations when you're a one-man team, but Mads is making this sing using simple but effective things. Okay, that doesn't look good. House that way. It's on fire. Web this, or is that flakes or snow or something down the pipe? What I am doing. Okay, I'm not going back then. Look how effective this is. It's extraordinary. Like, it's so good. And I know we're in a modern age of video games where it's easier than ever to produce good quality stuff simply with the tools, but you know, come on, this is good, isn't it? A triumph. I've turned into butterflies. It just goes from strength to strength. Like, this is so next level now. Because we've seen these tiny butterflies, these, you know, moths. I think of them as moths. We've seen them flying around in the game, and now I am them. Look at how they're just drifting into settling. Oh, it's so good. Look at it. Oh, well done. Like, well done. I mean, I sound sarcastic when I'm saying it, but I fucking mean it. I would lift you from the chair that you were sat in while you were coding it and squeeze you with a big bear hug. Well done. Magnificent. Magnificent. I do a lot of moaning on the internet. I do a lot of picking apart. I'm on Twitter saying, oh, I wish there weren't sex workers in ASMR licking people's ears, because I used to do ASMR and it's not proper ASMR. And like, you know, I don't know who you think you are tweeting these fucking pictures of your face all the time. You think you're so good. Like, I get a bit my egg on with some creators who aren't really creators, who are just more marketing people doing like the cheapest. But when I see something that, like, I wish I didn't have to speak like that. I just see so much of it, so much trash media. And it sometimes, maybe being a depressed person, you get, you end up like that, don't you? You become embittered. But you have to be able to take, like, I don't spend enough time in the things that I really enjoy. Like, certainly with COVID, I couldn't go to any art galleries and haven't done so since COVID. I need to start doing it again. I used to enjoy that every now and then, just going and spending a day at an art gallery, seeing the things of real quality that I remember the first time I saw El Greco. It's Francis of Saint. Is it Francis of Assisi or Saint? Anyway, Saint Francis, and El Greco painted it, and I walked past it in this room, and I was like, "Whoa, hang on, this is just over there on the side. It should be on the main bit. This is fucking awesome. Have you seen that? Look at the way the light is created through the brush stroke and the." I sound like a pretentious art twat. But like when you see this painting, like what it does is it looks like someone's got photography, like they've seen through a photographic lens, and then they've painted it thousands of years before photographs even existed. Like the way the light works, it's amazing. And I spent like, you know, a good 20-30 minutes just stood there in front of this painting. I don't do so much of these things that I really enjoy. When I see them in games, I like to alight on them and take note. That is just, like I said earlier about the poetry of the man's soul, like 10 out of 10, 100 points, well done Mads. Look at this, it's brilliant. I am the butterflies, I am in the wind, I am the moth, the quartz, the air, you know, I am the subtle signals that make you think that I'm watching you. I am with you. I like to think that there'll always be a piece of me here. And that doesn't mean that there'll literally be a piece of me here, but I like to think that in some ways I'll always be. Mads Valshot. I hope I pronounced his name right. Mads said that in one of the interviews. It's in the film. Make a big point of it. Use some lovely operatic music and a very long, slow pan out on the drone to emphasise it. If you create things like this, then you will. And I don't know, again, in the wider industry, but certainly for me as a video game critic and online streamer, someone that's grown up with video games and has played them all my life and thinks that I know a little bit about what's under the hood and what's going on in the minds of the creators. This is a triumph. You could take this scene, it wouldn't mean enough because I flew in as the butterflies. I was this character all the way through. I am Nina, and now I have sublimated into butterflies, into moths. And they settled as I stopped. It's just like having the thought to code that. What happens if the player just stops and idles? Well, all the moths will settle. Will they? Well, I have to code that in. I bet that was a bollocks to code all that. Oh, that's enough. Put a note in that. Talk to Mads. Ask him about this. And also, when you make these things, like I got to watch my film in the edit over and over and over and over again. So I've seen it a million times. There are bits that probably should be cut out, made a bit shorter. I don't know anymore. I've seen it too many times. Mads has been making this game for more than 5 years. Imagine knowing this is in it and not being able to express it or tell anyone. Like when you try and play them a record that you made, they don't want to hear 3 minutes of your music. When you try and play them a video you made, no one wants to hear or watch, you know, your latest edit that you did. 5 years into production, I'm thinking like Mads. I'm like 5 years into production, you're coding, you know, you're playing through, you see this, you've created this. This, I mean, I've turned into moths and I'm in a liminal space between betwixt two. Again, this is liminal spaces. Talked about it earlier briefly, but it's not a huge thing, you know. Like liminal spaces, look it up if you want. But I could put this up there with them, if that means anything. The thing about the Mona Lisa is, you know what it looks like. It's on the wall. It's the Mona Lisa. It's one frame. The thing about this is that you have to play the first couple of levels before you can get to this to have the feeling that you get when you become this. So you couldn't hold that one frame up and everyone get the vibe and know what's going on. You couldn't do that. Not the same as the Mona Lisa. But to anyone that's done it, a bit like when I interviewed Amar and Ivan, it was Amar that said that he went uphill, the sun was rising, he was walking up this hill and a dragon appeared over the horizon. He'll never forget it. It was in video games, it was in Skyrim, but he was alluding to, or directly stating the fact that certain moments in video games can feel real to you, like memories, that there were things you did, that you were taking part in them. They were big. And again, I think you put this, like that thing that happened then, you put that in the latest Last of Us game and everyone's talking about it. It was a triumphant moment in the game that took it into this next realm of artistic excellence. Did you notice that when you stopped and idled, the butterflies all set, the moths all settled? 10 out of 10. Richness and detail in this indie game that's taken a true artist a decent amount of time to craft, but I'm so glad they did. Maybe it gets, the truth of life is maybe things like this get lost in the wash of so much. Maybe the trash content is remembered. Maybe everyone remembers that latest pop song. Maybe everyone knows that, the latest. You know what I mean? Maybe everyone forgets them in 10 years. I hope things like this stand the test of time. I hope there are game developers out there who can reference this in future and say, I hope that I'm naive enough to not realise Catwalk, Catcall, they're proud of their work. I hope that means a lot. Yeah. I hope they know it. I hope they know it. And I know what you mean. Like, if you've done something good, it's good. That's it. The goodness is in it. It is good. That's what you were trying to achieve. That's what you've achieved. The rest of the world telling you you're good, bonus, extra. Not implicit, not implied, not guaranteed. Don't place your hopes on the rest of the world telling you you're good. Quite often they'll do the opposite. But doing your thing to the best of your ability, if they took the additional time out of artistic impression, it's meaningful. Putting the meaning in. It's there for those that want to find it, and I'm finding it, and I've been here now for a good 10 minutes. I'm speechless. I'm not speechless. I'll tell you what, I'm not speechless. I'll talk and talk, thank you. But I'm blown away. It is excellent. And my great hope is that it's seen by as many people as possible. And I guess having... I don't know if you know Catwalk, Catcall. I don't know if you realise, if you might have just tuned in, but I've been talking about this film that I made along the way. I interviewed Mads as part of a documentary I made. It's on my channel, Ganji Kid. I'll show it you again at the end of this broadcast, or just after I finish, skip back to, watch this VOD again, and it's all at the start. All the information about that's at the start of this broadcast. But the creator of this game, I've interviewed them for a documentary, and I've got 3 big interviews with them. We've watched part of 1 at the start. We'll probably watch the other 2 tomorrow. And hopefully I'm going to get Mads on the stream to talk about this all again after things have settled a little bit, because this game is out today, isn't it? I hope that it's knowing now, because I met all these the reason I was saying that is because I met all these indie developers. I went to this project, they were all there, and I met maybe 30 different indie developers in a 2-week period, and I got talking, did hours of interviews with them, got talking to loads of them. So the people I think most I want to see, I know that it should be everyone, the wider audience, but I think there's people that I hope Tommy Palm played every game that came out of Stugan. I hope he's playing this today. I hope he's having a little moment to himself when he's going through this. I am. I'm nearly crying again now. I am. I hope, like, you're talking about Pride. You just subbed on YouTube, thanks. Different username, no worries. You know, on YouTube you can search the thing, can't you? Like, you can search the VODs, the videos, and it's one of my videos called Indie Game Development Paradise. Or maybe you search Google for Indie Game Development Paradise Ganji Kid, and it comes up, and that's the full documentary. It's a draft version, not 1080p, off the editing software, just played through the stream, a bit herky-jerky in places, but it's all there. And I'm really trying to, maybe one day, if in the next 5 years I haven't got it published, maybe I just publish it on YouTube myself. But anyway, that's by the by. The point is, meeting all these people, and thank you for subbing, it means a lot to me. Meeting all these people along the way and learning about their craft and their art and what they put into it and the work and the love. Tommy Palm, who helped to produce this game by giving Mads an 8-week period to just work on his game, and obviously it's a 5-year process, so it's not just Tommy's, help. This is a lot of people, anyone that's put any effort into this or into indie games in general, to go and see something like this, for them to know it. That's what I hope. My great hope is that Mads is the man that made this, Mads Valshot, should be held in high esteem by his peers. Yes, he should be held in high esteem by his peers. My great hope, in the reason I made the film, is that I hope that some of these indie developers in years to come are seen as true artists. I wonder which of them, of a generation, will become the I want to say Da Vinci's or Michelangelo's, or great Renaissance artists, but also there are great developers these days that are known by name. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. These days it's starting to happen. What's his name? Gold River is a notable developer, isn't he? Kojima. Just thinking of names now that are just popping into my head from game development. It's random, but I hope that game developers, that people that make games, look, here I am. I'm the moths. I hope they realise the talent. It's not talent. The talent doesn't put it on the screen. You have talent. That needs to be realised. Like, Mads has an incredible talent, but it's not talent that puts it on the screen. It's drive, it's determination, it's hard work, it's passion, it's hours of work. It's teamwork. It's other people's help. I didn't manage to get my film onto a major network or any network because I was on my own eventually. My teammate left the project, so all of a sudden I was carrying all of the work, and it was supposed to be a bit of a 50-50 thing. So I know how much teamwork is important. I felt that loss. I was unable to push a certain amount of weight on my own. Teamwork is important, but like, what has been achieved here is a triumph. And like, I don't know if you know this as well, Catwalk, Catcall, but it's not been made. Again, I don't know if I don't know how I would approach this, but Mads lost his mother. His dad is a musician who is in the band. His sister is involved in the production of this game. It is a true reflection of his actual struggle to have lost a parent. This game would not be produced if that had not happened. This is Mads' process. This is his process. Maybe it should be stated more clearly, because it's like, when you realise that and you see I could not. I'm repeating myself now from earlier, but it is touching, isn't it? It's amazing. It's you just read the one review. Watch when I'm finished, go back and watch the start of this episode and watch everything I've said, and then play it for yourself. Maybe watch my film as well. But like, I think there's so much. I don't know. They said it felt personal to developer. Exactly. They're not making enough of this, and it's up to Mads, I guess. Maybe he doesn't want to. Like, when I asked him about it in the film, I asked him about it off camera, because I wanted to be human. I didn't want to be like, right, here's the camera in your face, tell me what's your thing that's making you the most sad then, mate? Instead, I turned off the camera, so I can see you're getting upset. Is there something I should know? Can we talk about it on camera? And we did talk about it briefly. It's in my film. It's in the interview we watched at the start of this episode, him talking about the loss of his mum. So it's important. But to know it and to play this game is something else. Like, the thing for me is that to know he's been working on it for all this time, to know that it's a passion project from one person with a small team, and that the passion is, like, could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? The days you don't feel like it, you're going to go and sit down at your desk and face the thing that hurts you the most, day on day. And when it gets tough and when it gets difficult, like, what Mads has done is he's risen to the challenge and triumphed. Look at this. It's poetic beauty. You don't have to have any gameplay here. You don't have to have any mechanics or, rockets, or I don't have to have any anime characters to wish on like I love with Genshin Impact. But I'm the butterflies now. And when I loose the controller, they gently settle in the environment. And it's magisterial. You heal over time, you're right. And this game, I think, is making these points very clearly as well. You don't forget or stop loving their memory. You're right, and I think, I'm so glad he saw it through. Some of the games, like, because I followed the progress a little bit, I kept myself to myself. If I'm honest with you, Catwalk, I wasn't able to finish the film, and I felt that a lot of these people that were in the film expected a lot of it, and I was hoping that I was going to call them up after about 6 months to a year and say, hey, we've got the go-ahead to do the premiere. They're finishing off the edit as I speak. Join me in Stockholm or wherever, and we'll watch it. And we'll live link it on the internet, and you can all watch the premiere together. And we'll have a celebration, and I'll be your friend from here on out. But instead, I couldn't finish it, and so I felt ashamed to call them or to email them and say, how are you doing? I still haven't finished it. You know, I just felt ashamed. I felt like I shouldn't show my face until I've got this done. So I resonate with some of this. I didn't manage to finish mine. It exists on the internet now in a rough state for you to watch. But Mads has finished his, and I'm so glad he did. Like you say, you're glad they saw it through. It's compelling. I've got to push on with the game as well. I've got to move forward in the game and finish it now. But I want to stay here for forever almost. I'm so impressed with this moment. And I said it a little bit earlier, but I'm going to repeat it. If you put that, like, imagine that happened in Skyrim, they would talk about it for years. Do you remember that mission where you turned into the moths after you were and you went through, and when I let the controller go, they all just went into the environment and settled. Oh, it was magical. It's to have fought through what Mads has fought through, to have worked through what he's worked through, to produce this sort of quality. If he'd only produced that, if he hadn't said I'm going to make a game, if he just, I met this chap and he said my mother died, it was really sad, and look, I made this piece of art here, it's on computer game format, but there's not much to do, that's it. I'd be like, wow, this is really amazing. For it to be a story beat in a narrative arc that in this 3-chapter piece is I'm just a triumph, isn't it? A triumph. Well done. Like 10 out of 10. Well done. I have to push on now, but I would stay there for forever. Okay, so I recognised this from earlier in the game. It's a little puzzle thing. I need to put something on there to lift this so I can get higher, and it's over here. That's cool. Can I not get it because I'm the moths? Is that what I'm learning? All my skills are not happening anymore. Okay, it's like a challenge to me. Hang on. Like, all the way through the game, it's done this. It's not told us what it wants us to do. It's just sort of been intuitive. That's my flying button. That gathers them together though, look. I'm thinking, can I get them in the cube? And will that lift it? That's not doing it though, is it that? I've got it there, no? Oh man, I knew this had happened to me. I knew I was going to get stuck at some point and not really know what was going on. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've turned back into me, right. There we go. That's mine now. Put that there. And that goes up. And I don't know if I need to be the butterflies, the moths, or the person. Sorry, the spirit. But I'll stay as the spirit now and just follow this. Oh no, I'm the moths. I am moths. See, I don't know, right, before we go through that, while I am moths, I don't know what the correct answer is here, whether it's important to know what the artist was doing, or the other choice, I'll do it like this, look, I don't know whether it's important to know what the artist was doing, or... So, maybe this is more important. I don't know whether it's important to know what the artist was doing. The artist, I can say that, yeah. Or, I'll get there. Whether you shouldn't see the artist or even know who they are. Whether the art should just speak for itself. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the backstory, the reasoning, the drives, actually for me, they elevate this. It's hard for me to know because it should probably speak for itself is a good answer as well, yeah, isn't it? Like, I was going to say, it's hard for me to know what it would be like if I didn't know the backstory. Because the backstory is implicit in the game. The spirit is trying to get the band back together. She has died. It's stated in the game. But you don't know that actually happened to the developer. So I suppose it doesn't matter, does it? It's still a story for what it is. It's stated in the game. But then, like, I don't know, you like discuss Shakespeare, and people know what was going on with Shakespeare when he was writing that play, don't they? And, you know, people know what... you know, you think of your favourite songs and the art, like Kurt Cobain. The reason I love his music is not just because it spoke to me when I was an angsty teenager, but also because Kurt Cobain was going through some pretty, you know, heavy shit himself, and, you know, that whole rock and roll lifestyle, though, there's a romance to it. So, for me, the artists have been important. And, like, I made a joke about it earlier, but... like, I don't feel so good about R. Kelly's music anymore. I just don't. I don't want to light on that too much, but you know what I mean? Like, I think the artists do make... like, I can't help but I can't segregate them in my mind because I know too much. I wonder what it's like to not... when ignorance is bliss, it is folly to be wise, I guess, but if you're curious to go deeper, the story can significantly help or hurt the connection to the art. Yeah. And there must be some artists who have done really good art that we just don't know these days. Like, you don't get a choice. When I go down the gallery, I don't know what happened to half of the art. I could find out, but I get, you know, you dig up, I don't know, cave paintings, you'll never know. Leonardo da Vinci, you know some stuff. Earlier I was talking about Vincent van Gogh and his Starry, Starry Night. People love the romance of his mental struggle and through his life. He cut off his ear, didn't he, and all that business. Or was that was Vincent, wasn't it? You can separate art and artist. Oh yeah, no, really good point. Kanye West right now is a good point in case, isn't it? In Kanye's case, you were never a fan, so his stuff is polarising. So you labour him a loser, and you don't have to lose his art because you didn't appreciate it anyway. I used to think Kanye's rapping was alright. I thought College Dropout was good, and a couple of songs I liked. But when he was going on like he was the new Shakespeare, I thought that was a bit excessive, and it made me like him less, and it made me more critical of his work in a way. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could do a whole podcast on that whole conversation, couldn't we? Whether art and artists are connected, whether they should be, or whatever. But it's a really interesting question. I'm not going to answer it now. It's unanswerable to me. But I'm in the middle of this now. I'm emotionally connected to both art and artist here, and it's given me like this is. I knew I was going to enjoy. Bear in mind, I met the bloke. I talked to him, I've interviewed him, I'm engaged in his journey in the same way as anyone at that Stugan project that was in the film. I try and keep up with their Twitter and keep an eye on them, you know, if they're doing stuff. I know Henry went on to do great things. Anyway, the point is that I knew I was going to play this game today. I was looking forward to it. And I thought it would be quite good, and a good thing for my stream to be able to reflect on something I've done in the past and to congratulate someone on their success right now. I had no idea it was going to be this good, this deep. I even knew that, because I talked to him, you know, he lost his mom. The game's about a spirit getting their band back together. I saw what he was doing. You know, I saw that it was what it was. him working through his feelings about the death of his mother and expressing them through art. And I thought it would be puzzles like, I don't know, name a puzzle game, you know? Like, look at what God of War recently did. They put a series of puzzles in there to slow the pace of the game down. And they were simplistic puzzles. The game even told you how to fix them. I think that... so I did notice your chat there, but I don't have to read out every... You said it's not worth discussing him anymore, Kanye West, so I'm not going to discuss him anymore then. Yeah, so like I imagined I was going to have a good time today, and it was going to be fun, and there'd be some interesting puzzles, and I'd feel a touching moment here or two when I discussed and explored these facets of the game. I thought there'd be some cutscenes that I might, you know, and at the end when she got the band back together, I might maybe cry a bit. I didn't realise that it was going to be this good, you know, this deep and rich. And again, I can't view it from any other perspective than my own. That's unfair to even pretend to try, isn't it? I can empathise with people, but I can't know what it's like to play this game without that prior knowledge, which is fine. Like, maybe the game should stand without the prior knowledge, but I would, if I was the people marketing it, I'd make a bit of a song and dance about. I know it's hard to say this because, you know, you basically, I should profit off my mother's death. Like, you should make a song and a dance about my mother's death. Like, you know, obviously I'm not trying to be crass, but if I was doing an interview on Johnny Carson, the first question I'd ask is, so you created this after your mother had passed. Let's talk, you know, that's the talking point. And he's put it in as the standout motif in the game. It's expressly stated that Nina is a spirit putting the band back together. It's just not stated that Nina is also my mother. I think it should be. I think more people should know this. And if they knew it and played it, more people would, like, your perception of it would be, like we discussed, slightly changed, but maybe for not the better or worse, but maybe just for the depth or something. Like, it's an important... the game's very musical. There's a lot of music in the game. It's an important harmonic in the piece. It's not everything, but that piece of knowledge that I have repeatedly turned over today, because I knew I was going to be doing it, you know, talking about it. Hope it's okay. I hope Mads is feeling okay with me repeatedly. He's made the game. He's had to face it himself. I'm so impressed by his courage and strength to have done this. So I think he can deal with me talking about it as well, even though I never met his mom and don't know anything about her. So, you know, who am I to say? Anyway, I think it's so impressive. So I think that should be put out there a bit more. And I think people should see it and understand it. I'm certainly going to edit what we do today into a more convenient way to understand this piece of media, my playthrough, and put it on YouTube as an edited version as well. And I might want to clip some bits. Like, I'm going to try my hardest to say to the world, this is what I think of this. Like, that backstory is a story in itself. It's like, you know, I made a documentary about all the people at Stugan making games, but if I could go back and change something in my life, what I might do is to say, when I got home, instead of spending 6 months working in that edit, what I should have done is abandoned everything and moved to wherever Mads is and followed him for the last 5 years. And when this came out, I could be dropping my film at the same time. My film would be Mads' journey, and this, like, it could have been a one piece. Like, imagine that story. Like, it's a story, and it's a triumphant story. I don't know what he's doing today. I think there was some live concert that they were doing in the woods. I don't know if it was live. It was definitely on the Steam page. You know, I hope he's celebrating. I hope he's having a good day, because this is a triumph. He's been working on it all this time. He knew what it was yesterday and the day before. You know, he's seen this over the last 6 weeks, 10 weeks, hasn't he? It's been playable. We're just seeing it fresh now. And my, is it good. Okay, what am I doing here? Again, this is intuitive. I'm just doing my skills. Things are happening.
And what about you, Sebastian? Do you miss the city? You're the only one in the band who grew up there in the city after all.
I think I might be the only one in the group who doesn't miss the city at all.
You don't have a favorite bakery?
I have what you would call anger issues. in the city.
It didn't really seem to be an issue for you.
Drummers don't have anger issues. They just have anger. If they don't have a drum, then it's an issue.
Sebastian, what makes you angry? Tell us that.
Those moments are really interesting. I yearn for the full... I believe it's come from an interview that has, or a piece of media. I yearn for the full piece, to watch it in its entirety. And there's humour in those moments, which there needs to be to carry through. When things are dark and when things are difficult, you need moments of brevity, lightness, wit, humour to carry things through. Again, very much like a music to our emotions. I don't even know what I'm up to now. I just went and became the butterflies again because I like being them. So I've turned on the water and it's raining. I'm assuming that's going to... Hang on, let me just be a person for a minute. A spirit. I'm assuming that's going to dampen down the rain everywhere else. So I'm going to be able to get through the things that were on fire. So maybe I now go back and retrace my steps and allow myself... I was wondering if I go up. But I don't think I go up, do I? So let's go back and retrace our steps and see if we can get through. The other thing is, I thought I was going to be doing a playthrough here, and that maybe Mads will watch it, and that, when a game developer's watching you play their game, then I talk through what I'm doing all the time. I do it anyway because I'm a streamer. I thought I was going to go up, but now I'm in the pipe, and I'm telling you what I'm doing. And I thought that he might, as like play testing, and he might be thinking about what it's like for me to be experienced in the mechanics. I talked about how silky smooth it felt. I've gone down here again by mistake. I'm just moving around while I'm talking. But I talked about how silky smooth it felt and stuff like that. It's gone beyond that now. It's now become a near spiritual experience. Certainly one that I'm totally emotionally invested in, and feeling it's somewhat in awe of. It's somewhat I'm now... I've gone through a range of emotions while I've been playing this. Real human emotions. I felt my own sense of loss, been reflecting on and reminded of. I felt the joy and the amazement. It's almost like I'm in shock now in a way. It feels like I'm treading the... Maybe I'll go into bargaining next. I'm treading the Kubler-Ross grief cycle in reverse or something. I feel like there's so many emotions. This I find so wonderful as well. Press A to continue. These cabins will be the last time we'll get to see this one when we fix it up in a minute, but they remind me of the huts in... I say Stugan a lot because they called this project they were doing in Sweden the Stugan Project. That's the name for these houses, these little huts. It's the word cabin in Swedish. And these houses remind me of them. Mads is from Denmark, but I wonder how much of the Stugan there is in this. And these vignettes are so well done. The drummer. Again, I don't want to make crude stereotypical jokes, but drummers, I've been in bands. I've known a few. The others had complex psychological goings on in their little vignettes. The one chap was drinking too much and feeling down. The drummer's chopping wood. Drummers are built different. Okay, I love it when it feels straightforward and intuitive. And that's another big buzzword of this game. Like, just talking about mechanics, all that emotion aside, just talking about mechanics, I feel that there's a lot to be said for the fact that it's abstract and yet intuitive. The puzzles are abstract and yet intuitive. That's what I'd say. Okay, I've got choices here, haven't I? I'm going to go down the one that I'm told to go down, though, yeah? bloody not. That's all hot there. Do I need to set it off the water? Oh no, hang on, what's this? 1, 2, 3. Stuff over there. Look, I'm going in the other pipes. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. We're all off to the other pipes. Come on. Get me in that pipe. I'll go south first. Just don't know why. Just got a feeling about it. I always go the wrong way first, so I think it wanted to be north, but okay, here's one of these. I've done that. So I think that's one of them. And I love the sound design again. That was a little, was it like a Chinese symbol? It was like a gong or something when I hit it. There's some really interesting, and again the little roll on the cymbal that I feel is so subtle. There, ring, the little ring on the cymbal. Little things like that I feel are so subtle that really pull things together and hold it together cohesively. And again, I can't sing Mads' praises enough. Here, again, we're talking about a different facet now. We're talking about a love of music and a depth and a richness. It's come from his dad as well as his mom. And his dad is a part of the musical, what would you call them? I don't want to say a band, do I? I want to say a collective that have produced the music. Its richness and its depth. I mean, look at it. It's a shame I only get to play it once. You know, I'm never going to get to experience it new again. But I would call for Mads to be elevated to the status of project lead. Just give him a budget, give him a team. Don't require him to code every damn thing. You know, give him a bit of freedom. Understand that artists may not always be at their best, but will produce. Give him some patience and some time. Look what he's done. Like, imagine this as well. Imagine this. You're project lead on a big thing. You know, you've hired someone like Mads, and you're 2 years in, and things aren't maybe on the way, and you're thinking, well, what's happening here? Like, for me, it's very similar in my feeling about my own. I'm reflecting a lot on myself in this playthrough today. My feeling in my own sense of achievement is I made my first documentary film. Look, I'd already been a hairdresser, I'd already been other things, you know, changing my life. Made my first documentary film as part of a crew, Eddie Strongman. Threw myself headfirst into it, heart and soul, everything for the film. Did a lot of hard work and good work. Had some off days, I will say that. I was going through a mental health battle and a battle to stop drinking at the time. Feel much better about those things now, but still have trouble sleeping. You know, I think there was one time I didn't drive all the way to Sheffield after a night of no sleep. That was a bit of a negative, but in general, you give me a bit of, you know, you put me on the job and I will achieve it. Like what the people in that film, there were shots of mine that went in the film because, like, you put me on the job and I'll achieve it. I started out as a sound man, and in the end, I contributed cinematic visuals to the documentary because you put me on the job and I will achieve it. I built my own hairdressing business from scratch. No one else cut the hair. No one else was doing it. I did it, and I crowdfunded my second documentary, which was the ASMR road trip, and actually that was probably made during the process of Eddie Strongman, probably during the process of. So before Eddie had been realised. So I crowdfunded. I only got £5,000. I wanted £5,000. I only got 500. I got 10% of the budget, but I still made the film. That's available on the True Binaural and ASMR channel. If you go and check out the other channels on the Ganji Kid channel, you find it there. Like, I made my first documentary on £500. You give me I will achieve it. It took longer than everyone imagined. They were like, oh, it's been a year. When's this film coming out? Well, it took me a long time to edit it in my free time, but I did, and it's out. And then the Stugan film. I did that with my own money and the gratuity of Tommy and Yana Palm. Went out to Stugan and, you know, I filmed it. You can watch it on the internet now. You can watch the draft. It's there. It exists. You know, you give me the time and the opportunity. That's the word, the opportunity. I will produce. Now, I didn't it took me some years. I hid my light under a bushel for a few years while I was trying to get it sold. We had the COVID. In the end, it's not exactly as I envisaged it. We're not out at a big premiere and it's not in HD on Netflix, but it's there. It exists. You give me some time and I'll achieve it. Mads here, Mads Valshot. It's a Danish name. Valshot, I think. Anyway, my pronunciation aside, Mads is clearly, like in the interview that we, if you watch at the start of this broadcast, the interview, we talked about all these other strings to his bow. He's a musician, he's an animator, he's a graffiti artist. Like, Mads is a talented and creative, not just creative, but driven, he's an artist. He's a real one. And you give him some time and some space and support, and he will create fantastic works. So my advice, if you are running a big game development studio or something, is make him a good offer and support the chuff out of him. And don't require him to be in the office 7 days a week. Don't make him crunch. Don't make him code every line, and maybe deadlines don't have to be met too rigidly. No, obviously we want to create, we've got pressures, but and what you'll get at the end will be beyond value, won't it? Beyond value. You don't know how far this can go. This is Mads' first game, I think. It's his, it's an important project to him. It's taken a while to achieve, but for me, it's almost a sort of proof of concept, not of a game, but of a person, of a talent. And like if I was running a game studio, I would invest in this talent every day of the week. I don't have those opportunities or options, but if you do and you're in that world, listen to me, trust me. It will go well. This is a triumph. There we go. And is that me now? Have I done everything? Have I achieved? Because I think that's... No? Or yes, look, they're there. They've gathered. I wonder if any of those people...
He's not picking up. Sorry, everyone.
It's a twist.
We need to go get Sebastian. Drummers are such divas, but we'll be back shortly.
Do you know who else is coming tonight?
The Plastic Crew, MT, and the Chronos. Hopefully some fans too, and not just our friends.
It's just because I know their concert has been announced on the radio.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's something. I mean, I hope people can find their way out here. It's not on the bus routes. It's such a long time since I've been to Seb's place. I don't think I really remember the way to his house.
Yeah, this part of the forest kind of creeps me out. It's a bit too wild for my taste. Do you have a map or something?
No. Maybe it's dumb to try to find his house when it's dark. Why won't he just pick up his phone?
I don't know. I don't feel very comfortable getting trapped in the dark right now.
Okay, I totally didn't expect this. Did not expect this. It's like a finale, like a... Okay. Like, this is good game design, isn't it? It's everything I've learned, all now thrown together in a slightly bigger setting, but I will achieve it, won't I? I'm now quite keen to sort of finish these puzzles. I mean, I've been talking for hours, it's been a big long stream, there is that, but I'm quite keen to finish the puzzles and resolve this now. I'm intrigued, is probably the right word. So there's 2. I need 1 more. Did I fail one somewhere? Have I missed one somewhere? Do I need to still be moths? Or... there's one there. Is it back the other way, maybe? Here. Oh, here's the spinner. I need to be moth. I need to not be moths. It's almost dreamy in a way. Like now I'm engaged and engrossed, I'm not doing so much talking, I'm just sort of following the mechanics. It's almost... I've never played a game quite like this. And that is something very strong to be said for it. It's very dreamy, very... Is esoteric the right word, or is that just a silly word? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't use long words that I can't remember what they mean. It's got its own very individual feel, hasn't it? Oh, here's that thing that I'll touch that. It's got its own feel, it's very dreamy, and I haven't done anything like this in other video games, so I couldn't... Other than Journey, where I could say we're following a figure through a strange journey, I couldn't really... Now, what would you say it's like? Which is good, which is fantastic to be able to say that about this. Go on, get on there, you. I want to spin that now. Okay, and then I need a piece for the middle, which I usually find somewhere else. And now that I've unlocked this door, hopefully, I should find it here, yeah. You know what's really nice, okay, is we're coming up to the end of the year, and I was going to do a special on the Game Awards, the games of the year. I haven't played any of them, many of them. I'm going to do Stray leading up to Christmas. I'm going to be playing Stray on this stream, probably the week before Christmas. It'll probably take 4 or 5 streams, knowing me, and I'm playing Stray, and we're going to give any money that we raise to charity, animal charity. So that's my big Christmas special game for stream. Otherwise I play Genshin Impact at the weekends regularly and other games here and there, but I haven't played all the different games, so I can't judge, can I? But for me, this is my game of the year, bar none. Even considering I started Genshin Impact this year, and Genshin Impact is one of the best, like, it's the best thing to ever happen to me gaming wise. It's like a wonderful ever. Don't worry about the gacha, it's not that, it's not all these things. You hear a load of bad stuff about it, it's not all those things. I love Genshin Impact. Anyway, this is not a Genshin Impact stream, but I've got so much value and love out of Genshin Impact this year, but it hasn't meant anything near the depth and levels of this. It hasn't felt as special as this, and I know that I've got a bias and I'm attached and all that, but game of the year for me, easy. I'm pleased that it almost feels like a special treat that's just like I'm getting a Christmas treat early or something. And the game's so full of hope, and you know, coming from such difficulty myself,
sure this way, actually,
I feel hopeful for the future now, for next year and the year after.
Really need a drummer after all. already kind of sense his rage. When he's not talking, usually that means he's in a super bad mood.
We have to get to him, man. We can't suddenly turn into the Forest duo.
There is
We just
that
became a trio.
subtext here about
Forest duo.
suicide.
Terrible damn name.
Yeah, but please just give me a moment. I need to calm down, okay?
Like the worry. And now he's got anxiety. Okay, I'm on again. I'm on again. Use of theremin. Oh. Hang on. Dude, what the fuck, dude? Don't know if that's helping, to be honest. I'm not moths. Oh, I've got this. I can pick this up. Have a bit of that. Get on there, you. That's the way. I love the little moments of, you know, where in Zelda it might be a game sound or something. Here,
Nina, would you quickly introduce yourself?
Here it's a
She's
little,
what keeps this whole thing together.
it's a little jazz
like
thing.
a mother of a kind?
For me, she's more like a sister.
Would you let me introduce myself?
Please let her
God damn it. Well, I play the saxophone and then I sing.
Nina has the voice of a god.
A goddess?
Yeah.
I'm from the west coast of Denmark.
I'm assuming that really is. I'm assuming that really is the sound of his mother. Or it might be, you know, maybe if it had to be revoiced, maybe it's his sister. But it's so moving to me to think of that, like, and for him to put it in again. I'm reiterating now, but incredible stuff. I think I had a point to make earlier as well that I was thinking of about Game of the Year or something else. I was maybe I've lost my train of thought again. They started talking, and I was going to say something. I was thinking of a point that I was just holding on to, and I've lost it. So it'll come back to me. Here we go. Another reminder of these wonderful mechanics that I so enjoyed. It's a bit mysterious now. This is the sort of thing in games that if I'm not careful I get lost and I don't know what I'm doing. But I know what I'm doing is I'm trying to... Oh, I can become a person here, but I don't want to be a person here, do I? Do I? Oh look, yeah I do. Okay, it looks like the letter G. Okay, so I need to be a person here, do I? Or can I do it as a... Can I do it as moths? I can do it as moths. And so it looks like... Oh no, I can't. Okay, I'll be a person then. I say person, I'm a disembodied spirit. I should remember that. Not even making a joke there. I should, you know, using the wrong terminology when it's quite relevant. That was my failing in my using of a controller. I'm still engaged. I know it seems like a really simple puzzle. It's not hardly a puzzle, is it? But it's engaging enough because it's abstract and you've worked it out. It's just so incredible to me how something that's subtle like that can be engaging. And I'm an adult gamer. Like, you know, if you want to challenge me, this is not necessarily challenging, but it's up to the point where I'm like, oh, what do I have to do here? Oh, what's going on here? And when I've worked it out, it's done. And I'm happy, I'm satisfied. It's not overdone. I think it's really good. So I've done that now. I've turned the light on, have I? Hang on. I haven't turned the light on. Am I missing something? Should I? No, I'm not. I've got this right. Lovely.
Are you alright?
This is charming now.
Oh man, I don't know how it's gonna be.
You seem okay now, right?
Here I'm fine, but on stage?
I'm sure you'll be okay. It's mostly our friends there. It's all people you know.
We need you, man.
Okay.
Saxophone is the lead here. As they walk into the light. And that's the first thing I did, isn't it? Illuminate that light. First thing we did.
It's really getting super dark here.
Yeah. And people have probably already left. We've been away for so long.
Yeah.
Wait, are you guys for real?
I don't know, I'm just not really feeling this concert right now.
Come on, sure you are.
I'm still feeling really tense.
You pulled me out of my house for this? I don't want to be around you two.
We should all just move away from here. Enough of this forest life. Nobody's happy here anymore.
Yeah, I'm starting to go crazy nuts in these woods.
We're back to where we started. Which, interestingly, is an end point for Nina. Her grave. Somewhere we return to when we think about our loved ones. Literally. But it's not an end point, is it? It's our start point. It's a very clever device, that, to bring that round like that.
Since you left, I've been wanting to go back to the city.
Me too.
I haven't really been thinking about anything. I've just been nothing. Felt nothing.
My anger gets the best of me these days. I'm so sorry, guys. It must have been super stressful for you.
Nina will have wanted a concert.
It's time to say goodbye to you, Nina. I haven't really said goodbye until now.
Me neither.
Interesting. I remember a point there. This is going to be moving now, I imagine. But I remember just briefly there my point that I was going to make earlier. When I embarked on the process of making this film about these game developers, that took me to meeting Mads. When I started on that journey, we were in a good place. Things were starting to become a bit fractured between me and Matt. Really, like. I'm not going to talk through our relationship on the stream, but you know, he's a very good friend of mine, and I felt a little bit let down. I'll just say that in the long scheme of things. But at the time, before we left to go to Stugan, like On the very day that we were about to go, he did worry me a bit with his behaviour. Again, I'm not going to go into that, but as we were going out to do that, you know, I had a great positive feeling in my life. I'd been through hardship in my life previous. Not the worst, I haven't lived the hardest life in the world, you know. Similar sort of themes as we're touching on here. Loss of some loved ones, difficulties growing up. If I'm brutally honest, fucked up my own university education. Excuse me. Became a hairdresser instead. That was a success. Fucked that up in a way, drove it into the wall, it was a credit crunch, there was a recession, business was tough, I was drinking too much. I told you, I decided to draw a line under it and do something different with my life, something that I enjoyed. I didn't, you know, when in 50 years' time, when I'm dead and gone, are they going to say, let's build a statue for this chap because he cut nice hair? They're certainly not. I need to affect the world in greater ways. Media production's a good way. It's a good thing. I watched a documentary about a chap called Tim Hetherington, who sadly lost his life being a war correspondent, but he was reaching people with ideas, and his exact quote, "I believe we need to build bridges to people to reach them with ideas." Oosh. His exact quote, "I believe we need to build bridges to people to reach them with ideas, views of the world, to engage them with views of the world." So that became a little submission of mine then. Okay, I'm not a hairdresser, I'm a media producer. I'm going to meet people, engage them, reach out to the world, reach out around the world. That's what we do. That's why I'm streaming. It's what we do. And as part of that, we made these films, these documentary pieces. I had no interest in strongmen. My friend Matt wanted to do that film. I had a big interest in his success and the process, the art, the joy of it, the making of the film. Big interest in that. Took me on to, you know, like I said, so I've met Mads. I've been through some hardship in my life, but I feel that we're on a strong upward path. And I made this, I went there, filmed all the stuff, got home with my hard drives full of material, sat down to edit. And I was thinking, I'll lock myself in a room for 6 weeks. I'll churn out an edit. I'll probably be able to, you know, do it a lot. I'd underestimated how much work it would take. Okay. Took a bit longer than I thought. But I did think at the end of it that, I mean, if I'm brutally honest, I thought my friend Matt would help me to sell it the way it is, the style of, not to say I don't want it like this, let's change that, or maybe we should re-edit it, or not that, let's try and just get it pushed out, and then we could work on something different together. I just wanted it to, you know, exist, get it out there. I had no idea, this is pre-COVID, nobody had any idea, did they? But pre-COVID, I had no idea. I remember saying, 2020 is going to be my year. I'm going to push hard. I'm going to make something. It's been tough. It's been tough. It's been tough editing, not getting the film out there, not succeeding. When I started the film, when I met Mads, when I was interviewing Mads, I had great hope for the future. I envisaged a success of my life. That this would just be one of many film projects that I would finish, complete, and then use the money that I got to make the next film, and that me and Matt would go on and make several documentaries, some of which might be more frivolous, some of which might be more poignant. I imagined that we'd have great success in that field. I didn't imagine that our relationship would break down, that he'd go to a different country and just work on a commercial venture. Being quite successful himself now, you know, he's done all right for himself. I didn't imagine that I'd be left on my own, sort of frustrated and depressed. I didn't imagine that, I mean, I didn't go back to drinking or anything. I'm still not drinking, but I've moved forward. I decided to draw a line under it and move forward. We are where we are today. I wouldn't be here now if we'd carried on making documentaries and gone on and, you know, been a great success. Then I wouldn't be sat here playing this game, feeling these things, telling you them. So I don't know. It just is what it is. But I had no idea I was going to have such a hard time over the last few years, and that I would struggle to come through it. And I'm still in the process of it now. You know, I'm still not the success that I envisage, but I've got a few years yet. And like Mads, having completed this, it might not be that particular, the Stugan film might not ever be HD. I'll be able to get it HD and on the internet, but it might not ever be 20 grand's worth of Netflix sale or whatever. It might not ever be that. I mean, I've given up trying to recoup I spent about £4,000 to £5,000 making it, probably 6 grand. I've given up trying to recoup that, and I'm lucky that I've got the thing that I made. You know, I would have liked to have sold it to a network. Whatevs. We move forward, and I never envisaged that I would go through that hardship in COVID 2020. Becoming a carer for my grandmother, having her live at our house so that we could care for her during COVID. Suffering the indignancy of, I'm not even going to go over that again, you know, her having to die in hospital on her own. Other people that I love died of COVID as well. It's been pretty difficult dealing with these things over the last few years, as everyone has had to go through, I'm sure. So to come through it, I know that was the point I wanted to make earlier. I was at a point, I remember when I met Mads when he was working on this 5 years ago, we were both at a point of great hope for the future. And it's taken 5 years for Mads to get this out there. Like, maybe I need another 5 years, but I'm going to get there. I'm not going to give up. No way. You know, no way. I will try to my dying breath, and then if I have to, I will come back from the grave and guide people into a more hopeful place in the future. It's a brilliant story, this is, and it gives me great hope. And that's a primary motif. I've said the word before about motif. It's got a lot of different ideas and themes bubbling through this. Just like jazz music, there are melodies here that you could grab hold of and bounce back and forth and spend an entire evening chewing over. And if you listen to it again, there'll be something else that you can pick out and talk through. It's rich, it's deep, it's detailed, it's meaningful, it's important, it's a triumph, it's a great joy, it's something that makes me feel proud of Mads and who he is and his ability to express. This game is a 10 out of 10. I had no idea I was going to feel like this now today playing it. And again, I want to reiterate that this point of hope from the graveyard, from the mind of someone who's gone through this tragedy, is hope. It's light. It's rejuvenation. It's about joy. It's about bringing joy back to the world and bringing light back to the world and helping people to move on and move through. It's incredible. It's incredible. It has made me feel very hopeful for my own future. That our paths are yet to be illuminated before us.
That's on the guy, the people who like really just say at you.
Exactly. He's super loud. He knows.
Thank you all for coming. And
Bob.
Thanks for your patience.
Better than Sonic Frontiers, yeah.
Let's give Nina the goodbye she deserves. We all miss your voice, Nina. We all miss you.
I feel like I've only just met you, really, but what a tribute. Or is it me? No, it's not me. mean, how do I follow that? I was going to give you a bit of a review. I think I've done that while I play it, obviously. I mean, I was going to talk you through my feelings. But, I mean, whoa. Obviously 10 out of 10. Yes, Bob, better than Sonic Frontiers, yes. Like, if Sonic Frontiers never existed, there'd be 10,000 Sonic fans who don't get Sonic Frontiers. If this never existed, the world is missing a piece of its beauty. In some ways, I feel very vindicated. No, in some ways, I feel quite vindicated. I've cheered Tommy and Yana, and at the end there, it said special thanks, and then there were these projects that helped accelerate the production of things like this. I remember, was it Lucy Morris who said it, that in the Stugan film, which I've alluded to all the way through, so I will show it you right at the end, how to, go on Ganji Kid on YouTube and go and watch it. Search YouTube Ganji Kid Indie Game Development Paradise. You'll see it. I'll bring it up again. Because tomorrow we'll watch the other interviews with Mads and we'll talk through this even further. I'm sure I'll have some thoughts while I walk the dog in the woods tomorrow. I usually do, and if I note them down we can have a bit of a chat about them. It was incredible, this was, and it was mentioned by Lucy in the process of making the film that without philanthropy, like Tommy and Yana as an example with the Stugan project, Tommy deciding to give back to the industry in this way by providing a space that people can come and work on their games free from commercial. This is why I was so in love with the Stugan project. I'm very ethical. I believe in ethics. I'm vegan, and I think that the idea that Tommy would be in a position to essentially be the patron and not request something like, there are no payments to the Stugan project for the ongoing sales of this game. They don't own 10% or anything. They just give you the space to do the work. It's like a charity thing, very, it's philanthropy is the phrase, and very good and wonderful that he did it too, because this would never exist without that sort of backing and support. I mean, it may have done, but very difficult. And I'm sure Mads would attest to this, that he's met so many people along the way that have helped, even if it's just through their solidarity and understanding of his process. Maybe they've helped him on little bits of, I've got a bug here, or this isn't how, or even if it's just like, what's it like to have to crunch all this time? I wish I'd kept in touch with him more over the last 5 years, and I certainly hope to again in the next 5 years. I need to make more of the relationships with good people in my life, because I'm honestly, I just don't keep in touch with people. I'm just not that good at it. But I'm so impressed by this. It's a great habit, noting your thoughts while walking the dog. Yeah, I tend to find they come through me while I'm wandering through the woods. Yeah, that's a good time for me to have a good think. Because I don't know how I'm gonna. I was expecting I would play this indie game, it would be moving in places, I'd have a little cry, and at the end I'd say, well, I like the puzzles, this, that and the other, not being too harsh. I wouldn't have been like, oh well, it's like this puzzle was bad and this was boring. I was going to not be harsh, I was going to be nice, but I didn't have I didn't realise how powerful it was going to be and how good it was going to be. Like, when you leave the cinema and you've seen an average film, and you say to people, oh, well, what did you think of this? And they go, oh, I thought that was alright. Oh, you shouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done that in this moment. You have a chat. And then there are other films where you walk out and you just say, oh, let's not say anything until we get home. Just let me think about that. Wow. It's one of them. I've said the word a number of times, that I will be able to pick out certain words that I've repeated throughout this playthrough. Triumph is a big one. Written all over the top. A triumph. moving. The puzzles were intuitive and abstract and yet intuitive. The pace was excellent. The vibe and the feel, the game feel. Like, you can't ask for much more out of a small indie developer. Out of an indie developer. You can't. In indie games, you could say, we've got a really interesting mechanic and we're going to exploit it to the max. Like, we might end up making Rocket League, but it's just very simply about this mechanic. Or we're doing a narrative, so we're going to abandon some of these graphical aspects because we're sticking really closely to this idea the narrative is the most important. Or whatever, you make some concessions so that you can achieve some other things. And yes, this is not a 40-hour, it's not Grand Theft Auto or anything like that, of course. But as a piece of media, somewhere in between cinema and theatre, interactivity, somewhere in between that with a little bit of engagement, like the aspect of completing the puzzles increases your aspect of being both engaged and immersed in the process, and that makes you feel more connected to the events that are happening on the screen in your mind around you while you're playing it. So I think it wouldn't work as well as a film or an animation. I think it's critical and key to the medium that we are engaged within it. We are part of it. We are the agent. We engage and create the change. So I think that's at the core what video games have that no other medium does. It was explained in my film by, I've said that as my catchphrase now, in the film by Henry Hoffman. Made that point. I edited it into the film. I remember putting it in the film. So I'm just thinking now, have I mentioned everyone at Stugan? I think I have, haven't I? Have I mentioned everyone that I met when I was there? If there's anyone that I haven't mentioned yet and I've left you out, I'm sorry. Because, there was a 15 team strong, plus the mentors. I met a lot of people in 2 weeks. And then, like I say, didn't maintain any relationship with any of them because I'm such a hermit. Other things were breaking down in my life and just, it's been tough. It's been tough. But, yeah, I don't know how to finish this. I don't know. I think I've made my point very clearly. I hope that everyone has enjoyed the playthrough. I want to stay on a little bit. I'm not ready to. I've done 5 hours streaming. I'm not ready to turn it off yet. So I guess this is the bit where I just. Oh, I can rewatch the concert. That's lovely. That's an option to rewatch the concert. But I'm going to exit. And then I'm going to open up Firefox and I'm going to show you this film I keep talking about. Because it does exist. Gravekipper Ganji Kid. That's my channel at the moment. And you search on that for indie. Just the word indie is fine. And there you go, top one. Indie Game Development Paradise. So we're in Sweden. I'm not going to watch an hour and 40 minutes of my own documentary now. You can watch it in your own time. I did put a lot of passion into this. I certainly chuffing did. Let's get Mads back on the screen doing his talking.
But I also kind of think everything is art. Yeah.
Actually, we don't create just shitty games, not just for money. We create art, actually.
Yeah, both create art and earn money, We are the middle of the concept.
Have influenced me the most have been games
where
you can feel.
I didn't mention the lads from Costalbite. I didn't. Was it Costalbite? Was it? I think it was. And they were making Puppet Fever. I didn't mention them.
That the art comes before the technical stuff, meaning that it's not a hey, let's do a shooter. I know how to make a shooter. I tried this thing, but it's more like hey, let's make a game about this character's journey.
I mean, looking back now, I had no idea.
And I think it's hard to maybe categorize because...
It is hard to categorize. I had no idea. You don't get... It's like I interviewed someone before I saw the process and the product, the art, the game. Now, oh my God, Mads, I had no idea.
Those games can be everywhere, but I think that games that has a starting point, there's more of a story, of a artistic vision, will always be the games that will influence me and inspire me.
You're looking forward to the upcoming DSP music. All right, I'll ruin today's episode by playing you some of it then, you chuffer. How about that? You get a sneak preview because you like it. Why not? Only a bit, because everyone's going to be like, what the fuck is he doing now? But you know what I'm like. So let me open it up. Where is it? Reason. Show me Reason. Reason. And let me bin off. I've got a button for Firefox. Oh, there's Reason then, you chuffer. Log in. Log in. Log in. Now, if you want to watch that film that I keep going on about, I've showed you how to watch it. Go and watch it, you fuckers. Right, me and Bob are going to listen to some chuffing weird music now. And I say weird. These are... you're going to like this. These are... I don't quite know how to describe them, so... Is it going to open it? Document not responding. No, it is responding. Okay, thank you. Open. And I'm going to have to turn it down a little bit because I imagine it'd be really loud. These are, I've got 3 lined up so Bob can hear a sneak preview of all of these. And it is what it is. I'm not even going to bother to explaining it. This is just something completely different.
Chicken chow mein. Very delicious. It's funny to kind of joke around sometimes and say things that might, in a serious setting, be racially insensitive, but they're not really meant, and therefore they can be pretty comedic. Dark side. China, they say. Chicken chain, Johnny Chain, chicken chop.
Racism is all parody.
Obviously, real racism shouldn't be taken lightly, but obviously, real racism. Enjoy the taste, cat, very delicious.
He's actually quite funny, Phyllis. Phil's actually quite funny when you're laughing at him. Obviously, we're laughing at the racism because he's a bad racist, and we're not racists. So I'm using his words to make this song. I'm not racist, okay? I don't think that Charlie Chang is appropriate. I think it's inappropriate, and that's why it's funny that he said it. Just making that clear as a little disclaimer.
Charlie Chan, chicky Chan, Charlie Chan, you got chop. Shut the fuck up. Chan, chicky Chan, Charlie Chan, chicky Chan, Charlie Chan, you got chop. Shut the fuck up. Chan, China, they say. Oh, you motherfucker.
Get the taste of ding dong fire. Ding dong Wong has a long strong dong. So that one is currently, it needs to be mixed, so it needs to go in the other program and be mixed. Like, that's just raw. And this one has been mixed, but actually I might have the actual track. Let me have a look. 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 Let me have a look how do I play it? I might be able to just play this as the actual proper track that's been mixed. Tracks, Chang, Garage. Is this the full mix or the first mix? First mix on Reason. So no, I don't have it. So I haven't got the full mix. Like when I mix it down, it sounds a bit better. This is a garage mix of the same thing. So this is my second attempt at a Charlie Chang song. Again, if you're watching this because you're watching the playthrough of, I don't know why I'm doing this now, Bob. Bob in chat has asked me about this, so I'm doing it. This is another aspect of my variety streaming. Is I make some comedy music about Darkside Phil. It's a long story, okay? It's a long story, and it's not everything. It's only like 10% of what I do. But here is the next track, which is the same thing but remixed. But this is garage now, garage mix.
China, they say, cat very delicious. In China, they say, Dolly Chang, Chicky Chang, Wang, Dolly Chang, shut the fuck up. Chang, Dolly Chang, Chicky Chang, Wang, Dolly Chang, shut the fuck up.
Yes, Jiggy Chang Wang. So that one's coming. That one's actually been mixed and is on the chopping block. It's on the editing table, so I'm going to edit a little video for it and get that out there. And then I've got one more, which this is, I'm going to call it, I feel like a weirdo now doing this on the internet, but it's what we do. It's what we do. I'm going to call the track "This Is Good Pizza," and you'll see why. You'll see why. I need to do a proper edit of this as well, but I mean, it doesn't. I can't explain it. I just have to play it, and then you'll see what it is. But
this is very good pizza. It's expensive, but it's really freaking good. So, no mushrooms. Without further ado, no mushroom. I'm hungry as hell, and I want to eat. Look at this. It's so heavy with toppings, I can barely lift it. This plate probably weighs over a pound, I'm not kidding, with only 2 pieces of pizza on it. It's heavy, no mushrooms. What's in the Pride and Joy pizza? So, got giant pieces of pepperoni. You got black olive. You got ham. Yes, actual slices of ham are on here. Italian style sausage, no mushroom. Green pepper and onion. Again, it's supposed to have mushroom, but my wife hates mushroom, so we removed the mushroom. All right? So, it's kind of just, kind of traditional. Oh my God, it smells so good. It's kind of traditional when it comes to what you would expect on like a pizza with the works. It's kind of a little bit of everything. All right. Now, the cool thing about this is wood fire pizza is not greasy. I'm gonna repeat myself. Wood fire pizza is not greasy. There's literally no level of real like grease or anything on top of this. It's just like fresh, made in that oven. It's got char on the bottom because it's wood fire, so you got a little bit of char on the bottom of the pizza dough. In fact, you can see it better right there. See that? It's just really good. Again, it's from a place called The Rock, Italian style actual chain, restaurant chain, and it is wood fire pizza. It is, in my opinion, out of all the pizza out here, it's the best pizza. I used to live on the East Coast. I used to eat authentic Italian style pizza. Is this authentic Italian style pizza? No. But I live in Washington State. This is pretty much the best pizza you can get here.
I think it still needs a bit more work, but what the intent there, the level of effort required to make it sound just right. What I do is I make it all in Reason like this, then I knock it over to, this is going to make you laugh, because I knock it all over to my Mac and do it in Logic and then mix it down in Logic. Like each track gets a mix, put it all together, sounds right. And then I want to listen to it on the speakers to make sure it sounds right. So then I put it on a memory stick, go upstairs to my attic bedroom where the speakers are, put it in the memory stick on the computer up there, the laptop, and play it. And if it doesn't sound right, instead of live mixing it, which I should be fucking doing on the speakers, I listen to it, I note down what I want to change, I come downstairs, I change it on the computer, I export it again to the memory stick, I go upstairs and listen to it. So there is quite a lot of effort because it involves me running up and downstairs. And at the end, I mean, this isn't fucking Freddie Mercury and Queen, is it? So it doesn't have to be, we just get it out there. So in the end, it's all right and it gets out there. This one, my intent for this track is that I feel that when Phil's talking about food, specifically this pizza, he sounds a bit like a rapper. He just doesn't stop talking. He just talks and talks. And what I've tried to do is just pull it into line to make it feel a bit rhythmic. So it's like freestyle rap, but he's talking about pizza. It doesn't rhyme enough. That's a problem. I maybe need to chop it up a bit more to make it rhyme a bit more, but I haven't tried. What I've done is just let it sit over the music, and actually it still sounds all right set to music. It almost sounds like he was talking along to a beat.
Unless you go to downtown Seattle, there's an actually place called Rocco's, if they're still in business, because I don't know what happened during COVID. But Rocco's is super authentic New York style, but they're considered gourmet, and their pizza is super expensive. This is now I'm going to repeat myself. Wood fire pizza is not greasy. Yes, that is absolutely delicious and excellent. I loved it. If you actually want, this is DSP tries. People were like, "What's the rate? What's the rate?" All right, that's like near perfection. It doesn't have no mushrooms. For example, Italian pizza always uses things like oregano, a little bit of basil, garlic. There was no garlic whatsoever on that pizza. Authentic Italian pizza would have some kind of garlic on it in some sort, even if it's just in the sauce or a sprinkling of garlic salt or something. There'd be a little bit of a garlicky flavor, and there was no garlicky flavor in that pizza, okay? And the seasoning, there's good seasoning, but it's definitely it's not dead on to what an Italian style would be.
So you see what's coming there, don't you? And the problem with this is the more I chop it up, when I edit it, I've got to chop him up and move him around. I can't really be arsed. I don't feel like it's worth my life to be... Like, the thing about Dark Side Phil I found tonight as well, actually, no dissing of That Being Said or anything, but tonight was the That Being Said call-in, and I thought, oh, it's That Being Said call-in, and I'm planning to do this stream about this game, and I'm very pleased that I made the right choice. I can't have my life revolve around Dark Side Phil. I simply can't, and I won't, so I'm glad I made the right choice. You get a bit down the rabbit hole sometimes. I certainly do on the internet. I've actually discovered 3 further rabbit holes, 1 new lolcow that I have never, and I'm not a big, lolcow content creator, am I? Save changes, no, that can go. I'm not a big lolcow content creator, but I got into Dark Side Phil in the story, discovered Steve, got him on the show to talk about forensic psychology and other things. So there's lots of good to come out of it. On YouTube, I saw this girl. Honestly now, get this. I saw this girl, Pinky, totally organically on YouTube, on Twitter probably, promoting her stuff. So I didn't know any of the backstory. I don't know any of the backstory. I didn't know any of the backstory. I've got episodes that we're going to be doing. We can't just do Phil all the time. I've got lots of ideas for lots of episodes. This is not even the best example. This is just one thing that I just saw, and I've got rabbit holes on rabbit holes to take you down. We only just started with Madly I'm McCann, but look, she's doing this music on the internet. When's she going to do the... It's a bit loud. Alright, that's enough of that. So she seems alright, seems interesting. It's a music person on the internet. I watch the internet, fine. But then I did this, Google, it's Pinky. I did that, right? And then I scrolled down a bit. Maybe this isn't such a good idea for me to do this doom scrolling now. Because I found like a sort of, they weren't being nice to her, and it was a forum, and it wasn't Kiwi Farms, but they weren't being nice to her, and it told this backstory of how she was actually called Nat-chan or something. Natal Chan. Is it something to do with wee? I'm not finding the right... Did I mean that? There we go, the P thing. So here we go, I found this. So it turns out that she's got a bit of a history. I don't know what Yukapon is, but apparently the P saga was amazing. They say milk, don't they, for lolcows? She did something offering her fans if they wanted to drink her pee. Like, this is just a story. I might be late to the party. Yeah, I might not know about her offering to have her fans drink her pee. But look, there's a lot of information here. There's an episode on that. For me, there's an episode there. It doesn't have to revolve around Dark Side Phil for me. There's a lot of fucking people on the internet. I'm just interested in stories, and it's not even just that. You know, the other things that I've got lined up include strange little things like I've been down this rabbit hole recently. I've been down this rabbit hole making things in epoxy resin. I don't make them in resin. They make them in epoxy resin, and I watch it on the internet. So I've got episodes on episodes, mate. As much as I want to keep talking about Dark Side Phil and making some Dark Side Phil content here and there, which I certainly will, and I'll keep dipping my nose into the detractor sphere and tuning into that being said every now and then, I've got to make sure that next year, you know, we keep rolling and going places. Like, look at this. I mean, this sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous for me to be saying this, but this is a video of someone... Where's my relaxing game music in the background as well? This is a video of... Let's have the music. Thanks. This is a video of someone putting a strawberry in resin. Yeah? So you don't need to watch the whole video to understand the concept, do you? There it is. And is that going to rot? You don't know. It's locked in resin. There's a grape. That's just the start of a very long rabbit hole. That meant that yesterday I ended up watching someone making machine tools. At 5 o'clock in the morning. I was watching people make machine tools. So I can take you down some rabbit holes on the internet. And they're interesting. They're not all bad, you know, lolcow people. They're not all like, bear in mind, you know, I've said this many times, I'm not here to be an internet bully. I will cover different stories every now and then and dip in and out. But let's say, for example, the good people of the indie game development world, for example.
You can make a male voice and a female voice, let's see now.
And just like babbling, not saying anything in particular?
No, yeah, just like babbling. Just like
So-
ba ba boo, ba ba boo boo.
Okay.
And then we can cut each ba or each boo.
I want to say this is Matt's filmmaking. Like, Matt filmed this completely independent of me. One of the things that you do as a team, especially a small team like this, is like, you might say, today we're going to work on this interview, we'll both be there, or I'm going to go off and get this, do you want to film with them? Like, you might do that. And as a director, I very much wanted this film to be the way I saw it. I think Matt also felt like he had visions and ideas. Some of the things he filmed I thought were brilliant, bang them in the film. Other things I was like, they're not quite exactly the way I see this. Getting the idea in his head, making him see my vision, letting him loose. Like, I mean, I'm saying this, it sounds really patronising because he's more of a filmmaker than me. But that concept, like, it really works when he's like on song. And then I think there were some things that we didn't, maybe I'm not going to reflect on the negatives here at this point. What I wanted to say was he does a really good job, did a really good job. I was really lucky to have been able to have him there to help me make this and to do the work with me and work alongside me and to work with him. A bit of a shame the way some of the things went, and it wasn't all, you know, all positives, but like, this was a sequence that he shot without me, and then I saw it in the edit and was like, this is brilliant, I'm glad you did this. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
And we can make it like a random, so when they speak it's gonna sound cool.
Obviously I edited it, but it was all there for me to edit.
Okay. Yeah, this is my first game jam. You're supposed to make a game in 48 or 72 hours. So, and like, you start from the scratch. You get a theme, you think about the theme, you try to come up with an idea. And in our game we have this ostrich god. It's basically a ripoff of it's a ripoff of Small Gods, the book of Terry Pratchett. And yeah, so this ostrich god is losing power because he doesn't have followers. So he's trying to gain new followers. And you play the ostrich and you talk to people. You are supposed to interrupt their speech at certain moments to kind of, you know, to stop them from having doubts.
So we gotta interrupt reading the right place when they speak slowly like this, but not making any sense now. Just there's nothing making. This doesn't make any sense.
But it will.
It will.
I found a video on YouTube of two guys talking about which sounds ostriches make.
So they continue, but I'll talk over it now. I do think sometimes, you know, the dark side filled attractosphere, the world, I enjoy it. It's fun. I have a good time. I feel part of a bit of a small community there. Worry sometimes, I'll say this, Bob, worry sometimes, I'll read your comment in a second before I say what's in my mind. I'll say what's in my mind first, sorry. Worry sometimes that an outsider looking in, like some people might get the internet memes, might get the jokes, and other people might think, oh, you're bullying this man on the internet, and like it might seem a bit distasteful. And so in the big picture, I don't want to make Dark Side Phil detractor content a feature of my content. However, I do like making the funny songs. I do like making the funny songs, and I do like talking about psychology. So, you know, he's an internet person. People talk about him and make content about him, as do I. So it's okay. But as long as it's a certain percentage of our content and not the driving force, then I feel happy. What have you said there? Yeah, there are many lolcows out there. Yeah, DSP's one I go in and out of. For him, it's more the amazing detractor content created from a rather mundane streamer. Like Steve's hours and hours of analysis. It almost shouldn't exist, and yet it does. That's why it's funny. Yeah, it's... I did discuss this a few times with Steve, didn't I? I think in the podcast at one point that one of the things that I'm amazed by is that if I'm a streamer, okay, and I wouldn't like it if all these people were being negative about me and making all this content. However, I would pay a therapist to talk for hours about me. Yes, please. Steve is a psychologist, and he, like, his time, his degree, his expertise is being spent making this content. We all find it engaging and interesting. I watched those. I remember one night, I stay up to 5 in the morning. I was up in my upstairs attic room and I was listening to one of these long videos, and I thought, hang on, I've got to the end of this, which means it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh God. Like, you know, but I could just listen to Steve talk psychology for hours. Yeah. And Phil is a great catalyst for these conversations. So I do think it's funny. And also I think it's amazing that if you were and any of us, a human or a streamer or anything, and you could get this amount of feedback. Like, look at these people making these video games. Like, they want people to play their games. Earlier I said that, Mads, if you listen to a song that I made, you know, if I just played you some music I made, yeah, you're interested, great, that's great. I've also got, and you're probably not going to be as interested in this, but Bandcamp, Big Valley. I've also got this Bandcamp of this music I do. Like, no one in the world wants to hear it. My singing isn't particularly good, but, like, you know, if I sat you down and made you listen to a 10-track, like Mads made the point in his interview at the start of this episode that it's hard to get people to listen to your music if you're a musician. It's hard to get them to watch one of your videos if it's not what they're into, maybe, or they not in the right frame of mind or moment in their day. Even, like, you know, my sister, for Christ's sake, like, you know, I get in the car and I'm like, do you want to listen to this track on my phone? I'll put it through the speakers on the car. And she's like, not really, I just want to drive there. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, stuff like that. So it's hard to get people to listen to and engage with your content. But when it's focused around Phil, people seem to enjoy it even more. So that's an irony, isn't it? But yeah, as a streamer, as anyone, if you could get all that feedback, that's what I was saying. Like, it's hard to get people to listen to your content sometimes, but Phil has got these people listening. They don't like it. They're giving him negative feedback, but it's feedback, for Christ's sake. Like, I would pay people to watch my streams and give me tips, wouldn't I? Watch the whole thing and pick out every moment that needs working on. I'll listen to it and I'll take it as constructive criticism. It might not sound constructive, but if I work on it, I'll be better. Like, that's invaluable. And yet Phil, why is that muted? Right. And yet Phil, you know, he's unlike any other streamer in the world. He's got that going on. It's incredible and strange at the same time. Your point about many lolcows, I do want to cover some of the other ones. I'm interested in it. It's a phenomenon on the internet. People do strange things and other people make content about them. The lolcow. I want to do an episode with Steve called What is a Lolcow? And let's talk lolcows for a full episode of thus, you know, a full general conversation about it, getting into all the psychology of why people like it and what's going on and who some of these, you know, notable ones. Let's talk about some of the notable ones and, you know, all that. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't want to make it an intrinsic feature of my content, because I worry too much about being an online bully for that. Like, you know, I actually worry about people's feelings, even if they're chuffers. Truth be told, I've worried about Phil and how he's received the content that I've made about him. I've worried about his mental health. I've hoped that he's okay, truth be told. And that's bad, because like, I shouldn't care about him because he's a bad chuffer who doesn't care about other people. You know what I'm saying? But I can't help it. I care. That's it. If I'm making a piece about someone, I care about how they think and feel about it. In this film, I wanted these people... I imagined Anders here watching this when I was editing it and thinking, I hope he likes this.
Like a fire watch guy or something, working in a national park, befriend some bears, have a good time.
You know, I imagine how they will feel when they watch it sometimes. Not that I've ever shown it to them. It's there on the internet if they want to find it, but I haven't shouted about it because I'm like that. But you'd love to make a game. You have an idea, just lack the long-term will, dedication to go through such a thing. I think there's a few people out there like that. There's two ways to look at that. One is you could maybe be part of a team and hire a couple of people to help you. You know, you could be a writer on that team there. And God help me, how come I can't remember everyone's name? I remember Andy's name. These two chuffers, why can't I remember their names? It's been 5 years, so maybe that's the reason. But one of them is the writer, a story writer, and the others are doing other aspects on the game, you know, coding and art. So it's not out of the realm of idea that you could actually still produce a game with your ideas. You could put that into practice. The other thing that's worth noting, and I didn't go too deep into it on this film, but I asked a few of them about it, and it's there in the interviews, is that it used to be Unity, and it probably still is. 5 years on now, it might be there's other programs, but it's a lot easier than you think these days. You know, the engines and the click and put and move, and it's a lot less knowing how to code and a lot more intuitive drag and drop assets, all that sort of stuff. It's available. I know that what you're saying though, it's a lot of hard work, and unless you're really dedicated, like most things in life, you know, I've got a load of guitar songs. I'm not a musician, guitarist. I'm just someone with a load of guitar songs. You've made a couple of small games with Unity. Well, there you go then. So you're like a bigger step closer than I am to being a musician. Although I've made a few albums, I'm maybe in the same boat, but it is out there, and I think being part of a team is probably a critical. A lot of these people in this film are individuals. That's part of the concept. You know, we're talking about these artists. There's Mads again. I want to finish on this bit of the film where he talks about Just Be, if I can find it. A lot of them are like individuals, but there's a couple of teams, there's a few teams, and what we find out along the way is that there are people that work in other aspects that are part of these processes, I would say. You know, they're helpful along the journey. One person might take it to upon themselves to make the game, but along the way they might get help from different people along the way. And something that was also very interesting was that, I mean, this, for example, there's Mads working on it 5 years ago. We played it today. So it didn't, every day of his life for the last 5 years has not probably been working on that project. Sometimes you can put things aside for a while and do a bit of this. Maybe you should, they start with what they call a vertical slice, you know, a few mechanics, an example of the gameplay. You know, maybe you get it that far and your idea then starts to take a life of its own and other people get involved. You never know. But you might just be doing it in your spare time as a hobby and put it out there on the internet for people to see. You never know. I don't know.
Where you solve puzzles. It's a little bit of the game, it will band back together. My game is called The Forest.
I had no way of like, looking back on this now, I had no way of knowing how extraordinary the thing he was making was.
I've been tasting them all. So my game is called The Forest Quartet, and it's about a spirit trying to get an old band back together. And what you do half of the game is that you explore this rich forest, kind of deep forest. And
it's not your computer jerking around. It's my upload is a bit jerky. It's not on the final export, but it is here, and that's okay because this is just a draft up on the internet, and if it ever wanted to be sold, I could say to a company, don't worry, it has been up on the internet for a bit, but that's just a rough draft. We want to put the actual film out for publication, so don't worry.
The other half is where you solve puzzles. It's a little bit of a spiritual game without trying to change everyone's existence, but I think I want to believe that I'll always be...
You can't see it very well, but in here there's that particle effect.
Sort of.
That's what's making it chug on the editing table.
Here. And that doesn't mean I have to be here.
You can see there's little particles drifting out from the woods. Exactly the same thing as happened at the very start of Forest Quartet, which is amazing. Like that, I had this idea to make sure there were these little drifting particles in this, and so did Mads in his game. It's a little thing that just linked the two things. I think it's lovely.
But it means that I'll always be, and there's something about that, and then having a spirit body that connects. Yeah, it's really abstract. I don't want to talk too much about this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Your focus is web development. You've been enjoying the process. Once your skills are good enough to have made a website. Oh, right. Thanks. Offering to make me a website, thanks. I don't really know what I'd have to put on it. But I totally appreciate it. And I'm not going to pay for web hosting long term because it's an extra cost until we get in a state of affairs where it's worth it. But yes, like give me a year or two. Like I spent 2 years getting to where we are today, from streaming out of a box room on an old crate of a Mac. I'm now at a stronger position as a streaming content creator. Now the important thing is for the next 2 years to actually make good content and grow. This has been part of it today. I'm really chuffed with what we've done today, you know. I'm really chuffed. I know that I don't get loads of views. I know that I'm not going to get a great load of traction or viral reaction from this. I will edit it. It's, again, labour of love, a bit like Mads' labour of love here. It's 6 hours long, our stream today, so take some editing. And I'll try and put something more digestible up on YouTube. But I can't see that I'm going to, you know, I'm in the same boat as Phil in a way, you know, struggling hard to build up some numbers to get somewhere. It's just that I think I'm providing a little bit better content than Darkside Phil, and yet he's got a bit more support behind him, which is strange. But we'll get there. You know, slowly but surely we'll get there. And so I don't really know. Thank you for your offer, and I will take it in good grace. You know, I'd love to have a work. If you wanted to do that, I'd say thank you. You know, it's a really good thing. I just have no idea what I would put on a website other than, I suppose for this film, I used to have one for the film, which was to try and attract a sponsor. So it was a couple of clips from the film and a little bio on all the people that were in it, and like a page of all their faces where you could click on it and it would say, I'm this person, I'm this person, I'm this person, you know, notable people, all the people. And then that had to go down the bin because I couldn't afford to keep paying for a website every year that wasn't doing anything. So but it's a gracious offer, thank you. I think, and also saying that, we're now nearly up to 6 hours, so I think it's good that I knock this on the head now. I'll go and, I feel like it's almost like I need to decompress. So it's like I've been to some concert or event and I'm still buzzing from it. I feel really hyped. I feel it was definitely something special that was today. Definitely something special. The Forest Quartet on Steam. That's the band playing, actually, look. It's lovely, isn't it? I really hope he does well. And again, this is the other thing that I think about this, you know, I'll say this as well, is that I don't think that this will be, you can't release a game like this as an indie developer and hope that it sells a million copies and you become a millionaire. That would be lovely. And I'm sure there's some indie developers for whom release, publication equates to financial security. But for Mads, I just hope that this is well received. I hope that people understand the depth that's in that. They're not, I hope, I can see the gaming industry like Phil complains about this, the gaming industry, but I understand some of these complaints. I could see the gaming industry going, well, it's a puzzler, you know, it's a puzzler, it's got this story in it, it's an indie puzzler about a bit of a story, the end. Like, I could see them not understanding and not digging in deep, not giving it the time and space to really, you know, process some of the wonderful aspects. That little interview that I broadcast at the start of today's episode, you know, the fact that he did animation and that it's got that part of his soul in it with those projections, they were brilliant. There were moments in the game that were like, for me, standout moments in gaming. The turning into the butterflies, I like to think of them as moths, the alighting, that was a huge moment for me. The sad characters, the scary bad characters, the chuffers, those cloying darkness characters, they were impressive for me. The the instinctive and intuitive aspect of the puzzles, the abstract concepts, the feeling of a cohesive narrative that fit within its time frame nicely, went from A to B through a little twist at the end, and we got there, and it was pleasant and satisfactory to have completed it. It didn't drag on. It wasn't too short. You know, it was excellent in lots of ways. So I really hope that, and like I said during the playthrough, I think the one thing that I would do, and who am I to say anything? You know, I'm not marketing their game, but I would make more of a statement about, I have lost my mother and I made this game to process that grief. My dad is a musician. She was in the band. Now they have to come together and live their lives. You know, me and my family have had to work through this grief and live our lives. And in the game, it's not so much as allegorical, but there really is, you know, it really is, you know,
the city.
Me too.
It really is a statement about what I've been through.
About anything.
Get Mads out saying that, you know, get him out on the interviews, make sure the gaming press understand. Like a game like, I never played that Dragon Cancer, not yet. We could play it on stream maybe, but a game like that, it was understood and known what it was about and why. I think it's okay for in the indie world for these stories to be pushed more towards the forefront. I think that's okay. You know, I actually think it's okay. And in some ways, I know it's tacky in ways to say this, but you've got to sort of sell the USPs, the big selling points. I think that if you were to hand this game amongst other games to a gaming journalist and say, here are some indie games, these are the themes. This one, the developer's mother died and he decided to make the game as a response to his grief. I'll play that one first. That sounds interesting. I can turn that into a story. He has. I would really, I'd have that in big letters at the top. I really would. I wouldn't leave it to the dedicated audience to uncover that truth behind the scenes. I'd make sure they knew it. And I've done my best part today to do that. Oh, that light bulb. I want to show you that. The light bulb. I don't know if this is it, but it would make me overjoyed if this were the case. But that light bulb that we just saw, it was a feature in the game of the level design of one of the levels. This is the final sequence where we're in Stockholm. I put it in the sequence. It's nice that what we're doing here in these sequences is they're called general views. You know, you're setting a little scene before you start being there in the film. So I use this ambient music. Henry talks us in, and we're in there. And we shot a few different general views of things. Matt shot this. And then what was nice is that Robin there and Ivan are playing with it. So, like, literally, you know, in shot playing with it, yeah? So it made a little sequence. I put it in the film, but it's nice, isn't it? It all works. It's nice. I'm reminded of it when I saw those light bulbs in Mads' game. I hope I hope to Helen back that he was thinking this. I mean, I know there's illumination is a big part of his thing. I just wonder if he saw that and thought, you know what? It's in the old memory bank. It's how art works. You take everything in, you think about everything, and it comes out. I wonder if he did. I wonder if he did. Oh, and also, Bob, if you think of a good reason to have a website for me, other than my OnlyFans, feel free to suggest it. But yeah, if I ever know anyone who wants a website as well, I'll be sure to come straight to you and demand that you produce them. The overall, for me, as much as you've heard me talk about it all the way through today's broadcast, this film has been quite a struggle for me. At the same time, it was the 2 weeks that I spent there with the people filming the things, an absolute joy. It was a vision of utopia in the first place, an absolute joy. Loved the people, loved being there. So lucky to have been there and experienced it. Producing the film, a real struggle. Watching it at the end, knowing it exists, again, a joy to me. A great joy of mine, knowing that I've put this in the world. Okay, it's not HD, it's not fully polished here, and his name doesn't come up when you see him on the screen. I have to tell you it's Tommy, but a joy to me. A great, one of my achievements in life. Went here with nothing, some cameras and a friend, came back, made a film. Spent about $2,000 getting over there, plane tickets, car hire, crisps and sweets. Came back, spent a bit more money editing it, buying hard drives and a bit of software. I actually updated the computer, I think, which I'd like to be able to say I can pay myself back for that, but made the film. I did it. You can't say I didn't.
Right. And nobody cares about that kind of stuff. People are more like they have real jobs. They are carpenters, for example, right? I think I would be something like that as well, because you still make something with your hands, and you get a result at the end, and you can look at it and you can touch it, and you made something people can use. Because I think there's a similarity between games, because you kind of make them for yourself because you have fun doing it, but at the end of the day, people are going to play it. It serves some sort of purpose, yeah. And that's like similar to making chairs, for example. So if I didn't make computer games, I would probably make chairs.
Mm-hmm. It's a rocking chair. And IKEA actually took this as an inspiration and made a similar one. Okay, we're gonna go.
I'm not saying I'm a filmmaking genius, but I just got René Rother there, edited him to say that if he didn't make computer games, he would probably make chairs or something. And here we are on a visit to Carl Larsen's house, very famous in Scandinavia as an artist and influencer who designed more than just furniture, lived out in the wilds of Dalarna in the same Stugan houses as video game creators, lived a very creative lifestyle living in the woods. That's one of his iconic pieces. This is Carl Larsen's house. It's a little bit of a thought break during the film. We'll finish by watching this sequence, and then I'll say thank you very much.
In 1881, a young couple moved into this house. They settled down. They made a beautiful house and home. The house was here. They had 3 children. None of the children got married. So when they were old, they decided that they wanted the home to stay like this as a memory of their parents. So they left the whole thing to a trust. You've been to the Carl-Larsson.
Isn't this where we are?
This is not the Carl-Larsson.
It's not Carl-Larsson.
Oh, you're going to the Carl-Larsson?
Yes.
Is that where you want to go?
Yes.
This is the wrong house.
Indeed.
This was the home of Karin and Carl Larsson, the artist couple.
Larsson.
And also their 7 children, so they had a big family living here. This property and the house is still owned by the relatives of Karin and Carl. Carl's motto in life: the most important thing in life is to work hard, for things and also take care of the family and spend time with the family. They could live on his art. Yeah. He earned a lot of money from the paintings he did in big paintings that he did in the opera in Stockholm and also the theater. But the paintings he is famous for today from this house, he didn't earn a lot of the money on those. He wanted to show the real life, not that everything was perfect all the time, which it wasn't.
This drawing, it's a print of a woodwork. It's called The Artist Melancholia, and it's by Albrecht Dürer. I wasn't sure, I just had to check. I really wonder why it's here. I wonder if it's part of the original collection of the owner. But yeah, it's a very detailed print, so yeah, that's really interesting if it was.
Now we're in the reading room or the library, as you can see on all the books in here. And Carl, he bought about 7,000 books. This is quite much. And the whole family sat here and read out loud to each other. A lot of people have noticed the Japanese art. And Carl and Carl, they were both very inspired by Japanese art.
Nintendo.
But he never visited Japan. Carl, he found this cottage in another village outside of Falun. And he found out that they were gonna tear it down and destroy it. So he bought it and took it here and built it to the house as an extra room. It was the rich men that earned money from the mine, in the copper mine in Falun. They built these cottages for their children.
I'm Nora and I help kids paint. Some days I work here in, as it's called, Skaparverkstan, and here I help kids paint. And I also work in the house as a guide. I think arts are helpful or important for people because it's an impression and it shows something, and you can feel something when you look at it and can feel what the painter was feeling when he painted it.
Do you think video games could be art?
Yes, of course.
Let me get it more from
No,
the
just eat the paper.
Eat the paper.
Eat the paper.
Yeah, you can eat the paper here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Thanks, you didn't have
to. I'm at your birthday.
I suppose there's a story about why he chose to live in the woods and in some sense isolating himself while creating, and that's not entirely unlike when we go to Strugen. Even though we're along our peers, we're among people with that does the same thing. It's kind of isolated.
That's Mads' music. So, I've made an indie film, a love letter to indie game development, and I expect all the indie people that watch it should champion it and, make it a bit of a cult thing, make it a bit of an underground grower. get a bit of a group together to say, hang on, we actually want to see this realised. Like, the more I talk about it on stream, the more I talk with the people who are in the film, the more I show the draft of the film. Hopefully at some point in my heart of hearts, my dream of dreams would be somebody said, look, get that hard drive to a professional super duper pro editor, like, find one, spend the money, it doesn't take long, you've already edited the whole film, give them the big hard drive, get it on their posh computer, and just ask them to, all I want them to do is even out the colour grade, put as many names at the appropriate times for the people, do the final credits maybe, balance the sound is a big one, give me a sound mix on that, it's quite a job. It's polishing things. All the bits of shot are in the right place. If you come across something that's not quite in the right, if it doesn't look quite exact, just tidy that up. There's nothing there that's out of place. There might be one or two shots where it's like, it looks like it's punched in because I haven't colour graded it and fit to screen and colour grade and all that. Like, this shot is colour graded clearly. Some others are not so nicely graded. Like, just polish the whole thing. Hand it me back and say, now we've done that. We've done the editorial sound mix or whatever the, posh telly people who put things on the telly look at and edit and say, oh, I would do this. I mean, I'm an editor, but I'm just a self-taught, I'd like somebody professional to give it the once over. Not, I think this should go at the front and we should take this off and maybe we should make the story more about him. Like, not that. This is the story I want to tell. I've told it. There it is. And then, like I say, if we can get a bunch of people who are interested enough, it's not a lot of money, and I'm not making a crowdfund at this stage or anything, but it's not a lot of money, a finishing budget, which is I wanted to make a production company interested so that they could say, we'll put this on our Amazon Prime, or we'll put this on our thing. And for that money, we expect it to be finished to this standard. And I'll say, oh, that's a good point. Give me some of that money and I'll finish it to that standard. Thanks. That was the whole deal, the final production budget. Maybe you get a sponsor. Maybe a company wants to sponsor the finishing budget and have their name, like Made with Unity or whatever it is, on the front of the film. And then I'm happy to take their money and finish the film. They would want to see that it was going somewhere. It was going to be on Amazon or whatever, wouldn't they? So I felt that final, whatever it is, contacts people. I don't have those contacts. I don't know those people. I'm just a little artist struggling, making stuff. So hopefully, I don't know, if it doesn't, it exists. You can watch it there on my channel, Gravekipper, Ganja Kid. You can watch it. It's a bit stuttery. It's not in 1080p. It's fine. You can still watch it. There's nothing wrong with it. It exists. If I die tomorrow, get hit by a bus, God forbid. Themes of today's episode, eh? If I die tomorrow, it exists. I'm not hiding my light under a bushel, and I want people to see it and to know that I worked really hard on it and I love the people that are in it and I care. Like, I care about the indie scene and indie games and the artists that sustain it. So I care, and I've done my bit. That's my bit. I've edited it. I've filmed it. I've edited it. I've got it that far. Like, I can't do it on my own anymore. So that's the bit where that's my finishing point. If I can't take it to that next level, because I don't know anyone at Amazon, I don't know anyone, I can't take it to that next level. I can probably, you give me another 3 weeks, because my computer chugs, it goes slow now, but you give me another 3 weeks, I could probably do half of that polish myself anyway. Do you know what I mean? I could probably make sure that every shot is colour graded and start working on the sound mix as an amateur film sound mixer. But I just feel it's good enough now to hand over to that next phase. And that was what was going to happen, hopefully. We even had a discussion with a person who I didn't like the cut of their jib, frankly. I didn't like their ideas. Oh, I think we can help you with this. I think we can do something with it. Why don't you give me 20, 40% or whatever, and we'll just change it this way and change it this way, and then we'll make it. Why don't we put, like, video game 8-bit music on it? And I was like, no, I want, like, I'll tell you what I really committed to, which is a bit of a problem. But there's this bit of music here, which is, all run through it. It's called Midsommarvacken by Alfven.
And just have a couple of weeks off. So we choose the name Stugan because
Stugan was the first commercial.
So we've got a little bit of classical music in this film, and it's by a composer called Alfen. Now, Alfen lived and died in that area. Alfen's Swedish, and he lived and died in that area. There was a little mistake. You see that little very quick... I would edit that slightly differently now these days. Anyway, Hugo Alfen lived and died in that area. He wrote some of Sweden's most famous classical music. So really, that has to be the music. Like, this film is a love letter to Sweden and creativity and art, and Tommy is Swedish. And, you know, he would know why I want to use Hugo Alfen. He would know. He would understand why that music is resonant with these things. Maybe he could suggest a better piece of music. I don't know. But when I did ask for help with the music, what I was looking for was just money for the license. Really. Like, I made my decision. And a million people came forward and said, I'll do music for your film. I'll produce some music for you. Tommy even suggested someone. I emailed them and said, maybe you could rework Alfen. I don't want everyone's got their music to put on the film. I've got music I can put on with the film. Free music everywhere. I don't want that. I want the music that matters, that means something creatively. So I'm committed to that in a way. If we don't get it and I have to take that music off and we re-edit with just a piece of unlicensed music, fine. I don't care anymore. But I made that decision anyway, and I'd love it if someone would come forward to help me realise this and, you know, finish it, so to speak. But they would want to see it produced and put somewhere. Maybe they've got somewhere to put it. Maybe someone who's got somewhere to put it wants to take it and put it somewhere and we can finish it. It is finished, pretty much. Look, it's all there. Watch it, enjoy it. If you want, I can edit out this bit with the lawyer, because that's a little bit long. I think it's really nicely shot, and it's a nice pace break, but I could lose some of this bit at the end if you want. If you want to bring it down to 1 hour 30 or whatever, you know, we can have these conversations. But God help me, I cannot sit in a dark room and work on this anymore. There's a shot that's wrong. Look, do you see that? I found one. Kubra and Yunus talking, and then we cut to a close-up of her, but I didn't. There, look, haven't full screened it. That's a mistake. I could fix that in the edit tomorrow. But God help me, I didn't fancy sitting down anymore and watching my film over and over again so I could pick out one shot here and one shot there. And you start tinkering, you never stop. And I was in the process of trying to make phone calls and trying to create contacts and, you know, all this other stuff. My editing time had finished. And it was a drain on my feelings to keep sitting down to the same meal. So I've explained enough of that now. I talk about it a lot. It's a big part of my life. There's Mads. He's brilliant.
And whatever. I would sit with my dad's computer in a music software and I would try to make music and I would be like, this sounds terrible. I want it to sound like these great guys I listen to. Having that sort of spark, having that sort of, what do you say? Having a wish to achieve this greatness has always been what's pulling me.
Mads, you did. Absolutely you did. It was a triumph, my son. A triumph. That's that lichen that he took, and it was a triumph, Mads. It was a triumph. You achieved greatness. I haven't. Mine's still a bit more rough around the edges here. If you saw it in 1080p, you would be more impressed, actually, because some of these shots look lovely in 1080p. But I'm all right with that. I need to push on and make more, you know, strive for more greatness. So that's my next plan. 2 more years of streaming, building up the content. By that point, I should be either sponsored or, you know, rolling enough views and stuff to say, hey, we're getting somewhere. I'm now going to apply myself to making my next bigger piece of media. And it will be some sort of documentary about X, Y, Z. You know, we've got time to think and build the money. And, you know, I'm not going to go in there eyes closed, am I? I'm going to know what I'm doing. I'm going to be able to make the film. I'm not expecting the next film to go on Netflix or anything. I'm expecting it to be a struggle at that end. I'm expecting rather to have to put it on the internet or choose to put it on the internet through my own volition. So, you know, we'll get to that. I've got ideas. I've got thoughts. At the moment, we're building up a fighting fund. We're trying to make myself financially stable and secure in my own content creation. And once I've done that, and we're stable and regular, 2 years is only a drop in the ocean compared to the number of hard work years I need to put in to see any fruition. But once we get there, then, you know, the next film... Oh, I didn't mention these two, did I? How naive of me to forget 2 stars of the film. That's Ben and Sugar from South Africa. Ben's from South Africa. Sugar's from Kenya, I think. Nairobi's Kenya, isn't it? Yeah, I know that we're still going places and we've still got a lot to do, so don't worry about me. I felt emotional today. Big story. You can go and watch that film and enjoy it. I'm really amazed by what Mads has done. I think you've heard me talk about it all through today's episode. I'm now nearly up to 6.5 hours and I've got to edit the fucker, so I'm going to knock it on the head now. But it's been a real wow. You know, it's been a real one. It's been a big stream for me, this has. Moving, compelling, a joy. I'm so proud of Mads and his achievement. I hope this is just the start. I mean, it's not the start of things, is it? He's a grown-up chuffer. Like we've lived our lives up to this point, and to say this is the start for somebody, but you know, for his creative work to be out in the world like this, I just hope it is. I know it's not going to be mainstream mass, you know, it's not like going to change the world for everyone or for everything, but I just hope he gets the recognition he deserves and the plaudits and the praise. He deserves an award for me. I'd put that in awards categories. I'm certainly going to shower him with love over his achievement here. I hope to get him on the stream in the coming weeks to interview, to ask him how it's been and see how things are going. Talk through a few of these talking points with him. And yeah, so you know that I'm coming back strong with more content as well. We're going to be playing, the next thing we've got lined up, I should open up the calendar and show you. Open up the calendar and show you. The next thing we've got penciled in that's big is we're going to be doing Thus John Burnett Ramsey on the 19th. Next week, I've got to do some editing of this thing and I've got streams to do. No big shakes, no big plans, but next week I will be on stream. Probably playing Genshin Impact, of course, and main time YouTube daytimes. Going to be throwing in a few of them. But the Christmas specials, Thus on the 19th. Big podcast about John Burnett Ramsey. Steve, the criminal psychologist, is taking the cold case. That's going to be interesting. Stray on probably Tuesday now, maybe, worried about taking a long time over it, but the days leading up to Christmas, 20, 21, 22, 23, I want to put that there as well, you know, leading up to Christmas. Stray is only a 10-hour game, but say 4 streams at 4 hours each, that's 12 hours, but maybe I need longer, you know me. So maybe we end up playing it on the day before Christmas as well. Maybe you end up playing it on Christmas Day if I'm not careful. But yeah, I'm going to put Stray in there. It's going to be the lead up to Christmas. It's going to be an every night thing, every day, every evening, whatever it takes on the lead up to Christmas, however I feel. But mainlining Stray on this stream. So we've got Thus on YouTube on the 19th. Make sure you're there for that. And Stray ongoing up to Christmas. And then next year is when we start to push. So next year I'm going to stick to a more strict schedule. Going to be sort of at work more often, present more. And in some of these, they're not penciled in yet, but we've got Belly Dancer. To start off our conversation about dance, sexuality, hot tub streams, and everything else through the lived experiences of people that are engaged in the practices. Interviews on stream, maybe even performances, Christ's sake, I don't know. I want to get interviews and guests and start talking about different topics. It's very unlikely that I'm going to get Beyonce to come in on my little podcast, but I probably will be able to get a belly dancer or two. So look out for I'm going to stick to a better schedule. That'll mean that it's more obvious when I'm on stream and people will be able to see and be, oh, he's here these regular times. That'll be good. And then I'll add in, now we've got content, now we've got solid content for solid regular streams, I can step up another level, and that's my aim. So next year is when we do that. So that's my rough schedule penciled in. Let's hope I can make it happen. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hopeful. So I've had a brilliant day today. This has been brilliant. I really look forward to doing it. I'm really glad I did it. I'm really grateful to you being here, being part of it. Anyone who's involved in any aspect of the streams, whether it be watching it, leaving a comment. I'm not even being you know, I'm not just saying the rigmarole here. I'm not just saying it because everyone says it. I actually mean it. Like, I'm a small streamer. I've got a little hair in my mouth. I've got, I'm a small streamer, so I notice things. Little things make a big difference. So your support, you clicking like, you watching things, it makes a big difference. So I really care and I'm really grateful. Let us keep going places. But for now, the only place I need to go is bed, and you too. And I think it's been fantastic, so I can't say that enough. I really want to. I really want to express a bit more joy, squeeze a little more joy out of my orange, but I don't know what else to say. I'm shell-shocked in a way. I'm going to walk the dog tomorrow, reflect on it. We will watch more of Mads and his interviews tomorrow on stream before probably playing Genshin Impact, because there's a trading card game to get onto. And thanks, Jay. It sounds like a good plan. Hopefully it will be. Hopefully it will come to fruition. The best laid plans are mice and men Afghare, so you've got to have the backup plan, which is all going to go to shit. But yeah, no, yeah. Thanks for being here. You have a good one too, and yeah, I keep saying because I feel like there's something else, because it's so big, so impressive today. Well done, Mads. That's what I should finish on. Well done, Mads. You should be proud of yourself, because god damn it, I've never been more impressed by... I'm doing it again, I'm doing more talking, but I've never... Like, he didn't shout about how good this was. He didn't make a big deal to me about the themes and the ideas. He didn't oversell this, but it has been brilliant. I'm very impressed. Thank you, Mads. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You be good, my little puckos. And remember, if you can't be good, you're naughty.